Chapter 1. You've been reborn, but why don't you make money? This dog is hopeless. There's no saving this person. How could he fall from the building? It seems that he is the bride's childhood sweetheart, who has been pursuing the bride for many years, but he is not the groom today. Tsk, how miserable. Chen Nuo was lying on the ground, with a stray dog underneath him that he had hit when he fell from the building. The dog is dead and the man is about to die. After being a bootlicker for 10 years, he died like a dog in the end. His entire life flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. I lived a muddled life, never did anything meaningful, and everything revolved around that girl. Zhou Linger, Chen Nuo's childhood sweetheart. Chen Nuo has regarded her as the most important person since he was a child, and everything he does is for her. The two went to elementary school, junior high school, and then high school together. He was attentive and considerate to Zhou Linger, and everyone thought that they would be together. Chen Nuo thought so too, but every time he confessed to Zhou Linger did not accept it, but she did not explicitly refuse it either. Chen Nuo, I want to focus on my studies now. Let's talk about it after the college entrance examination is over. You did so badly on the test, we must not be in the same school. Why don't you repeat a year and see how it goes? You should enrich yourself in college, and then talk about it after you graduate. Chen Nuo, let me introduce you, this is my boyfriend, he is the president of the student union of our department. I'm sorry, I never thought about dating in college, but now that we are destined to be together, I can't help it. You are my best friend, and I want your blessing. Shortly after graduating from college, Zhou Linger broke up with the president of the student union and went to Chen Nuo to cry. Chen Nuo's dead heart resurrected, and he comforted her gently and took good care of her. This time the goddess was finally moved and agreed to be his girlfriend. Chen Nuo was ecstatic at that time. His years of hard work finally paid off. He had even thought about how to propose. However, when he worked hard to save money and bought an expensive diamond ring to propose to her, Zhou Linger broke up with him. From then on, Chen Nuo's life fell into darkness. He was confused and self-destructive all day long. By the age of 30, I had accomplished nothing. Then he received Zhou Linger's wedding invitation. Zhou Linger said to him, "You are my best friend, I want your blessing." So today he came with his parents. The groom is actually not as handsome as him, but he is the boss of a company. When the bride and groom were toasting, Zhou Linger saw the depressed Chen Nuo and said to him earnestly, "Chen Nuo, look at what you have become now. Be more motivated, make money, find a decent partner to marry, and stop making your uncle and aunt worry about you all day long." Amidst many teasing gazes, Chen Nuo drank a lot of wine and walked drunkenly to the balcony of the hotel restaurant to sober up. But he accidentally fell down. The bullet was on the 3rd floor and hit a stray dog passing by. It should not have been fatal, but years of decadence had damaged his body and made him unable to withstand any damage. This fall ended his ridiculous life. On his deathbed, Chen Nuo saw Zhou Linger running out of the hotel. She was very beautiful in her wedding dress, like a fairy. Zhou Linger ran to him, wanting to get closer, but stopped. He bled so much that it would stay in the wedding dress. Zhou Linger burst into tears and looked at Chen Nuo sadly. "Chen Nuo, I'm sorry. What I said just now was really for your own good. I didn't expect you to be so upset. I'm sorry." Chen Nuo moved his lips with difficulty. Zhou Linger couldn't hear what he said. After hesitating for a moment, she finally pulled up her white skirt and tiptoed a little closer. She finally heard what Chen Nuo said. "If I could live again, I would make a lot of money and never get close to you again." Chen Nuo, Chen Nuo. Come on, it's the song you ordered." A noisy sound rang in his ears. Chen Nuo opened his eyes, and what came into view was a chubby face. "Zhang Yuan? Didn't you die in northern Myanmar?" Chen Nuo looked confused. "Chen Nuo, what are you talking about?" The little fat man pulled him up. "You've been preparing for this day for so long, don't run away at the last minute. Confession is a fearless charge, come on brother." There was a loud noise nearby. Chen Nuo looked around and was stunned. This was in a KTV, and I was surrounded by a group of young boys and girls. He still remembers these faces, they are all his high school classmates. Among them was a face that he never wanted to see again in his life. Zhou Linger. But at this moment, Zhou Linger looked much younger, with a bit of immaturity between her eyebrows and eyes. She was not wearing a wedding dress, but a light blue long skirt. Her long hair was draped softly on her half-exposed snow-white shoulders, her eyes were clear and bright, her smile was sweet and lovely, and she sat among a group of classmates like a proud princess. This is Zhou Linger when she was a girl. Could it be that I was reborn? Shen Nua asked the little fat boy, what year is it now? Zhang Yuan said in surprise, Shen Nua, you don't have to be that nervous, do you? It's 2014 now, and we'll be taking the college entrance exam in 3 months. Shen Nua was stunned. I actually went back to 10 years ago? He subconsciously looked at Zhou Linger not far away, and he remembered that today was Zhou Linger's 18th birthday, and a group of classmates came to KTV to play. Then Shen Nua confessed his love to Zhou Linger for the first time. Zhou Linger neither accepted nor refused, but just said to wait until the college entrance examination was over. Shen Nua believed it at that time, and thus began a full 10 years of torture. Unexpectedly, after being reborn, I returned to the moment before my first confession. At this time, 3 little kids appeared on the KTV screen, and a girl next to Zhou Linger exclaimed, It's TFBOYS. Linger is your favorite star. Zhou Linger raised the corners of her mouth slightly and looked at Shen Nua, like a princess admiring a knight. Shen Nua didn't pay any attention to her expression at all, he just shook his head and laughed. TFBOYS became very popular this year, and their song Left Hand Right Hand Slow Motion became all the rage. Zhou Linger also liked this song. In his previous life, Shen Nua sang this song for Zhou Linger in a KTV, then knelt on one knee and expressed his deep love to Zhou Linger. At this moment, cheerful music sounded and the 3 little kids on the screen started jumping around. But Shen Nua did not move. When I thought about how I sang and danced like a clown in my previous life, I suddenly felt nauseous. Shen Nua, come on, sing. Zhang Yuan became anxious and urged him in a low voice, but Shen Nua still did not move. There were several surprised and teasing glances from all around, and several girls started to sneer. Zhou Linger still had a proud and elegant smile on her face and gave Shen Nua an encouraging look. She had already guessed that Shen Nua would confess his love to her, and she had also thought about how to reject him tactfully without hurting her and Shen Nua's childhood sweetheart relationship. Zhou Linger felt that she was beautiful and kind, and there was nothing she could do about Shen Nua liking her. It's just that Shen Nua is too naive now and is not the ideal person in her mind. Just like now, I'm so nervous just because I'm confessing my feelings. At this time, Shen Nua suddenly walked to the song selection machine, turned off the song that Zhou Linger liked, and then selected another song. As the sad and bleak music sounded, the song title appeared on the screen. 10 years. Shen Nua picked up the microphone, with a look of self-mockery and relief on his face, and said calmly, I dedicate this song to my past self. Soon, a mature and desolate song rang out in the KTV room. 10 years ago. I don't know you, you don't belong to me. We are still the same. Being with a stranger. Walking through the gradually familiar streets. In my previous life, I wasted 10 years of my youth for someone who was not worthy, and was her friend for 10 years without any compensation. In the end, I had nothing and died like a dog. 10 years later. We are friends and we can still greet each other. Just that kind of tenderness. No more reasons to hug. Now, I was reborn 10 years ago. In this life, I just want to make good money, live for myself, and live for those who are truly worthy. Until we've been friends for many years. Only then did I understand my tears. Not for you. Also flow for others. The magnetic singing voice full of sadness and farewell stopped. Shen Nua put down the microphone, smiled at the surprised classmates and said, I have something to do and I'm leaving first, you guys have fun. Then he looked at the shocked Zhou Linger and said calmly, goodbye. After saying that, he strode out of the KTV. Looking up, you will see the bright starry sky, and facing you will feel the gentle spring breeze. Shen Nua's smile is brighter than the starry sky, and his steps are lighter than the night wind. My 18-year-old body is full of strength and I feel like I'm flying when I walk. I haven't experienced this feeling for a long time. The spring breeze will eventually have mercy on me. Today I am allowed to be young again. It's great to be young. If you are young and rich, even better. Shen Nua. The little fat guy caught up with him from behind and pulled him back. Why did you leave? Zhou Linger is angry, you should go back quickly. Shen Nua smiled and shook his head, I can't go back. I'm tired. Zhang Yuan looked puzzled. Shen Nua, didn't you say that confessing your love is a fearless charge? Why are you afraid now that the time has come? Shen Nua patted his best friend on the shoulder and said, Fatty, remember, confession is always the clarion call of victory, not the charge of attack. After saying that, he turned and walked away. Zhang Yuan called out to him from behind, Chen Nua, where are you going? Chen Nua turned around and said, I need to think about how to make money. Earn money? We are still students. If we don't have a good relationship, how can we earn money? Chen Nua, are you possessed? Ignoring Zhang Yuan's shouting from behind, Chen Nua strode forward. You've been reborn, but instead of making money, you're having a crazy love relationship? Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 2, Mom, let's buy stocks? Dad, let's buy a ball? Chen Nua strode back to the old factory street against the wind. Walking through the familiar alleys, under the starry sky, Chen Nua stood in front of a slightly old apartment building. 10 years ago, Chen Nua and his family lived here. My father Chen Guodong was an employee of the boiler factory. When the boiler factory was building a residential building, my parents bought a house here. Zhou Linger's family also lived here at the beginning. Chen Nua grew up with Zhou Linger, and the relationship between the two families was very good. Later, Zhou Linger's father was promoted to minister, and the Zhou family moved to a more prosperous new city area. Since then, the two families have not been that close. Zhou Linger also became distant towards Chen Nua, but Chen Nua at the time was unaware of it and still plunged headfirst into this fruitless unrequited love. Later, he even implicated his own parents. Chen Nua walked into the apartment building, went up briskly to the 5th floor, and stood in front of a vermilion iron door with the address 502. He took the key out of his trouser pocket, raised his hand, took a deep breath, and opened the door. When you walk into the house, there is a pipa hanging on the wall opposite the shoe cabinet. When Mother Li Qinghai is in a good mood, she will sit on the balcony holding the pipa and play a tune. On the dining table in the dining room were Chen Nua's favorite peaches, and a family photo hung on the wall behind them. Everything is so familiar. On the sofa, Father Chen Guodong was holding a box of tissues expressionlessly, while Mother Li Qinghai was watching TV series while taking the tissues from him to wipe her tears. Seeing him coming back, Li Qinghai raised her tear-red eyes and asked curiously, Son, didn't you go to celebrate Linger's birthday? Why are you back so early? Chen Nua looked at his mother and suddenly a smile appeared on his face. Mom, you are so beautiful. Li Qinghai learned to play classical musical instruments when she was young. She has an elegant temperament and is a bit sentimental. She can use up a box of tissues while watching a TV series. In his previous life, after Chen Nua failed to confess his love to Zhou Linger, his academic performance plummeted. I could have gotten into a 211 university with some effort, but in the end I was more than 10 points short of even getting into a third-tier university. In order to follow Zhou Linger to Rongda University, Chen Nua chose to repeat his senior year. In order to let Chen Nua concentrate on repeating his studies, Li Qinghai quit her job and took care of him at home. The next year, Chen Nua was finally admitted to Rongda University as he wished, and continued to be Zhou Linger's bootlicker. When Chen Nua was a junior in college, the boiler factory where his father Chen Guodong worked went bankrupt, and both his parents lost their jobs. In order to supplement the family income, Li Qinghai went to the vegetable market to sell pork. The pair of hands that played the pipa became rough and greasy from then on. Later, when she was grinding meat, her right hand was accidentally caught in the meat grinder. Although her hand was reattached, she could no longer play the pipa. Li Qinghai's black hair turned completely white in just a few years. In his previous life, Chen Nua only had Zhou Linger in his eyes and never cared about his relatives around him. Only now did he realize how beautiful his young mother was. Li Qinghai was startled and asked nervously, Xiao Nua, have you gotten into trouble? Chen Nua smiled and said, Mom, I'm telling the truth. I will definitely make a lot of money and never let you work so hard again. Li Qinghai stood up and walked to Chen Nua, touching his forehead. Hey, you don't have a fever? Xiao Nua, what's wrong with you? Chen Nua said to Li Qinghai, Mom, your factory will distribute original shares to employees next year. Remember, you must not resign. Li Qinghai became nervous and turned to Chen Guodong and said, Hurry up and check on your son. Is he upset? Chen Guodong stood up and walked in front of Chen Nua. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and was tall and long legs. Both of them were good-looking. Chen Nua was so handsome thanks to his parents. Chen Nua sighed in his heart and said to Chen Guodong sincerely, Dad, you are so handsome. Chen Guodong's face changed. Did you do something to Zhou Linger? Li Qinghai also looked nervous. Son, you are going to take the college entrance examination soon, you can't be stupid. Chen Nua said helplessly, Dad, Mom, I didn't do anything, don't worry. The couple observed him for a long time, and Li Qinghai asked cautiously, Xiao Nua, you came back so early, did you have a fight with Zhou Linger? Both husband and wife knew their son's feelings for Zhou Linger. But Li Qinghe knew very well that ever since Zhou Linger's father was promoted and became Chen Guodong's immediate superior, the relationship between the Chen and Zhou families was no longer the same as before. It is impossible for my own son and Zhou Linger. But Chen Nuo was so devoted to Zhou Linger that Li Qinghe didn't know how to tell her son. The couple were a little nervous, but Chen Nuo was very calm. Dad, Mom, I'm still young, it's too early to fall in love, I just want to make money now. Li Qinghe and Chen Guodong looked at each other. It seemed that their son was really fine. They couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Chen Guodong stared at Chen Nuo and said, "What are you talking about? Your current task is to prepare well for the college entrance examination. It's not your turn to make money yet." Li Qinghe patted Chen Guodong, complaining that she was so harsh on her son, and then said softly to Chen Nuo, "Xiao Nuo, you are tired today, why don't you do 2 papers? Mom, do you have to be so cruel? Today is the weekend." It seems that it is the same in his rebirth. What his parents care about most is his college entrance examination results. He had disappointed his parents in his previous life, and now that he had the chance to start over, he would never make the same mistake again. Of course, the college entrance examination is important, but making money is more important. 2 stock names popped into Chen Nuo's mind: Launcher Heavy Equipment and Fusion Special Steel. The former will be listed on the Shanghai Stock Exchange in October this year, and will then have more than 20 consecutive daily limit increases. The latter's stock price was 5 or 6 yuan at the beginning of the year, and became more than 20 yuan at the end of the year. These were the 2 most famous monster stocks of the year. Launcher Heavy Equipment will not be listed for another half a year, but Fusion Special Steel's current share price should be only more than 5 yuan, which is the best time to buy. Chen Nuo remembered that his mother Li Qinghe was persuaded by a friend from a securities company to open an account in the stock market, but she never operated it. He immediately said to Li Qinghe excitedly, "Mom, let's buy stocks? I guarantee that your tens of thousands will turn into hundreds of thousands." Li Qinghe still looked at him gently. "Son, you changed the subject too abruptly. Let's do 3 papers. Well, it seems like this isn't working for my mom. But it doesn't matter, the Brazil World Cup will start in June, and this is a big gift package for those who are reborn." Chen Nuo is just a high school student now and has no money at all, but his father Chen Guodong is a football fan. So Chen Nuo smiled and said to Chen Guodong, "Dad, let's buy footballs when the World Cup starts? We will definitely make a lot of money." Before Chen Guodong answered, Li Qinghe silently walked to the balcony and picked up a feather duster. "Chen Guodong, you gambled behind my back? And you brought your son along with you?" Chen Guodong was stunned and said quickly, "No, wife, it's none of my business. Mom, I'm going to do the test paper." Chen Nuo stood up and walked quickly back to his room. Soon, a warm voice came from outside the door. "Wife, this is really none of my business." "Wife, your hands are for playing the piano, don't get them dirty." "That's the pipa. I've been playing the pipa to a cow for so many years, right?" "No, wife, listen to my explanation." Chen Nuo couldn't help but look amazed. "Look, this is the calmness and composure of the older generation of artists, who are so disdainful of the temptation of money." Chen Nuo turned his head and looked at the pile of homework books and papers on the desk, and suddenly his head ached. "Can I be reborn after the college entrance examination?" At this time, Chen Nuo's phone rang. He picked up his Xiaomi 2 and saw a message from Zhou Linger. "Chen Nuo, I understand what you mean, but we should concentrate on studying now. If you have anything to say, wait until after the college entrance examination." Chen Nuo was shocked. "No way, how could you think I wanted to confess to you even though I was like that?" He quickly replied, "You are right, we should study hard and make money well. We can talk about it in the next life. Goodbye." Chapter 3. If all else fails, there is still Chen Nuo as a backup. In the KTV, Zhou Linger looked down at her mobile phone, her beautiful eyebrows slightly frowned. Chen Nuo has been following her since she was a child, from elementary school to junior high school to high school, chasing her and praising her all the way, taking care of her meticulously and persistently. Everyone could see how Chen Nuo felt about her. Everyone thought she would be with Chen Nuo. This also led to many boys who liked Zhou Linger not daring to approach her. Zhou Linger felt that Chen Nuo had disturbed her life too much and made her lose the opportunity to make more friends. Tonight is her 18th birthday. Chen Nuo has made a lot of preparations. Zhou Linger knows that Chen Nuo will definitely confess his feelings to her. Fortunately, many classmates were present in the class, so she could explain it clearly in public. She doesn't have that kind of intention towards Chen Nua for the time being. Of course, she couldn't say it so decisively. After all, Chen Nua was her childhood sweetheart, and she didn't want the two of them to not even be friends. So Zhou Linger had already thought of a tactful statement and was just waiting for Chen Nua to confess. As a result, Chen Nua sang a very old song for no apparent reason, then turned around and left. The classmates were all surprised, but Zhou Linger understood that Chen Nua was afraid of being rejected, so he ran away. This is also consistent with his personality. Zhou Linger felt that she should comfort Chen Nua, so she sent him a message. Although Chen Nua did not confess his feelings, she already knew what Chen Nua meant. She believed that Chen Nua could understand her painstaking efforts. I say this for his own good. However, Chen Nua's reply left her confused. Let us talk about it in the next life? Do you mean to say that his love for me will never change even in the next life? Zhou Linger shook her head, feeling a little distressed. This Chen Nua had been pestering her for so many years, and he still wanted to be with her in the next life? She held her Samsung S5 and tapped on the screen. Chen Nua, I have always regarded you as my best friend. I hope that our friendship will not deteriorate. Do you understand? After thinking about it, I deleted this sentence and typed a new one and sent it over. Chen Nua, I want to go to Rongqing University. If you can also be admitted to Rongqing University, I can consider it carefully. Zhang Rongrong, her best friend who was sitting next to her, came over and said, Linger, you were so kind. Chen Nua was so rude today, and you were still willing to give him a chance. A gentle smile appeared on Zhou Linger's delicate face. Chen Nua is not rude, he's just not good enough. I hope he can be more mature. Zhang Rongrong held her face in her hands. Chen Nua will definitely be moved to tears, right? Zhou Linger didn't mind that her chat with Chen Nua was seen by others, and she even felt a little proud of it. At this time, several male classmates came over to give her gifts, including the class monitor Li Hong, who had always been interested in Zhou Linger. Li Hong gave a Swarovski crystal necklace, which immediately attracted screams and cheers from girls like Zhang Rongrong. Zhou Linger accepted Li Hong's gift with an elegant smile, her face full of pride and satisfaction. After all, being pursued by others can prove her excellence. As for whether they will agree or not, they are too young now, so let us wait until they go to college. There must be better boys in college. If it really doesn't work out, don't we still have Chen Nua as a backup? After everyone had given her birthday presents, Zhou Linger finally had time to sit down and pick up her cell phone. Usually, Chen Nua would always send her messages, and she would occasionally reply with If she was in a bad mood, she would simply not reply, but Chen Nua would still persevere and keep sending messages. The girls who are close to Zhang Rongrong are all envious of her for having such a handsome and loyal suitor. But only Zhou Linger herself knew that being disturbed all the time was very annoying. Thinking of this, Zhou Linger regretted that she was soft-hearted just now and actually told Chen Nua that she wanted to apply to Rongda University. With Chen Nua's personality, he must be jumping for joy right now. I don't know what kind of annoying and cheesy words he will say to me next. Zhou Linger picked up the phone and was stunned. In the chat box between her and Chen Nua, the last message she sent half an hour ago was followed by a blank space. Chen Nua hasn't he replied to me for so long? Linger, what did Chen Nua reply? Zhang Rongrong came over expectantly, and was immediately stunned. She said in surprise. Doesn't Chen Nua always reply to you immediately? What happened today? Zhou Linger smoothed her long hair elegantly and smiled calmly. Maybe you are too excited and don't know how to reply to me. Zhang Rongrong chuckled. You really understand Chen Nua. Why do I feel like Chen Nua is a dog you raise? Okay. Zhou Linger was still a little unhappy when she saw Zhang Rongrong talking about Chen Nua, and waved her hand. Let's cut the cake. After she finished speaking, she waited for the cake to be pushed in from outside the door. But after waiting for a long time, the door of the private room did not open. There was silence in the room, and everyone looked at each other. Where's the cake? You guys don't have anyone to send you a cake, do you? What should we give? Doesn't Chen Nua send cakes to Zhou Linger every birthday? Oh yeah, where's Chen Nua? The classmates all remembered that every year at the end of Zhou Linger's birthday party, Chen Nua would push the birthday cake in and sing happy birthday to her. This year is no exception. So no one will prepare a birthday cake. However, this year Chen Nua passed away early. Naturally, there is no birthday cake. The atmosphere in the KTV room suddenly became awkward. Everyone looked at Zhou Linger in astonishment. Zhang Rongrong pulled her sleeve and whispered. Linger, why don't you ask Chen Nua where your birthday cake is? Zhou Linger's pretty face flushed red. In the past, Chen Nua was always busy preparing for her birthday parties, with one surprise after another. She was too used to Chen Nua arranging everything for her. Now that Chen Nua is not here, I didn't expect that even the birthday cake is gone. Under the gaze of her classmates, Zhou Linger stood up and walked out of the room. You guys sing first, I'm going to go out and make a phone call. After leaving the private room, Zhou Linger picked up her cell phone and called Chen Nua. If you are willing to peel off my heart layer by layer. A familiar ringtone sounded from the other end, but Chen Nua didn't answer until the song was halfway through. What's going on with this Chen Nua? Zhou Linger was a little angry and called Chen Nua again. As a result, she listened to the sad and affectionate ringtone again. Zhou Linger bit her tender red lips and looked at the door of the private room not far away. So many classmates were waiting for her to go back and cut the cake. It's so late, I can't run out to buy it now, right? No, Chen Nua was probably hiding it to give her a surprise. So Zhou Linger sent another message to Chen Nua. Chen Nua, stop making trouble and come out quickly. Waited a minute, no response. Chen Nua, I'll be angry if you do this again. After waiting for a minute, there was still no response. Chen Nua, I'm going to cut the cake, where's my birthday cake? Zhou Linger in the KTV was very angry, and Chen Nua at home was even angrier. What the hell are these? Chen Nua looked at the test paper spread out in front of him. He only knew a few answers out of dozens of questions. It was a horrible sight. What you learn in campus is of no use after entering society. Within 1 or 2 years after graduating from college, you will forget everything you have learned after more than 10 years of hard study. Chen Nua is relatively lucky. After 10 years, he can still remember some high school knowledge. But this alone is far from enough. After his rebirth, his biggest wishes were to make money and not repeat his studies so that his mother could continue to play her beloved pipa with peace of mind. But now he found that he had no capital to make money, and he was not sure about the college entrance examination. Damn, is it so hard to be reborn? It is now the end of March. The college entrance examination will be held in 3 months, and the World Cup will begin right after that. He could no longer remember the results of other matches, but he remembered clearly the bloodbath at the hands of Germany. There was a news report at that time that a football fan spent 2,000 yuan to buy football lottery. Brazil lost to others, but he finally made a profit of 500,000 yuan. Chen Nua's goal is not high, just to increase it tenfold. But where can he find the 20,000 yuan capital now? There are still 3 months left. If you think about it carefully, there should be a way. The purpose of making money is to make life better for yourself and your family, and the purpose of getting into a good university is to make your parents proud of you. These are all important matters and cannot be delayed. Chen Nua went out and washed his face with cold water. He also encouraged Chen Guodong, who was kicked out of the bedroom and sleeping on the sofa. He returned to the room, picked up a math book and started reading it attentively. It's not a big deal to take a look at it, but once you take a look at it. Damn, I don't understand. In fact, it's not that he didn't understand everything. He could still understand some basic things, but every time he saw the key steps in solving the problem, he was confused and hazy. Those key knowledge points seemed to be blurred and could not be seen clearly. This feels like the learning materials in the computer hard drive, a lot of them are coded. If you want to remove the codes, I don't know how much effort it will take. After an hour of hard study, Chen Nua understood 2 things. First, he did not have the golden finger necessary for rebirth, so he could not remember everything he saw, or even learn it at a glance. Second, he needs to find a tutor to remove this mosaic, which he cannot do alone. However, tutoring is too expensive. It would be best to find a classmate who was good at studying, patient, and willing to tutor him for free. Chen Nua raised his head, his eyes were deep and his expression was confused. Where are you, my kind and free classmate? At this time, Chen Nua finally noticed that the phone on the bed was vibrating. It was Zhang Yuan calling. Chen Nua answered the call and heard the little fat man's anxious voice. Chen Nua, where are you? Zhou Linger is looking for you everywhere. Chapter 4. The meaning of rebirth is to make up for regrets. Chen Nua yawned said lazily, I'm at home, what does Zhou Linger want to see me for? I don't know either. Zhou Linger said that you didn't answer her phone calls and didn't reply to her messages. She sounded very anxious. This is a good opportunity. Chen Nua, don't miss it. Zhang Yuan was more anxious than Chen Nua. As a close friend, he knew very well how long Chen Nua had been pursuing Zhou Linger. But usually Chen Nua was the one chasing after her, and Zhou Linger didn't even turn her head back. This time it was Zhou Linger who took the initiative to find Chen Nua. This was a godsend opportunity. Zhang Yuan, how much pocket money do you have? Chen Nua suddenly asked. Huh? Zhang Yuan was startled, and answered subconsciously, I have 50. Chen Nua, do you want to buy Zhou Linger a gift to make her happy? I'll lend it to you first. Too little, forget it. Chen Nua said seriously, Fatty, remember, you must study hard and get into college, so that you won't go to Ruweli to work, and you won't be deceived into cutting your kidneys in northern Myanmar. The little fat man was confused. Chen Nua, what are you talking about? Chen Nua sighed. He knew Zhang Yuan's results. He had basically given up on the college entrance examination in advance. If he continues like this, he will most likely continue on the same old path in his life. Maybe only I can change his fate. Zhang Yuan, I'm studying, you have to work hard too, let's get into college together and change our fate together. Put. Chen Nua, have you read too many novels? You should call Zhou Linger back right away. Remember to come to me if you don't have money. After hanging up the phone, Chen Nua shook his head, thinking that he was still a little anxious. It doesn't matter. There is still time. Even if I can't get Fatty into college, I can at least take him to make money so that he doesn't have to go to Ruweli to work and end up on a path of no return. The greatest significance of rebirth is to make up for the regrets of the previous life. In this life, I want to change the fate of my relatives and friends. Chen Nua looked at his phone and found that Zhou Linger had called him twice and sent him many messages. The last message was, Chen Nua, where is my birthday cake? Oh shit. Chen Nua jumped up and quickly found a business card from the drawer. It was the phone number of a cake shop. He dialed it immediately. Hey, sorry, I don't want the cake I ordered anymore, can I get a refund? Chen Nua, why are you so listless? The next day, Chen Nua got up early, had breakfast and went out, and met Zhang Yuan on the way. Oh, I lost so much yesterday. Chen Nua sighed. He had ordered a birthday cake for Zhou Linger from a cake shop and spent a full 150 yuan. That happened before he was reborn, and he had forgotten about it for a while. Last night he called and asked, but they told him the cake had already been made and the money could not be refunded. If you use this 150 yuan to buy Brazil minus others, you can make more than 30,000 yuan. Damn, I'm so at a loss this time. It's really not worthy of being a bootlicker. Seeing Chen Nua so frustrated, Zhang Yuan quickly asked, did Zhou Linger get angry and ignore you because you were late in calling last night? Chen Nua asked back, why should I call her back? Zhang Yuan looked at him carefully and consoled him, brother, don't hold on any longer. Let's go and buy breakfast for Zhou Linger. Every morning, Chen Nua would go to the steamed bun shop at the intersection of Jiuchang Street to buy breakfast for Zhou Linger, without fail. Because Zhou Linger likes to eat the buns from this restaurant the most. Zhang Yuan was used to it and often went with him. Why buy breakfast? It's free. Let's go. Chen Nua lost 150 yuan last night and was already depressed. When he remembered that he had to pay for Zhou Linger's breakfast every day, he suddenly wanted to slap himself. So much money was fed to the dogs, what a waste. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He walked straight to the school. The little fat boy stared blankly at Chen Nua's brisk back and scratched his head. Why does Chen Nua seem to have changed? Hey, wait for me. Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. Class 3-5 of Senior High School. Linger, don't be angry. We don't want the breakfast that Chen Nua bought later. In the classroom, Zhou Linger sat at her desk with her long hair tied into a ponytail, which made her pure and sweet face look even more charming. Her neck was as white as jade, and the top button of the shirt under her school uniform was unbuttoned, revealing a small section of her delicate collarbone. Her innocence was coupled with a little bit of sexiness, attracting the furtive glances of the boys around her. This is the recognized school belle of Rongqing No. 2 Middle School. Just sitting there quietly, she is the focus of everyone's attention. However, the proud school beauty Zhou was in a bad mood at the moment. She even put on some light makeup before going out this morning to cover up the dark circles under her eyes caused by insomnia. Last night was her birthday, but there wasn't even a birthday cake, which made the scene very awkward. Moreover, she took the initiative to call Chen Nua, but Chen Nua didn't call back. Zhou Linger was very angry. If Chen Nua doesn't behave well today, he will never get the chance to pursue her again in the future. At this time, Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan walked into the classroom. Zhou Linger snorted and turned her head away. She had already made up her mind that she could accept the breakfast sent by Chen Nua, but she would never say a word to him. After waiting for a while, the expected breakfast did not arrive. Zhou Linger turned around and saw Chen Nua sitting in his seat reading a book, with no intention of coming over to beg for her forgiveness. Zhang Rongrong said in disbelief, "Linger, Chen Nua doesn't seem to have brought breakfast." Zhou Linger was stunned. "Chen Nua didn't buy me breakfast today?" A few minutes later, the head teacher Li Fei walked in and the noisy classroom immediately became quiet. "Coo coo." A sudden voice sounded, and the whole class looked at Zhou Linger in surprise. Zhou Linger's face flushed red. Chen Nua would buy breakfast for her every day so she could sleep in later and not have to eat at home. It was the same today, but unexpectedly Chen Nua didn't bring her breakfast today. As a result, her stomach growled with hunger, and the whole class heard it. So embarrassing. The whole class was also stunned, and they all subconsciously turned their eyes to Chen Nua. Everyone in Rongqing No. 2 Middle School knows that Chen Nua is the follower of the school beauty Zhou Linger, and he buys breakfast for Zhou Linger every morning. But today, Chen Nua didn't seem to buy it? What's going on? Chen Nua didn't notice other people's gazes at all at this time. He was concentrating on the Chinese review materials in his hand. I remember this ancient text. There is a fish in the North Sea, its name is Kuan. Kuan is so big that it cannot be stewed in a pot. Ugh. Damn it, little black guy, give me back my high school knowledge. It seems that if I want to make up for all the forgotten knowledge points within 3 months, I must find a top student to help me. A top student of this level must be at least in the top 20 in the whole grade. It seems that the only people in the top 20 in our class are Zhou Linger and class monitor Li Hong. Both of them were people he hated. Forget it, let us think of other ways. Chen Nua shook his head and realized that the whole class was looking at him, with Zhou Linger looking resentful. Chen Nua felt puzzled, but luckily Lao Li started the class, and Chen Nua calmed down and listened attentively. Old Li wore glasses and had a bald head. He shook his head as he spoke, like an old scholar. Today I saw a piece of news that touched me deeply, so I want to share it with you. Yesterday, 2 cold dish vendors on Shenyang Street got into a fight over a stall. One was injured and hospitalized, and the other was sent to a detention center. One of them was my former student. He was unwilling to study hard and dropped out of high school in his second year, thinking he could make a lot of money. As a result, I ended up having to set up a stall. I tell you this because I want to tell you that the college entrance examination is your only and last chance in your life to change your destiny. You may think the college entrance exam is difficult now, but when you enter society in the future you will find that the college entrance exam is 100 times easier than life. Well said. Chen Nua couldn't help but applaud. Only those who have experienced it can understand what Lao Li said. More importantly, the news that Lao Li told reminded Chen Nua that he already knew how to make his first pot of gold. The whole class looked at Chen Nua in astonishment. Lao Li's face looked a little ugly. Chen Nua quickly stopped, and his face showed excitement at the right time. The teacher's words are like a wake-up call. I will study hard and not let my teacher, my parents, or myself down. These words were spoken passionately, and Lao Li suddenly felt that it was hard to find a true friend, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. Finally someone listened to me. Old Li glanced at Zhou Linger and said to Chen Nua meaningfully, Chen Nua, I hope you can really wake up this time. It's not too late. Chen Nua expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Li. Old Li looked at Chen Nua, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. He always felt that Chen Nua seemed a little different today. After 2 Chinese classes, the classroom became noisy again, and many students were still working diligently on their exercises. Chen Nua sorted out the knowledge points learned in class and began to plan how to earn his first pot of gold. He had seen the news in his previous life about 2 cold dish vendors fighting on Shenyang Street. In fact, the vendor who injured the person was bullied so badly that he could no longer bear it. A month later, the other party brought a group of thugs to bully his wife, and the man drew his knife in anger. Later he was sentenced to life imprisonment. His wife became a masseuse due to financial difficulties and eventually committed suicide. The child was sent to an orphanage. This is a tragedy. Later, there were a lot of discussions online, with some people saying that there was actually no need for him to compete with others for a spot on Shenyang Street. At that time, the boiler factory had just been relocated and the surrounding area was very desolate, making it inconvenient for the employees to eat. If he went to the boiler factory to sell food, he would no longer have conflicts with others and it would be easier to make money. Unfortunately, information determines destiny. Chen Nua decided to go to Chunyang Street after school in the afternoon. Chen Nua. At this time, a pair of small feet wearing sandals with round and sparkling toes appeared in front of Chen Nua. Chen Nua looked up and saw Zhou Linger looking at him angrily. Why didn't you return my call last night? Why didn't you buy me breakfast today? Chapter 5. You look like my dad. Zhou Linger was very angry. Last night at KKTV, she still couldn't get her birthday cake. There was no cutting of the birthday cake on Zhou Linger's birthday. This was the first time in 18 years. And she felt very embarrassed in front of so many classmates. This is all Chen Nua's fault. Zhou Linger had decided to ignore him at least until the college entrance examination. She would only accept the things he gave her and not say a word to him. As a result, Chen Nua made one mistake after another today and didn't even buy her breakfast. Zhou Linger was so hungry that she felt a little dizzy. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and ran over to question Chen Nua during the break. In the past, if she was a little angry, Chen Nua would be extremely panicked and apologize carefully. But at this moment, there was no apology on Chen Nua's face, he just stared at her. His gaze was bold, full of scrutiny and criticism. He was no longer as submissive as before, which made Zhou Linger very uncomfortable. Chen Nua, I'm talking to you. What are you looking at? Chen Nua was looking at Zhou Linger's collarbone. I have to say that Zhou Linger is a girl who knows how to dress up. She knew that she had beautiful collarbones, so when she wore her school uniform she would always subconsciously open the first button of her shirt to perfectly show off her advantages. This is also one of the reasons why she can become the school belle. But Chen Nua had already gotten tired of these in his previous life. He had been Zhou Linger's boyfriend for several months, so he had naturally studied some aspects of the relationship in depth. For example, the delicate collarbone and the white jade feet tucked into the sandals. If you must comment. The clavicle bone is a bit hard and feels average. As for the feet, it's just like that. The stockings even have a bit of smell after wearing for a long time. Chen Nua suddenly laughed. The more you can't get something, the more perfect you will imagine it to be. But when you wake up, you will find that this thing is actually full of flaws. Not worth it. Chen Nua, what are you laughing at? Zhou Linger saw obvious disdain in Chen Nua's smile. A feeling of grievance suddenly surged in her heart and her voice became louder. The movement of the two people immediately attracted other students in the class, and many people showed surprise on their faces. Chen Nua seemed to have pissed off Zhou Linger, but he still looked unruly. He was very different from before. Li Hong couldn't stand it anymore, so he walked up to Chen Nua and asked loudly. Chen Nua, why did you bully classmate Zhou Linger? Chen Nua looked at him strangely. Who are you? Does it have anything to do with you? Li Hong paused for a moment, but after taking a look at Zhou Linger's beautiful collarbone, he immediately said to Chen Nua righteously. I'm the class monitor. If you bully your classmates, I'll naturally intervene. Oh, yes, you are the squad leader. Chen Nua nodded and said to Li Hong very seriously. Monitor, the school stipulates that school uniforms must be worn neatly, with buttons intact, and open-toed sandals are not allowed. I found that Zhou Linger violated the rules. What do you think should be done? Li Hong was stunned, and the other students were also stunned. The classroom was silent. Jiang County No. 2 Middle School does have regulations on students' dress, but Zhou Linger has good grades and is pretty, so most of the time the teachers turn a blind eye to her. Over time, everyone got used to it. But now that Chen Nua mentioned it, the classmates immediately realized that Zhou Linger had indeed violated the school rules. Moreover, Li Hong is the class monitor and he does have the responsibility to manage and correct this behavior. This. Li Hong suddenly hesitated and was speechless. Under the countless strange gazes around her, Zhou Linger's pretty face turned red and she ran out of the classroom covering her face. Linger! Zhang Rongrong stood up and chased after him, and angrily shouted at Chen Nua at the end. Chen Nua, you're going too far. No wonder Linger doesn't like you. Chen Nua looked calm and continued to read. But the way his classmates looked at him changed. Is this still Zhou Linger's loyal follower? The 2014 version was not that new, and there was no such term as licking dog, so the classmates called Chen Nua a follower dog. But today's Chen Nua made everyone confused. Zhang Yuan ran over, looking depressed. Chen Nua, don't mess with me, I'm wearing sandals today too. Chen Nua looked down and frowned immediately. No wonder it stinks, stay away from me. Shit, where does it stink? Zhang Yuan squatted down and sniffed, scratched his head, and saw Chen Nua sitting quietly. He looked at Chen Nua carefully and asked in a low voice. Chen Nua, have you been possessed by evil spirits these past 2 days? Chen Nua said, Fatty, I'm going to do something after school this afternoon, would you like to come with me? Go buy Zhou Linger a gift to apologize? Zhang Yuan asked subconsciously. Chen Nua shook his head and smiled, go, and save the fallen young woman. This sentence made the little fat boy think a lot, and he spent the whole morning in excitement and nervousness. During the lunch break, Chen Nua went to the cafeteria to eat a few bites, then returned to the classroom and lay on the table, writing something. Linger, Chen Nua must be writing you a love letter and wants to apologize to you. Seeing Chen Nua's actions, Zhang Rongrong said to Zhou Linger. In the past, if Zhou Linger was angry, Chen Nua would give her gifts, write love letters, and try to cheer her up. Zhou Linger snorted and raised her head proudly. I will never forgive him this time. Chen Nua wrote for the whole afternoon, and then carefully put the love letter into the drawer. Zhou Linger had already thought about how to reject Chen Nua's apology in public and embarrass him. But the strange thing was that Chen Nua didn't come to see Zhou Linger until school was over in the afternoon. When the bell for the last class rang, Chen Nua immediately stood up, put on his school bag, waved to Zhang Yuan, and the two hurried out of the classroom. Zhou Linger stared at Chen Nua's back in a daze, biting her rosy lips. Li Hong came over and smiled at Zhou Linger. Linger, shall we go home together? Zhou Linger didn't hear what Li Hong said at all. She stood up and walked out of the classroom. Li Hong looked confused and angrily looked at Zhang Rongrong. Zhang Rongrong, didn't you say I would definitely have a chance this time? In order to save the country in a roundabout way, he got Zhou Linger's best friend on his side and gave a lot of things to Zhang Rongrong. Squad leader, don't worry. Linger listens to me the most. I'll try to persuade him again. By the way. Zhang Rongrong paused and laughed. I saw a pretty hairpin yesterday, it was only 10 yuan. Li Hong immediately took out 10 yuan and gave it to her. Ha, thank you, squad leader. Wait for my news. Chunyang Street. Chen Nua, why do you need to bring cake to a place like that? Zhang Yuan was holding an exquisite birthday cake in his hand and asked Chen Nua with a puzzled look on his face. Just now, the two of them ran out of the school as soon as school was over. Chen Nua first took him to a cake shop and picked up a birthday cake. Then we came to Chunyang Street. There are many residents living near this street, so it is always very busy, and there are many food stalls on the street. Zhang Yuandong looked around, but did not see the place he had imagined, with curtains drawn, dim lights, and a beautiful woman in suspenders sitting at the door. Chen Nua walked to a cold dish stall. The stall owner was a burly man with gauze wrapped around his head and his eye sockets were a little swollen. This is it. Chen Nua had a deep impression of the news report that in his previous life, 2 cold dish vendors fought over a stall, and then one of them had his wife insulted by the other and ended up killing him with a knife. The street vendor who killed to protect his wife was named Wang Jian. After he was sentenced to death and imprisoned, his wife was forced to work as a hair salon girl in order to raise the children. She later committed suicide due to unbearable pressure. That's why Chen Nua said he came to save the fallen young woman. At this point in time, it is the 3rd day since Wang Jian was detained for beating someone after the first conflict between the 2 cold dish vendors. The man in front of him with gauze wrapped around his head was the one who was competing with Wang Jian for the stall. According to the timeline of the previous life, if everything remained unchanged, Wang Jian would come out of the police station today, continue to set up a stall here tomorrow, and then have a conflict with this man again. In the end, the other party brought in a group of thugs to insult Wang Jian's wife, which led to the final tragedy. Chen Nua carefully looked at the man in front of him. He had triangular eyes, a beard, and the appearance of a typical short-lived villain. Seeing Chen Nua standing in front of the stall without saying anything, the bearded man chuckled. Little brother, are you buying some cold dishes? Chen Nua shook his head and said to him sincerely, my dear brother, from now on you will be the only one selling cold dishes here. I wish you a prosperous business and a life of integrity. After saying that, he turned and walked away. The bearded man looked confused and said, is there something wrong with this kid? Zhang Yuan was even more confused. He was holding the cake and looking around, looking for the legendary magical place. But Chen Nua suddenly walked to a square opposite and stared at a group of old ladies who were dancing in the square. Zhang Yuan ran over and asked Chen Nua, where can we go to find the fallen, young woman? The fat boy couldn't help swallowing his saliva as he spoke. The word young woman was still too advanced for an 18-year-old boy. Chen Nua said to him, I want to find the cold dish vendor who was detained for fighting, but I don't know where he lives. These mothers-in-law all live nearby, so maybe they know where he lives. Ah? Zhang Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he remembered. Are you talking about the thing that Laoli talked about in class, his former student? Chen Nua nodded. Although Zhang Yuan didn't understand why Chen Nua wanted to find the cold dish seller, he was always curious and patted his chest. Wait, I'll ask for you. After saying that, he ran to an old lady who was twisting like a flower and said, Grandma, I want to ask you something. The other person raised his head, and a look of disgust appeared on his face, which was covered with half a pound of powder, and he waved his hands like he was shooing away a fly. I don't know, go away. The fat man came back dejectedly. Chen Nua, go away and ask somewhere else. Chen Nua suddenly walked up to the old lady who was wearing half a caddy of powder and said, Big sister, you dance so beautifully. Ah, young man, you have good taste. The old lady laughed so hard that her face was full of wrinkles. Sister, why are you dancing square dance at such a young age? Young man, I'm retired. How is that possible? Don't lie to me, sister. You are at most 35. Ah, the boy is really good at talking. Sister, I want to ask you something. Young man, you found the right person. My eldest sister is known as the know-it-all in Shenyang Street. Just ask her whatever you want. Zhang Yuan was stunned. After a while, Chen Nua came back. Let's go. Fortunately, the old lady happened to know Wang Jian and told Chen Nua the address of Wang Jian's home. Zhang Yuan followed Chen Nua, thinking all the way with his head down, and almost bumped into the electric pole several times. Chen Nua was puzzled. Fatty, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Nua carefully and suddenly said. Chen Nua, you are definitely not possessed by evil spirits. You have just grown bigger. Chen Nua took a step back and said, Fatty, why didn't I know you had this hobby before? Fuck, that's not what I meant. What I meant was. Zhang Yuan scratched his head, thought for a long time, and finally said. You seem to have gotten older. You act and speak a bit like my dad. Chapter 6, So there really is a young woman. Zhang Yuan's father runs a small business. Since he was a child, he has watched his father entertaining and seeing off guests all day long, saying one thing to one person and another thing to another. Zhang Yuan felt that Chen Nua just now was very similar to his father. Chen Nua smiled and patted his shoulder. Adopted son, don't think about it, just follow your father. Fuck. Chen Nua, you're taking advantage of me. 10 minutes later, the two came to a narrow alley. There are more than 10 low rent houses on both sides of the alley. Chen Nua, does the man selling cold dishes really live here? Zhang Yuan had never left home and had not yet reached the stage of experiencing the sufferings of the world. This was the first time he saw such a shabby and simple place. A door suddenly opened, and a young woman in cool clothes came out. She splashed the yellowish liquid in the basin at Zhang Yuan's feet, and then went back into the room with a bang. Zhang Yuan stared blankly at the closed door, and suddenly became excited. Chen Nua, this. Chen Nua dragged him forward, not here, in front. The two walked forward more than 10 meters and came to the address mentioned by the square dance know-it-all. In front of them was a dilapidated door. Chen Nua remembered that in his previous life, the news of a cold dish vendor killing someone caused a huge sensation, and a reporter even did a detailed documentary report on the incident. Wang Jian's family of 3 lives in a low rent house of only 30 square meters, and his daughter is still in elementary school. The couple cooked cold dishes at home every night and sold them on Shenyang Street the next day to support their family and their daughter's schooling. Wang Jian actually had a chef's license, but because of his blunt temper, he was unable to stay in several restaurants. I might as well just come out and do it myself. According to the reporter's understanding from various sources, Wang Jian is actually a person with strong professional ethics. The cold dishes he makes are clean and hygienic, delicious, and the portions are large. And we will never buy spoiled vegetables together with fresh vegetables. Because of this, Wang Jian and his wife didn't make much money from their business. At the end of the report, the reporter lamented, Wang Jian is a good man, but a good man was forced to kill someone. Is it the man's fault, or is it the world's fault? Later, the report was withdrawn and the reporter was also removed. But it was this fact that made Chen Nua remember it clearly. He remembered that the report mentioned that the day Wang Jian was released after his first detention for beating someone was his daughter's 8th birthday. Chen Nua knocked gently on the door, and the shabby door opened, revealing a beautiful face that looked tired, but could not hide the unique charm of a young woman. Zhang Yuan's breathing was a little stagnant. It turned out that there really was a young woman. And she was so beautiful. Chen Nua sighed secretly. With a face like that, it was no wonder that those thugs in the previous life couldn't help but attack her. "Excuse me, who are you looking for?" Su Ru held the door open, her eyes bloodshot, and asked cautiously. Her husband had just been detained a few days ago after getting into a fight with a vendor at the stall next door. Now they are a widow and an orphan at home, so they are inevitably nervous. Chen Nua smiled and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Brother Wang's friend. Brother Wang will be back soon. He asked me to buy a birthday cake first. It seems that today is Yuan Yuan's birthday, right?" After hearing Chen Nua's words, a little head popped out from under Su Ru's body and saw Zhang Yuan's birthday cake. A look of surprise appeared on her round little face. "Wow, what a big cake!" The little girl ran out, staring at the birthday cake. Her hand reached halfway but she didn't dare to touch it. "Brother, is this cake really bought for me by my father?" The little girl had clear eyes and a babyish voice. Zhang Yuan's eyes abruptly moved away from the young woman's face and looked down at Wang Yuan. His heart melted immediately. Yes, this cake was bought for you by my dad." "No, it was bought for you by your dad." "Wow, that's great. Thank you, brother." The little girl cheered and almost drooled, but she still didn't forget to say thank you. It seems that although her family is poor, her upbringing is not bad. It was hard for Chen Nua to imagine what became of this little girl after Wang Jian was sentenced to death and Su Ru committed suicide in her previous life. Su Ru looked at Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan in confusion. These two boys were obviously still students, especially the fat one, who looked silly and didn't look like a bad person. But when did her husband meet such a friend? At this time, Chen Nua had already put the birthday cake into Wang Yuan's arms, and the little girl happily took the cake in. At this point, Su Ru could only invite the two into the house and said apologetically, "Sorry, the house is too small." Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan walked into the house. It is about 30 square meters, with two small beds separated by a curtain, a table, an electric frying pan, and a small school bag. That's all there is to this family of three. Chen Nua was very calm, but the surprise on Zhang Yuan's face was obvious. Su Ru's eyes dimmed slightly and she lowered her head in shame. Seeing poverty and hardship exposed so vividly in front of everyone made Su Ru feel suffocated. Chen Nua put the food he had just bought on Xunyang Street on the table and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, we bought some food on the way. Are you welcome to help Yuan celebrate her birthday tonight? I want my brother to celebrate my birthday." The little girl was holding Su Ru's hand, her big eyes almost falling into the birthday cake. Perhaps in her opinion, since her two brothers were gone, the birthday cake would definitely be taken away as well. Su Ru was a little embarrassed. She looked down at her daughter's expectant face and finally nodded. "I'm sorry, thank you." "You're welcome, sister-in-law. Come, let's set the table." Chen Nua asked Zhang Yuan to move the table to the center of the room, put the food in a circle, unwrapped the birthday cake, and placed it in the center of the table. There was a line of words written in red cream on the cake. "I want to be a part of every birthday of yours. Happy birthday, my princess." Zhang Yuan touched his head and said, "Wow, this is quite artistic." Su Ru was a little stunned. Chen Nua laughed, "I just picked one at random. I didn't expect there was a festive message on it." Just right. Happy birthday to our little princess Yuan." Wang Yuan's face turned pink with joy. "Thank you, brother." Chen Nua wiped a sweat in his heart. Damn, he forgot that this cake was originally prepared for Zhou Linger, and there were some corny words written on it. Fortunately, it can be recovered. Zhang Yuan rubbed his hands, "Then let's blow out the candles now?" In fact, he still doesn't quite understand what Chen Nua is going to do, but when he sees Wang Yuan's lovely smile, he feels that what he is doing seems to be quite meaningful. Chen Nua said, "Wait for Brother Wang, he should be back soon." Wang Yuan clapped her hands and said, Yes, Dad just called us and he will be back soon." Su Ru was embarrassed. "You guys take a seat first, I'll go cook 2 dishes. Chen Nua smiled and said, "Okay, sister-in-law, you've worked hard." Su Ru was very virtuous. She quickly used the electric frying pan to stir-fry a meat dish and a vegetable dish. Zhang Yuan shrugged his nose. It smells so good. I learned to cook from my husband, he's a chef. Su-ru stroked the hair by her ear quietly, and a smile appeared on her face involuntarily. Yes, my father cooks delicious food. Wang Yuan also followed suit, chattering away, with pride on her little face. Chen Nua smiled and said, "Of course I know that you two are good cooks, otherwise I wouldn't have come to see you." As he was speaking, the door opened and a thin figure slowly walked in, his face full of dejection and confusion. When he saw the situation in the room, he was stunned. "Dad!" Wang Yuan ran up and threw herself into his arms. Su-ru was also a little excited. She took 2 steps forward and looked at the man, her eyes full of heartache. "Hubby, you're back." Chen Nua stood up and smiled at the man. "Brother Wang, you're back just in time. We're celebrating Yuan's birthday." "Who are you?" Wang Jian looked at the big boy in front of him with a puzzled look. "Brother Wang, we have heard about your problem. We are here to help. Let's eat first. Yuan can't wait to cut the cake." Chen Nua's voice was gentle and his eyes were clear. Wang Jian was a little dazed for a moment, but Wang Yuan couldn't wait. Yes, Dad, sit down." Wang Jian was holding his daughter's hand, and most of the doubts and vigilance in his heart disappeared. Chen Nua put candles on the cake, and Zhang Yuan took the lead in singing Happy Birthday. Driven by the two of them, the atmosphere in the cramped room quickly became warm and cozy. Chen Nua kept toasting Wang Jian, while Zhang Yuan played various small games with Wang Yuan. Laughter continued to echo in the room. After drinking half a bottle of liquor, Wang Jian and Chen Nua started to treat each other like brothers. Chen Nua toasted him with another glass of wine and suddenly said, "Brother Wang, what are your plans for the future?" Wang Jian's thin and hard face turned red, and his eyes were full of stubbornness. "I'll continue to sell my cold dishes on Shenyang Street. I wonder what they can do." "Hubby." Su-ru looked worried. Wang Jian looked at his wife affectionately and sighed. "Wife, I'm sorry that you have to suffer following me." In fact, he also knew that with such a mess, it would be difficult for him to continue his business even if he went to Shenyang Street. But he had no choice. If he didn't go, how would his family survive? "Hubby, don't say that, I'm very happy, really." Su-ru understood her husband's hard work and held his hand with a gentle look in her eyes. Belch. Zhang Yuan burped and said awkwardly in the surprised eyes of several people. I'm full." Wang Yuan cheered, "That's great, brother Zhang won't fight with me for meat anymore." Zhang Yuan's face flushed, and he wiped the oil off his mouth. "When did I snatch it from you?" Several people laughed, and the atmosphere became more harmonious. "It's time." Chen Nua suddenly said, "Brother Wang, I actually have a solution. You don't have to compete with others for stalls on Shenyang Street anymore. You can also make more money and let your sister-in-law and Yuan live a better life." "What is the solution?" These words pierced Wang Jian's heart, and he suddenly opened his eyes wide while half drunk. Chen Nua smiled and said, "Brother Wang, do you know the boiler factory?" Wang Jian nodded. The boiler factory was one of the few enterprises in Jiang County, and many people had heard of it. Chen Nua said, "The boiler factory has just moved to the industrial park. The factory cafeteria has not been built yet, and many workers have no place to eat. Brother Wang and his wife cook such delicious dishes. If you go there and set up a stall." Wang Jian's eyes lit up. "Really?" People's cognition is limited by their living scope. Wang Jian's family lives near Shenyang Street, so their horizons are limited there and they have never thought of setting up their stall outside Shenyang Street. Hearing Chen Nua's words at this moment, I suddenly felt like I had been enlightened. Su-ru was more sober than him, but such a big factory, can they allow us to set up a stall in front of it casually? Wang Jian also reacted and was a little discouraged. "Yes, we will definitely be driven away." "No, because..." Chen Nua smiled and said, "The director of the boiler factory is my uncle." Chapter 7. She wanted to earn money standing up, and I agreed. "The director of the boiler factory is your uncle?" Hearing Chen Nua's words, Wang Jian was immediately surprised, but a little bit unbelieving. Chen Nua picked up his mobile phone and showed Wang Jian the information about the boiler factory director that he had searched online. Wang Jian and Su-ru looked down and read out the factory director's name. "Chen Weiman, is his last name also Chen?" Chen Nua smiled and said, "Does brother Wang believe me now?" Wang Jian was a little surprised, But why are you helping me? Chen Nua said, actually, I am trying to help my uncle. Wang Jian and Suru looked at each other, confused. Chen Nua continued. The boiler factory has just moved, and there is no employee cafeteria. The employees are very complaining about this. My uncle is very worried about this. I just heard that you, Brother Wang, are a good cook and have good character, so I wanted to introduce you to the company. Of course, you can't officially move into the cafeteria at the beginning. You can set up a stall at the door first. In addition to cold dishes, you can also make more hot dishes. Your brother Wang is a professional in these, so I won't say more. Anyway, just think of it as moving your stall to the boiler factory and sell it however you want. I can guarantee that no one will chase you away. If the employees respond well, you will have the opportunity to move in when the cafeteria is repaired. This business is a sure win, and you don't have to worry about someone snatching your stall away. How about it? Are you interested? Yes, yes, yes. Wang Jian said immediately, wishing he could move there tomorrow. However, Suru beside him was much calmer. After a moment of silence, she asked Chen Nua. Little brother, what are your conditions? Chen Nua smiled. It is said that it is comfortable to deal with smart people. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and put it on the table. Wang Jian picked up the page and was slightly stunned. Shareholding agreement? This was a cooperation agreement drafted by Chen Nua during his lunch break. The content was very simple. He would invest 30% of the shares in Wang Jian's boiler factory canteen stall. If there is a loss, he does not bear the loss. If he makes a profit, he gets 30% of the profit, which is settled monthly. This was Chen Nua's first step to earn his first pot of gold. The college entrance examination is coming soon, so he certainly doesn't have time to set up a stall to make money, so he can only find someone who is honest and willing to work, and exchange his connections for shares. To put it nicely, this is called technology investment. To put it bluntly, this is called getting something for nothing. But no matter what, if this thing succeeds, the fate of Wang Jian's family of 3 will be changed, and Chen Nua can also make money. It's a win-win situation. After reading the contents of the agreement, Wang Jian sobered up and looked at Chen Nua with complicated eyes. He understood that this was the reason why Chen Nua came to see him. He felt really sad that 30% of his earnings from hard work was inexplicably taken away by someone else. But thinking about how he was detained for fighting with someone for a stall a few days ago, and looking at the birthday cake on the table, Wang Jian slammed the table. Okay, I'll do it. Chen Nua quickly took out a pen and a box of ink from his pocket and said with a smile. Brother Wang, let's sign the agreement. The two of them signed and stamped their fingerprints on the agreement respectively, while Zhang Yuan stood by, stunned and bewildered. Didn't you say you were here to save fallen young women? Why did you suddenly sign an agreement with someone? It was around 7 in the evening, and they were almost done with their meal. Chen Nua pulled Zhang Yuan up and said, Brother Wang, sister-in-law, we are leaving first. You guys get ready first. I will go over to check out the venue tomorrow and let you know when it is ready. Wang Jian stood up and tried to persuade him to stay. Cut the cake before you leave? This beautiful birthday cake has only had its candles blown out and has not yet been cut. Chen Nua smiled and said, Brother Wang, we won't bother you anymore. Just spend some time with your daughter. Wang Jian was silent for a moment, then said seriously, thank you. When the two of them left, Wang Yuan was reluctant to leave and shouted to Zhang Yuan, Fat brother, when will you come to play with me again? Zhang Yuan smiled gently, Yuan, be good. I'll come and play with you after I finish my exams. Okay, fatty, I'll wait for you. After leaving Wang Jian's house, Zhang Yuan looked at Chen Nua gloomily. Chen Nua, you fooled me. You clearly said you were going to find a fallen woman, but you ended up accompanying a child. What on earth do you want to do, Chen Nua? You guess. Kid, are you still guessing? The two walked out in the narrow alley, with a half-moon just appearing above their heads. Zhang Yuan pondered for a long time and finally came to his senses. Chen Nua, you don't want Yuan's father to help you make money, do you? Congratulations, you got the answer right. You are so talented, just follow me from now on. Chen Nua patted Zhang Yuan on the shoulder with a smile. Roll. Zhang Yuan suddenly thought of another question. No, Chen Nua, I know your father works in the boiler factory, but why haven't I heard that the factory director is your uncle? Chen Nua said, Director Chen is my father's colleague. Whenever I meet him at the boiler factory, I always call him Uncle Chun. So how come he is not my uncle? Zhang Yuan was stunned and gave him a thumbs up. Master, I understand. Brother Chen, wait a moment. At this time, Su Ru's voice came from behind the two of them. The beautiful young woman ran up and handed the repackaged birthday cake in her hand to Chen Nua, and also handed over $100 bill in her other hand. Brother Chen, we haven't touched the cake yet, and here's the money for your shopping. In addition to the birthday cake, Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan also bought some food. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? The cake is for Yuan Yuan, and the food is also bought for Yuan Yuan. Zhang Yuan said quickly. Su Ru's face turned red, her eyes were like water, and her voice was gentle but powerful. Brother Chen, thank you for today. We will definitely do our best. Please take care of us in the future. Chen Nua was silent for a moment, took the birthday cake, but not the money. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I came to you for only 3 things: fairness, fairness, and fairness. Su Ru smiled, thank you. After saying that, he turned around and went back. Zhang Yuan looked confused. Chen Nua, what are you two talking about? Chen Nua looked at Su Ru's gentle and straight back and smiled. She wants to earn money while standing, and I agreed. What does it mean to make money while standing? Zhang Yuan was even more confused. Son, you will understand when you grow up. Grass. In fact, Chen Nua knew Su Ru's thoughts very well. Their small family was now at its lowest point, and her husband had lost his spirit. But he was the nephew of the boiler factory director and asked to buy shares. Su Ru was worried that her husband would be controlled by Chen Nua in the future. She didn't ask for much, she just wanted an equal cooperation. That's why Chen Nua said 3 fairness just now. Speaking of which, Wang Jian must have accumulated a lot of virtue to have such a virtuous and smart wife. As a result, in the previous life, his wife died and his children were separated, which is regrettable. He didn't expect that after he was reborn, the first people whose fate was changed were not his relatives and friends, but Wang Jian and Su Ru, a pair of strangers who had no connection with him in his previous life. However, when he thought of Wang Yuan's lovely smile, Chen Nua felt relieved again. Therefore, rebirth can not only change one's own destiny, but also change the destiny of many people. It feels so damn good to be reborn. Chen Nua laughed and walked out of the alley with Zhang Yuan arm in arm. By the way, fatty, tomorrow you find a chance to put this thing back to Laoli's office. Chen Nua took out the box of ink and handed it to Zhang Yuan. Fuck. I was wondering how you got this thing. Turns out you stole it from Laoli's. Chen Nua, you are so brave. The cooperation agreement is to guard against gentlemen rather than villains, and it needs to be signed and sealed to have a sense of ceremony, so Chen Nua quietly slipped into the teacher's office at noon and took a box of ink from Laoli's desk. It's not that I can't afford a box of ink, it's just that free ones are more cost-effective. I won't do it. If Laoli finds out, I'll be finished. A box of yogurt. Ha, Chen Nua, do you really think that I can be ordered around at will? I'll take you to find a real fallen woman. Make a deal. When they reached Zhouchang Street, Chen Nua's home was on the east side and Zhang Yuan's home was on the west side. The two said goodbye and went home. Chen Nua was holding the cake in his hand and felt worried. What to do with this birthday cake? My parents' birthday is still a long way off, and I won't be able to do anything good if I take the gifts back. I might even get scolded by my mom. I'm already this old, and you call me a princess? You're insulting your mother, me? Damn, I didn't expect that a birthday cake worth 150 new Taiwan dollars would become a burden. Chen Nua was thinking when he suddenly heard a sound coming from an alley nearby. Shinmei, you always rank higher than me in every exam, and I get scolded by my parents when I go back. Damn it. You're deliberately going against me, right? Speak up. Aren't you quite capable? Chang, I read her diary. Today is her birthday. Oh, you little bitch, I'm so sorry. We bullied you on your birthday. You really deserved it. Shenmei? This name suddenly brought back a special memory from Chen Nua's previous life. A plain-looking girl with no sense of existence in the 3rd year of high school at Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. She always ranked 50th in the grade in every exam, which was neither very high nor very low. But the strange thing is that no matter which exam she took, she always managed to firmly rank 50th. In fact, not many people noticed this at the time. After all, the girl looked very ordinary, had an introverted personality, and had few friends. As a result, in the college entrance examination, this girl actually ranked first in the city in science. At the school graduation ceremony, she was awarded 20,000 yuan and asked to go on stage to receive the award. That day she took off her glasses, wiped off her disguise, and put on a beautiful dress. Only then did all the teachers and students in the school realize that she was actually much more beautiful than the school belle Linger. It turns out that she is the real academic master and the real campus beauty of Zhejiang County No. 2 Middle School. So many of us have been blind for the past 3 years. The scene at that time was so dramatic that even Chen Nuo, whose eyes were full of Zhou Linger in his previous life, was shocked. And that girl's name is Xin Xinmei. Hearing this name, Chen Nuo couldn't help but stop. He is not interested in any school beauties, the key is. Chen Nuo looked down at the birthday cake in his hand. I was saying, how could something I bought for 150 yuan be really useless? Chapter 8. Sorry, the map of Yen State is a bit long. Yazimi, speak. When has this little bitch ever spoken? She's a fucking mute. My dad said he would give me $1,000 if I ranked in the top 50 in the grade, but you always ranked 50th. Why the hell don't you become a goalkeeper? In the alley, 3 girls wearing Zhejiang County No. 2 middle school uniforms were surrounding another girl. The girl was leaning against the wall with her back, her school uniform neatly on, her head lowered. She was pushed and insulted by 3 people, but she did not resist or say a word. The one in the middle of the 3 girls opposite is called Lin Changcheng. Her family is in business and she is also good looking. She is the kind of girl who was the center of attention both at home and at school. Moreover, Lin Changcheng behaved very well in front of the teacher. Not only was he the class monitor, but his school grades also always ranked in the top 50 in the grade. He was considered a model of a good student. But not many people know what she really looks like. In fact, there is sometimes a misunderstanding that only those who are poor in academic performance have bad moral character, and those who are good in academic performance must be both good in character and good in academic performance. Just like Lin Changcheng, she studies hard at school and is enthusiastic and kind. But if anyone touches her interests, she will immediately tear off this disguise. And Xin Xinmei just happened to be in her way. In order to encourage Lin Changcheng's study, her parents promised to reward her with 1,000 yuan if she ranked in the top 50 in the grade. But Lin Changcheng ranked in the 50s in the past few exams, and it was Xin Xinmei who stood in front of her every time. And Xin Xinmei was always ranked 50th, as if she was deliberately mocking her. Of course, this is not the only reason why Lin Changcheng bullied Xin Xinmei. After all, in addition to Xin Xinmei, there are 51, 52, and so on standing in front of her. He vented his anger on Xin Xinmei because this girl was easier to bully. You look ordinary, even have some flaws, you are introverted, you have no friends, and no one to rely on. Who else can I bully if not you? Lin Changcheng grabbed Xin Xinmei's hand and laughed. Yazimi, raise your head and let me see your eyebrows. Xin Xinmei lowered her head desperately, not daring to raise it. You're quite temperamental, aren't you? You two bring her school bag here, and I'll burn her books. Lin Changcheng ordered the 2 girls next to her to grab Xin Xinmei's school bag. Xin Xinmei lowered her head and held her school bag tightly, but still did not dare to speak. Hey, is this Yaoling? There's a robbery going on here. At this time, voices were heard outside the alley. Lin Changcheng was stunned. What kind of robbery am I doing? We are beating people up. Oh, they're not robbing, they're beating people up. Damn it, run. Lin Changcheng panicked, and the 3 girls ran out of the alley in the other direction. Xin Xinmei folded her arms, huddled in the corner, and looked down at her dirty little white shoes. Then she heard steady, powerful footsteps. Xin Xinmei hugged her arms tighter, the footsteps stopped, and she saw a pair of clean sneakers stopped in front of her dirty little shoes. It's a man. Xin Xinmei squatted down, held her head with both hands, closed her eyes, and didn't dare to look at the pair of sneakers worn by the man again. Classmate, you are from class 5, right? I am from class 4, and my name is Chen Nuo. The boy's gentle voice sounded in her ears, and the hot breath he exhaled brushed her earlobe when he spoke. So she squatted even lower, almost burying her whole body in the dust. Hey, are you pretending to be an ostrich? Chen Nuo felt helpless looking at the girl who was about to bury her head into the ground. I had heard of Xin Xinmei's family in my previous life. It seemed that her parents died in an accident when she was in junior high school, and she had been living in her aunt's house. Later, her aunt's husband was not happy about having a burden in the family. Her aunt often quarreled with her husband because of her, so they divorced. So there were rumors that Shin Shinmei was unlucky with her parents and elders, and no one wanted to contact her in junior high school. Even though she later became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, unlocked her beauty and became the #1 campus beauty, it did not help her fate at all. Chen Nua heard that Shin Shinmei did not choose to go to college in the end. A few years later, at a class reunion, someone talked about her and said that she had returned to her hometown and committed suicide not long after. At that time, everyone felt very sorry and lamented the beauty's tragic fate. Now that I think about it, maybe Shin Shinmei was already half dead when her parents died. Then when she was isolated and bullied in middle school and high school, she was completely dead. Thinking of this, Shin Nua couldn't help but sigh, and reached out to stroke the head that was about to be buried in the soil. "Don't be afraid, I won't bully you." Instantly, Shin Shinmei's body trembled, like a kitten being petted for the first time. My heart was filled with fear and confusion, but I was powerless to struggle. "Okay, you have to pay for kidnapping a little wildcat, let alone comforting a broken girl." Chen Nua put the birthday cake on the ground and said to Shin Shinmei, "Is it your birthday today? I'll give you a birthday cake." Shin Shinmei's body stiffened for a moment. After a moment, she slowly raised her head a few inches, revealing a pair of eyebrows and half of her eyes. Her eyebrows looked very strange, with an eyebrow growing in the middle of her eyebrows, connecting the eyebrows on both sides together. At first glance, it looked like a very sloppy across her forehead. This is also why those girls just called her Yazimi. But Chen Nuan knew that Shin Shinmei had painted it like this on purpose. She actually has very nice eyebrows. And those eyes were now covered by a pair of old-fashioned black-framed glasses. Her beauty was like the nine-tailed fox being sealed in Naruto's body, completely sealed. If Chen Nua hadn't been a reborn person, seeing her like this, he would never associate her with the school beauty. Of course, school beauties and the like are not important. What Chen Nua values is Shin Shinmei's academic excellence. This guy is the top scorer in the college entrance examination. I guess she was too inferior and timid to do well in the exam and attract attention, so she controlled her scores in every exam. But the most terrifying thing is this, because this guy can always accurately keep his ranking at exactly 50th place. It is neither too high nor too low, but stable and transparent. This is enough to show that she has already mastered the high school knowledge. If I were to have such a super student tutor me, I can't even imagine that scene. Shen Nua was imagining the future, but Shin Shinmei in front of him buried her head in her arms again. Shen Nua was speechless and raised his voice a little. "Hey, it's very rude of you to be like this when someone is talking to you." Shin Shinmei continued to act like an ostrich. "Student Shin, look, this cake is very beautiful, with so much cream. Take a bite, and you will enjoy the smoothness. Do you want to try it?" Wow, I opened it, I lit the candles, I blew out the candles, I cut a piece, I took a bite. Wow, it was delicious. You didn't eat." The ostrich suddenly spoke, its voice was very clear and trembling, like a little kitten. Shen Nua squatted down, half crouching on the ground, looking up from below, and sure enough, he saw Shin Shinmei, who was burying her head, peeking at the cake on the ground through the gap between her arms. When she realized that Chen Nua had discovered her peeking, she was immediately frightened and covered her face with both hands. "Do you want to eat it or not? If not, I'll throw it away." Shen Nua became impatient and pretended to lift the cake. The kitten spoke again. "Can I blow out the candles?" Shin Shinmei finally raised her head, revealing a timid and gentle oval face. She has a straight nose and rosy lips. Even though her eyebrows and eyes are sealed, it can be seen that she is a beauty. With such a stunning beauty, Zhou Linger can actually be called the school belle. Are all the people in #2 middle school blind? Oh yes, wasn't he the biggest blind person than me in the past? Grass. Seeing that Chen Nua was staring at her, Shin Shinmei immediately shrank back and buried her head in her arms again. Then a hand was pressed on the top of the head. How do you blow out the candles with your head buried? This palm seemed to have magnetism, and Shin Shinmei's head was sucked up unconsciously. She raised her head, glanced at Chen Nua weakly, and immediately looked away. Well, more timid than a wildcat. Chen Nua stopped provoking her. He opened the birthday cake box, put in the candles and lit it. The warm candlelight illuminated the dark alley, revealing the words on the cake. "I want to be a part of every birthday of yours. Happy birthday, my princess." Shin Shinmei stared at the line of text blankly, then quickly glanced at Chen Nua again, her eyes seeming shocked. Damn, I forgot there were disgusting and corny words on the cake. Chen Nua said very skillfully, "I just picked one at random, but I didn't expect there was a festive message written on it. Ha, just right, I wish our Yuan, ahem, I wish our little princess Shinshinmei a happy birthday. After saying that, he sang happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. The candlelight flickered, shining on the girl's pale face. Her pupils became bright, reflecting the birthday cake on the ground and the boy singing. Bang bang bang. After the song was over, Chen Nua clapped and said to Shinshinmei, make a wish first. Shinshinmei nodded obediently, clasped her hands together awkwardly, and closed her eyes. Okay, make a good wish and blow out the candles. Under Chen Nua's command, Shinshinmei opened her eyes, pursed her soft and bright red lips, and blew out a breath. The candle didn't go out at first. Shinshinmei was startled, and Chen Nua opened his mouth and blew out the candle. Happy birthday, classmate Shinshinmei. Shinshinmei was a little uncomfortable with this lively scene. Although Chen Nua was the only one there, it was still too lively for her. She doesn't deserve such happiness. Seeing that Shinshinmei seemed very touched, Chen Nua felt that it was time. He smiled with a veiled smile. Student Shin, I gave you a birthday cake, and we are friends now. Since we are friends, can you help me with my homework? Sorry, the map of Yen State is a bit long, but this cake is 150 yuan, which should be enough to cover the tuition fees, right? Chapter 9, A Hidden School Beauty or a Small Wealthy Woman? Ah. Shinshinmei was still in the posture of putting her hands together and blowing out the candles with her tender little mouth pouting, when she heard a guy with ulterior motives asking her to tutor him. The gap between the birthday cake and tutoring was so big that she couldn't react for a while. Chen Nua chuckled and repeated, Student Shin, we are already good friends, so can you help me with my homework? Shinshinmei understood now. The kitten, who had just started licking the cat strips, was suddenly frightened. It held its head with both hands and shrank into the dust again. Chen Nua was stunned. No, what do you mean? Can I skip tutoring? A clear and pleasant voice trembled out from the buried head. Chen Nua was puzzled. You don't want to? Shinshinmei nodded, shook her head, and nodded again, as if she was having the hiccups. Chen Nua was so angry at this guy that he laughed. Explain it to me clearly. Shinshinmei's body trembled, and she slowly raised her head, her eyes sealed by a large black frame, looking aggrieved. I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Chen Nua pointed at himself. Are you afraid of me? I didn't bully you. Shinshinmei said weakly, you are a good person, but I am afraid to be with others. Chen Nua understood. It turns out this guy has a socially handicapped personality. Just now she nodded, which meant she refused to help him with his lessons, and she shook her head probably because she refused, not because she hated him. The last nod means that although you are a good person, I don't dare to get along with others, so I can't help you with your studies. Wow, I'm such a genius. I could analyze the mind of a socially anxious little kitten so thoroughly. Chen Nua stared at Shinshinmei. I'll ask you again, if you don't agree, I will. Before he could finish his words, Shinshinmei suddenly jumped up and ran out of the alley like a kitten. Chen Nua stared blankly at the swift figure and shouted loudly. Hey, you blew my cake and just walked away like that? This cake is expensive. Chen Nua was really depressed. So this 150 yuan cake is wasted? A moment later, a tall and slender figure came running back, with a prematurely developed part of her body jumping up and down as she ran. She ran over, picked up the birthday cake, and threw a few things in front of Chen Nua. Sorry. Then he jumped up and down and fled in panic, and soon ran away again. Chen Nua stared blankly at the back with amazing curves. What are you doing? He looked down and saw that what Shinshinmei threw on the ground was actually 500 yuan. So he just said the cake was expensive, and Shinshinmei gave him 500 yuan? Fuck, she's a little rich woman? That Lin Changcheng dared to come to the alley to block people just for the 1,000 yuan reward from his parents, and Shinshinmei could just throw out 500 yuan at will. It was obvious that this guy's family was very rich. Did her deceased parents leave her a large inheritance, or was her aunt a wealthy old woman? Low self-esteem, social phobia, stupidity, good grades, and money. Isn't this the best? Why didn't I chase after such a real school beauty in my previous life and go and lick Zhoulinger? Chen Nua shook his head. He had been a bootlicker for a long time in his previous life, and in this life he just wanted to make money. What hidden school beauty or little rich lady? It will only affect my speed of making money. Chen Nua looked down at the 500 yuan in his hand and couldn't help laughing. $150 for $500. I didn't expect that the most profitable business after my rebirth would be done this way. By the way, what about the free tutoring? Damn it! New city area. In a nice neighborhood. Joe Linger sat listlessly on the sofa, while a middle-aged couple next to her looked at her worriedly. Zhou Xiancheng, director of the general department of the boiler factory, is also the immediate superior of Chen Nua's father, Chen Guodong. Wei Yan works as an accountant in a real estate company and her income is considered upper middle class in Jiang County. The Zhou family originally lived in Jiuchang Street. Later, Zhou Xianqing was promoted to minister, so he bought a house in the new city area and moved out of Jiuchang Street. As the family conditions became better and better, Zhou Xianqing doted on his only daughter, Zhou Linger, like a little princess. Normally, Zhou Linger would chatter to them about interesting things at school when she came back, but today the good girl looked depressed and didn't eat much. The couple was a little worried. Seeing Zhou Linger hugging her knees with a lonely look on her face, Zhou Xianqing finally couldn't help asking. Linger, are you in a bad mood? Who offended you? Zhou Linger's pretty face showed resentment, and she said directly, Chen Nua. Chen Nua? Zhou Xianqing and Gui Yan looked at each other. Back when they were in Jiuchang Street, the Zhou family and the Chen family were neighbors, and Zhou Linger and Chen Nua grew up together. They also knew what Chen Nua felt for Zhou Linger. However, as Zhou Xianqing was promoted to minister in the past 2 years and the Zhou family moved out of Jiuchang Street, the gap between the two families became increasingly larger. Zhou Xianqing had become increasingly disdainful of the Chen family, and he was also not very satisfied with Chen Nua. Hearing that Chen Nua dared to make his daughter angry, his face darkened. Linger, tell daddy, what's going on? Zhou Linger raised her face and said aggrievedly, Dad, Chen Nua bullied me today. He went to the school and complained that I violated school rules by wearing sandals and it affected my studies. Also, he threw away the breakfast I bought, leaving me hungry for the whole morning. What? Chen Nua actually dared to bully you like this? Zhou Xiancheng was furious and picked up his phone. I'll call Chen Guodong right now and ask him how he educates his son. His wife Gui Yan quickly stopped him. We watched Chen Nua grow up, and Lao Chen is your colleague, so don't make things awkward. After persuading her husband, Wei Yan took Zhou Linger's hand and asked softly. Linger, hasn't Chen Nua always been very good to you? Did you have a fight? Mom, wasn't it my birthday party yesterday? Chen Nua said he wanted to date me, but I rejected him, so he's taking revenge on me today. I just wanted to study hard. What did I do wrong? How could he do this? The more Zhou Linger spoke, the more aggrieved she felt, and her eyes turned red. Gui Yan hurriedly comforted her daughter and pulled Zhou Linger into her bedroom. Zhou Xiancheng was furious and picked up his phone to call Chen Guodong. Lao Chang, why is your son bullying my daughter? It was almost 9 o'clock when Chen Nua returned home, but he had already called his mother in advance and told her that he was having evening self-study at school. When I entered the room, I found that Ms. Li Qinghe was not sitting on the sofa watching the soap opera as usual. Mr. Chen Guodong was not there to serve the queen with a tissue box. Both of them looked at him strangely. Chen Nua's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the fact that I forced the little kitten to give me extra lessons had been exposed? Chen Nua. Chen Guodong looked unhappy and asked Chen Nua. What on earth did you do to Zhou Linger? Chapter 10, This is what it means to hope your father will become a great man. Zhou Linger? Chen Nua was confused. I didn't do anything to her. Chen Guodong and Li Qinghe looked at each other. Li Qinghe walked silently to the wall next to the shoe cabinet, took down the pipa, and said to Chen Nua with a smile. Son, I haven't played the pipa for you for a long time. I'll play a good piece for you today. Chen Nua quickly stopped her. No, Mom, what happened? Just kidding, my mother's pipa is a signature item in this family. It is only played during major festivals or when something big happens. If Ms. Li were to play it in this atmosphere, wouldn't she have to sing 10 sides of ambush for him? Chen Guodong's expression was a little serious. Yesterday was Zhou Linger's birthday. Did you confess your feelings to her and get rejected? Chen Nua was a little confused. Dad, I am now focused on making money. No, I am focused on studying. How can I have the mind to talk about love? Who spread the rumor? Li Qing has said to Chen Nua, just now, your uncle Zhou called your dad and said that you were rejected by Zhou Linger yesterday, and then you took revenge on her and made her cry today. Chen Guodong said seriously, Chen Nua, we in the Chen family are brave enough to take responsibility for our actions and correct our mistakes. Tell me, what did you do to Zhou Linger? Chen Nua finally understood and couldn't help laughing. He quickly recounted what happened last night and today. Chen Guodong and Li Qinghe looked at each other and looked at Chen Nuo in disbelief. So what you mean is that you don't like Zhou Linger anymore? Their son has liked Zhou's daughter since he was young, and the couple has always known it. They were also worried that their son's studies would be affected by emotional problems, and they were also afraid of hurting Chen Nuo's self-esteem, so they didn't know how to persuade him. I didn't expect Chen Nuo to suddenly figure it out and let it go so completely. Chen Nuo nodded. Yes, I think studying and making money are more important now. Dating is too childish and boring. Li Qinghe suddenly raised her hand and touched Chen Nuo's forehead. Chen Nuo said helplessly, Mom, I don't have a fever. I just said the truth. Li Qinghe looked at her son carefully. He had handsome features and his gaze was more determined than when she went to the mall to buy discounted sweaters. She was immediately relieved. Okay, now Mom won't worry anymore. Zhou Xiancheng is Chen Guodong's immediate superior. The Zhou family always has a vague sense of superiority when facing them. But his son is obsessed with Zhou Linger, which makes him even inferior to her. Now it's alright, we don't have to beg your Zhou family for anything anymore. Chen Guodong pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized, so it's not that you did something to Zhou Linger, but that you did nothing, so she's unhappy? Chen Nuo picked up a cup of green tea from the table and brought it to Chen Guodong. Dad, you know how to taste tea. After finding out that his son had done nothing wrong, Chen Guodong felt better and took the green tea with a smile. Haven't you watched so many TV series with your mom? That's how it's played out on TV. Well, the honest and simple Mr. Chen improved his tea tasting skills while watching TV with his wife, that's good. Li Qinghe angrily said to Chen Guodong, I have watched Zhou Linger grow up since she was a child. How did she become like this now? Old Chen, you should talk to Zhou Xiancheng clearly tomorrow and ask his daughter to stop pestering my son. Chen Guodong nodded immediately, okay. Chen Nuo shook his head and laughed, feeling both warm and helpless in his heart. My parents, one is a technician and the other is an artist, and the other is not worldly wise. In particular, Chen Guodong, a top student majoring in thermal engineering, has the highest academic qualifications and the most suitable major in the boiler factory. Because he was not good at scheming, he worked for more than 20 years and finally became an ordinary employee in the General Affairs Department. Zhou Xiancheng, an adult with a college degree, became the director of the General Affairs Department. He always surpassed Chen Guodong, and the gap between the Chen family and the Zhou family became increasingly larger. But Chen Nuo never blamed his parents. Instead, it was because of my being a bootlicker in the previous life that I implicated them. This time, Chen Nuo wants to change all that. Dad, have you ever thought about changing your career? Chen Guodong was stunned. Son, what are you talking about? I'm doing well in the boiler factory, why should I change? Chen Nuo said, what if I let you work in the catering industry? Ah? Chen Guodong almost followed his wife's example and touched his son's forehead. Chen Nuo said again, Dad, your factory doesn't have a cafeteria now, so it's inconvenient for employees to eat. Is your factory director also worried about this? What's there to worry about if there's no cafeteria? Your mother prepares lunchboxes for me every day. My wife, you are so virtuous. People like Lao Zhang envy me. Chen Guodong held Li Qinghe's hand while speaking. Ms. Li said shyly, my son is still here. Then the couple held hands as if no one was around, looking like they were in love. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes, I'm going to study. After saying that, he went into the bedroom. I originally wanted my father to take me to meet Chen Weiman, the director of the boiler factory, to pave the way for my future money-making plans. Now it seems that my father still needs to be disciplined. Forget it, this is what it's like to hope your father becomes Jackie Chan, so take it slow. Chen Nuo suddenly remembered something, walked to the bedroom door, gently opened it a crack, and sure enough, he heard his parents' conversation outside. Honey, are the security guards in your factory still not listening to you? Yes, many of them are relatives of the factory leaders. How can I persuade them? Then tell Zhou Xiancheng, he is the director of the General Affairs Department, and he has to handle this matter. Well, I'll tell him tomorrow about the fact that my son doesn't like his daughter. Chen Nuo closed the door gently and smiled helplessly. He remembered correctly that the year he took the college entrance examination, Chen Guodong hit the lowest point in his career and was squeezed into the most marginal position in the General Affairs Department, security administrator. To put it simply, the security guards are assigned shifts and are asked to help with some odd jobs in the factory. However, these security guards were all experienced and knew that Chen Guodong had no power or influence, so they simply did not listen to him. Later, Chen Guodong had an argument with one of the security guards, who turned out to be the cousin of the deputy factory director's third aunt's daughter-in-law. In order to please the deputy factory director, Zhou Xiancheng often made things difficult for Chen Guodong. Chen Nuo thought about it and decided that he would go to the boiler factory to check out the site tomorrow, so he might as well help his father solve the problem at the same time. Then start learning. After looking for a long time, I still can't do it. Damn, I didn't expect studying is harder than making money. Chen Nuo couldn't help but think of the little kitten with its head tucked into its arm. When I touched her head, she looked at me strangely, like a kitten looking at its old cat. Could it be that this guy thinks he is like her father, just like Zhang Yuan? And the more I think about it, the more outrageous it gets. It's better to study hard. Late at night. A villa area in the suburbs of Jiang County. In an ordinary townhouse. A beautiful girl with willow-like eyebrows, white teeth, and bright eyes was sitting at the desk, looking at the birthday cake in front of her, with a rare smile on her timid and tender face. Slender fingers held the pen and wrote today's diary in the diary. I met a very good person today. He helped me celebrate my birthday and gave me a cake. He also touched my head. His palm was very warm, just like my father. Chapter 11. My decoder, you can't run away. 2 days. Chen Nuo arrived at school early. The first thing he did was to take out his books and study materials and then lie on the table to study seriously. He tried to use the strong learning atmosphere in school to make up for his own short IQ. But he soon discovered that this trick was completely useless. The situation is still the same as the previous 2 days. Many knowledge points have been coded. If we find a good decoder, maybe we can transform cavalry into infantry and suddenly everything becomes clear. But where can I find such an amazing coder? Little Kitten is actually the most suitable candidate. This guy is a super academic master, and judging by his introverted appearance, he definitely won't be as troublesome as Zhou Linger. Besides, this guy seems to be quite rich, so he probably won't ask me to pay for the tutoring fees. Such a perfect decoding master, cram school teacher, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. I still have to go talk to the kitten again. Chen Nuo, what are you doing? Chen Nuo was thinking when he was suddenly patted on the back. He turned around and saw the little fat boy looking at him with a bun and a cup of soy milk in his hand. Today, the bun shop offers buy one get one free. Do you want it? Chen Nuo pushed it away. I'm not in the mood. The little fat man pulled him and said, it's not for you. I asked you to give it to Zhou Linger. Chen Nuo followed his gaze and saw Zhou Linger not far away staring at him with an unhappy look on her face. Chen Nuo was puzzled. What's the meaning? Zhang Yuan whispered, didn't you notice that Zhou Linger didn't bring breakfast today? She's giving you a chance to send breakfast over. Chen Nuo's eyes lit up and he immediately took the breakfast and stood up. Zhang Yuan nodded with relief. This is the Chen Nuo I know. He must have been possessed by evil spirits the past 2 days. Ha, Linger, I said Chen Nuo was playing hard to get. Look, he finally can't hold it back anymore. Zhang Rongrong, who was beside Zhou Linger, saw Chen Nuo coming over and whispered to Zhou Linger proudly. Today Zhou Linger came to school with Zhang Rongrong. On the way, Zhang Rongrong analyzed the situation for a long time and said that Chen Nuo must have deliberately ignored Zhou Linger in the past 2 days, trying to play hard to get. So Zhou Linger still didn't bring breakfast, just to see if Chen Nuo could let her go hungry for another morning. Seeing Chen Nuo walking towards her, Zhou Linger's pride rose again. Her face regained that distant look and she calmly lowered her head to read a book. She waited for Chen Nuo to walk up to her nervously and beg for her forgiveness, and then she would just accept the breakfast and ignore Chen Nuo, letting him also taste the feeling of being ignored. Chen Nuo's familiar timid look appeared in Zhou Linger's mind, and a sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. You deserve it. Who told you to make me angry? Linger, Linger. She heard a voice calling her and when she looked up, it was Zhang Rongrong. What's wrong? Zhou Linger was puzzled, and Zhang Rongrong pointed to the classroom door. Chen Nuo is out. Zhou Linger was startled, and then she realized that Chen Nuo had already walked out of the classroom. When she stuck her head out, she only had time to see Chen Nuo's back as he walked into the next class, Class 5. Didn't Chen Nuo bring you breakfast? Why did he go to Class 5? Zhang Rongrong next to her looked confused, while Zhou Linger bit her lip and finally reacted. Chen Nuo should be going to Class 5 next door, but because she was sitting at the door of the classroom, Chen Nuo would naturally pass by her seat when he walked out of the classroom. So I was just being self-indulgent just now? But, hasn't Chen Nua been the one who has been too self-indulgent all along? Why is he treating me like this now? Zhou Linger bit her lip and could only be thankful that no classmates had noticed this scene, otherwise she might as well find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Zhou Linger, don't be sad. Chen Nua must have something wrong. He will definitely bring you breakfast tomorrow. Remember not to eat breakfast tomorrow. Zhang Yuan spoke loudly to Zhou Linger enthusiastically, and then the whole class looked at Zhou Linger in surprise, who had a lost look on her face. Class 3-5 of senior high school. Just like Chen Nua's class next door, everyone was seizing the time to study and the classroom was very quiet. Chen Nua walked into the classroom of class 5 and looked around. He found that Lin Shengchang and the two girls from last night were there, but he did not see Shen Xinmei. He whispered to a girl sitting at the door of the classroom, "Excuse me, is Shen Xinmei here?" The girl looked up and exclaimed, "You are the most handsome follower of the school beauty Zhou?" Question mark. Chen Nua looked at her in surprise. "Classmate, why are you cursing?" The girl's cheeks turned red and she quickly said, I'm sorry, everyone in school says so." Chen Nua was speechless and corrected him seriously. "Classmate, only the 5th and 6th words of your address are correct, the rest are bullshit." After saying that, he looked around again and found that Shen Xinmei was indeed not in the classroom. He turned around and left with his breakfast. The girl stared blankly at his tall back and murmured, "The most handsome." "Yeah, really handsome. By the way, why did he look for Yuzimiai?" As soon as Chen Nua walked out of class 5, he saw a girl with messy hair, streaked eyebrows, and wearing large black framed glasses walking up the stairs. The girl lowered her head, carried her school bag, and moved forward in small steps like a timid kitten. Chen Nua walked straight forward and said, "Hey, little kitten." The kitten was startled. When it looked up and saw that it was Chen Nua, it became even more panicked. It subconsciously turned around and wanted to run. Chen Nua reminded it from behind. "Class will start soon." The little kitten who was trying to run away suddenly stopped and looked back at him aggrievely. Chen Nua walked over and handed her the breakfast in his hand. "This is for you." Shen Xinmei stared at Chen Nua blankly. I've already eaten." Chen Nua impatiently stuffed breakfast into her arms. "Eat some more after you've eaten. Anyway, if you don't agree to give me extra lessons, I'll bring you breakfast every day." "Yes, in front of your whole class." "No." Fear appeared on Shen Xinmei's face. "So, are you willing to help me with my studies?" Chen Nua chuckled. He guessed right. People like Shen Xinmei who are socially anxious are most afraid of attracting attention. If I really brought her breakfast every day in front of the whole class, the little kitten would definitely be scared to death. This kind of threat is the most terrifying to her. Hee, my decoder, you can't run away." "I'm sorry, I don't dare to give you extra lessons." "Can you please not bring me breakfast?" Shen Xinmei pleaded weakly. Chen Nua laughed strangely and pointed at the breakfast that was stuffed into her arms. "You have already accepted the breakfast I gave you. This is a very valuable gift." Shen Xinmei exclaimed, and quickly took out $100 bill from her bag and handed it to Chen Nua. "I'll give you money, okay?" Chapter 12 Xiao Chun, follow me and work as a security guard. "You?" Chen Nua looked at the 100 yuan held by the slender fingers with a shocked expression and murmured. "He's really rich. I spent 500 yuan on cake last night and 100 yuan on breakfast today. Wow, I can make a lot of money if I deliver breakfast to you every day." Seeing that he seemed dissatisfied, Shen Xinmei panicked and took out another 500 yuan from her school bag. "Is that enough?" At this time, Lao Li's voice sounded, "Chen Nua, what are you doing in class 5? Chen Nua turned around with a simple smile on his face. "I'm going to feel the strong learning atmosphere of the class next door to motivate myself." "Still joking, huh? You have an exam today, go home quickly." Old Li glared at him, and Chen Nua had no choice but to follow him to class 4. Before entering the classroom, he turned around and waved to Shen Xinmei. Shen Xinmei said weakly, "You haven't received your money yet." But her voice was too soft and Chen Nua had already entered class 4's classroom. The little kitten held $600 bills in her hand, then looked at the buns and soy milk in her other hand. She put the money back into her bag and walked into class 5 with her breakfast. Everyone in the classroom was concentrating on reading, and no one paid any attention to her. Shen Xinmei lowered her head and walked silently to the last row of the classroom and sat down. Lin Shengcheng suddenly walked up to her and looked at her coldly. "Yazimi, I thought you didn't dare to come." Shen Xinmei lowered her head and dared not speak. Lin Chengcheng saw the breakfast on the table and reached out to take it. It just so happened that I got up late today and didn't have time to buy breakfast. But I saw two white and slender hands quickly took the plastic bag of breakfast into their arms, like a kitten protecting its food. Lin Chengcheng was startled and immediately became angry. She tried to pull the bag that Shin Xinmei was holding in her arms. I told you to give it to me. Shin Xinmei lowered her head, huddled her body, and tightly guarded the bag of breakfast. Lin Chengcheng couldn't pull it at all. Damn, he's quite strong. Lin Chengcheng raised her hand to hit her, but then the teacher walked into the classroom. Lin Chengcheng immediately turned back into a good girl and sat back in her seat. Shin Xinmei breathed a sigh of relief, let go of her hand, and carefully put the breakfast on her desk. A timid and gentle smile appeared on the little face whose beauty was hidden by eyebrows and glasses, like a kitten being fed for the first time. After lunch, Chen Nuo called Zhang Yuan, hurried out of the school, bought a bag of fruit and 2 packs of cigarettes, then took bus number 206 for more than 10 stops and arrived at the industrial park. This industrial park was built not long ago and there are still large areas of wasteland inside, with only the boiler factory standing alone. Chen Nuo, what are we doing here in this godforsaken place? Zhang Yuandong looked around and suddenly asked mysteriously. Could it be that there is a fallen young woman here? Chen Nuo glanced at him and said, didn't we tell Wang Jian and his wife yesterday to come to the boiler factory to set up a stall? Shouldn't we come and check out the location first? Zhang Yuan was immediately disappointed and followed Chen Nuo angrily. The bus stop was about 500 meters away from the boiler factory. Chen Nuo walked and observed, nodding continuously with satisfaction. Not to mention eating in this place, you can't even buy a bottle of water within a 5-kilometer radius. The two soon arrived at the gate of the boiler factory. It was lunchtime and many employees had walked out of the factory. Many of them were going out to take the bus home to eat and then rush back to work. There is nothing we can do about it. Who can blame us for not having a canteen in the factory? Chen Nuo squatted at the factory gate and heard many people complaining, saying that the factory leaders only cared about improving efficiency and did not solve the problem of workers' food. He observed for a while and found a flat open space to the left of the boiler factory entrance, which could accommodate 2 or 3 stalls. After deciding on the location, Chen Nuo took Zhang Yuan into the boiler factory. Hey, who are you looking for? 2 men in blue security uniforms came out of the security room at the door and stopped Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan. Chen Nuo stepped forward with a smile, Big brother, my dad is working inside. A burly security guard looked him up and down and asked, who is your father? Chen Nuo said, my father's name is Chen Guodong, he works in the General Affairs Department. When the 2 security guards heard Chen Guodong's name, they waved their hands with disdain. Okay, go in. But Chen Nuo didn't move. The 2 security guards looked at him in confusion, aren't you looking for your dad? Chen Nuo raised the 2 packs of cigarettes and a bag of fruit in his hand and said, brother, my dad asked me to buy some things for you guys. The 2 security guards were stunned, your father asked you to deliver something to us? Chen Nuo smiled and said, yes, my dad said that all the big brothers support his work very much, and he wanted to express his gratitude. It's not convenient to buy things around here, so he asked me to buy them outside and send them over. When they saw the 2 little girls in his hand, their eyes lit up and they immediately smiled. Ah, Xiao Chen, you are too polite. Come on, go in and sit for a while. 2 security guards led Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan into the security room, where there were several other people sitting inside, all wearing security uniforms. Chen Nuo repeated his purpose of coming, put 2 packs of cigarettes and a bag of fruit on the table, and called them big brother and uncle one by one, so the security guards quickly became familiar with him. Xiao Chen, your dad is the same. If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Why are you being so polite? The security team leader is named Li Hao, and he is the cousin of the deputy factory director's third aunt's daughter-in-law. At a young age, he avoided decades of detours and reached the peak of his life directly, and his face is radiant with joy. Chen Nuo lit a cigarette for him and said, brotherly, my dad is afraid that someone will gossip about him, so he can't come and deliver it in person. Let me know when you finish your cigarette. Li Hao laughed, I'm so sorry, I would like to thank Section Chief Chen first. There was laughter and harmony in the security room. Chen Nuo asked Li Hao casually. Brotherly, I don't think there's even a place to eat nearby. How are you going to have lunch? Speaking of this, the security guards were also very depressed. There's nothing I can do. I'll just eat instant noodles. Stop talking, I've been eating instant noodles for a week. It would be nice if there was a place to eat nearby. Chen Nua said to Li Hao, "Brotherly, if there is a small food stall in front of our factory, wouldn't it solve the problem of food for everyone?" Someone nearby said, "But you can't set up stalls in front of the factory." Chen Nua said, "But what if this stall owner treats us guys to free meals every day at noon?" Li Hao looked at him and seemed to understand something. He laughed. "Does the factory have a rule that says we can't set up stalls in front of the factory gate?" The others were stunned and immediately said, "It seems that there is really no such rule." Understood. Chen Nua stood up and said to Li Hao, "Brotherly, I will come the day after tomorrow. Please bear with me for one more day. We will have a good meal every day at noon from now on." "Ha, we are looking forward to it." Li Hao sent him and Zhang Yuan to the door and said admiringly, "Xiao Chun, you are so smart, it would be a pity to continue studying. Consider working as a security guard with me." Chapter 13. Who is this god? Boiler Factory. General Affairs Department. At this time, Chen Guodong had no idea that his son had almost avoided 20 years of detour. He was sitting in front of the computer making a spreadsheet. Chen Guodong was an outstanding student majoring in thermal engineering at Jiangnan University. In his era, college students with this major were very popular in boiler factories. If Chen Guodong understood the ways of the world and was more resourceful, he would have been the deputy factory director with his academic qualifications. But unfortunately, Chen Guodong is the kind of stubborn person who is only interested in technology and will not accept this at all. After 20 years, those who entered the factory with him have at most become deputy directors, while he has gone from being a technical backbone to a marginal staff member in the general department. Now his job is to fill out forms, arrange shifts for security guards, or ask the security office to help move some things. To put it nicely, he is the section chief in charge of security. To put it bluntly, he is just a handyman. Just as he got to work in the afternoon, Minister Zhou Xianqing assigned him to make a form and told him to hand it over to the leader before 3 o'clock. This kind of statistical form of materials entering and leaving the factory was not actually Chen Guodong's job, but he did not complain at all. He quickly completed the form, printed it out, walked to the door of the minister's office, and pushed it open. Zhou Xianqing inside was on the phone. When he saw Chen Guodong come in without knocking, he immediately hung up the phone with an unhappy look on his face. However, Chen Guodong did not pay attention to it. He felt that he and Zhou Xianqing had been neighbors for decades and knew each other very well, so there was no need to be so particular. He put the printed form on the table. "Lao Zhou, this is the material list you asked for." Zhou Xianqing took a look and nodded. "Well, you go out first." Chen Guodong stood there without moving. Zhou Xianqing looked up at him and asked, "Anything else?" Chen Guodong said, "Lao Zhou, I asked Chen Nua about the phone call you made yesterday. He didn't confess his feelings to Xiao Linger, nor did he bully her. Why don't you go back and ask Xiao Linger again?" Zhou Xianqing frowned. "You mean, my daughter lied?" Chen Guodong said, "That's not what I meant. I think there must be some misunderstanding." "Misunderstand?" "Yes," Chen Nua said that he had never thought of pursuing Xiao Linger. "Maybe Xiao Linger misunderstood." "Ha ha." Zhou Xianqing frowned even more tightly. "So, my daughter is being overly sentimental?" Chen Guodong said, "You can't say that. Anyway, it's fine as long as the misunderstanding is clarified, right?" Zhou Xianqing sneered, "Well, your family is great." Chen Guodong didn't hear the sarcasm in his words and continued, "Old Zhou, there's one more thing. Li Hao and the others don't listen to me. They won't work even if I ask them to. Why don't you go talk to them?" Zhou Xianqing laughed and said, "Old Chen, you are in charge of security, so what if I go and tell you?" "But..." "Oh, Lao Chen, the labor protection supplies have arrived at the warehouse. Find a few security guards to go to the warehouse and bring them over to distribute to everyone." "That's not right, Lao Zhou. Isn't it my job to distribute labor insurance? Besides, those security guards won't listen to me. The more capable you are, the more work you should do. From now on, I will leave the labor insurance to you." "Okay, Lao Zhou, I have something else to do. You can leave first." Zhou Xianqing ignored Chen Guodong's objection and sent him out of the office, his face suddenly becoming gloomy. "Your son has been pestering Linger since he was a child, but now it seems that my daughter is being sentimental? Okay, Chen Guodong, I want to see how you can move so many labor protection items out of the warehouse by yourself." Old state-owned enterprises like boiler factories have a tradition of providing labor protection supplies to employees. There aren't many things, just gloves, masks, soap, etc. One of the tasks of the General Affairs Department is to manage and distribute these things. There are thousands of people in the boiler factory, and the total amount of labor insurance for so many people is staggering. Therefore, the General Affairs Department has to ask the security office for help when paying labor insurance every month. Sister Zhang, who used to do this job, was the wife of the financial director, so everyone had to give her some face. Sister Zhang retired last month. Zhou Xianqing had been planning to give this job to another royal relative, but he just changed his mind. Who let Chen Guodong allow his son to bully my daughter? I will make you suffer. Zhou Xianqing had already made up his mind. After Chen Guodong was humiliated by the security guard and made a fool of himself, he would go over and resolve the situation. He would then let Chen Guodong understand that although we were old neighbors from the old factory street, we were no longer on the same level. Your son had better have some self-awareness and stop harassing my daughter, otherwise I will continue to make things difficult for you. Chen Guodong didn't know what Zhou Xianqing was thinking. At this time, he had already walked to the security room, feeling a little nervous. These security guards are all old hands and won't listen to him at all, but there are so many security guards, how can he move it all by himself? Right now I can only ask for help from others and say nice words. Chen Guodong felt a little aggrieved. After hesitating for a long time, he finally pushed open the door and saw Li Hao and several security guards. He coughed lightly and said stiffly, Captain Li, the factory is going to issue labor insurance, please help. No problem, guys. Section Chief Chen has given the order. Let's go. Okay. Li Hao immediately put out the cigarette in his hand and waved his hand. All the security guards stood up, as if they were following Chief Chen's orders. Chen Guodong had approached Li Hao for some small matters before, but was always rejected by the other party in a vague manner. He was ready to be rejected again. But he didn't expect that before he could finish his words, Li Hao had already called the security guards to get up and get ready to work. The change in attitude was so great that Chen Guodong was a little confused for a moment. Chief Chen, let's go. Okay. Chen Guodong took the security guards to the warehouse, collected the labor insurance for all the employees in the factory, and then moved them to the production workshop and office for distribution. During the whole process, Chen Guodong didn't even move his hands. It was Li Hao who led the security guards to do the work, and they quickly distributed the labor insurance. Chen Guodong was still a little confused, not knowing what was going on. Finally, Li Hao gave him a cigarette and said with a smile, Chief Chen, next time if you have something to ask, just give me a call instead of going there in person. General Affairs Department. Zhou Xianqing had just returned from a meeting. Seeing that no one was sitting in Chen Guodong's seat, he couldn't help but laugh. Could it be that Chen Guodong was really moving labor protection equipment in the warehouse by himself? It's a shame to save face. We have been neighbors for many years, so just teach him a lesson and there is no need to be so harsh. Zhou Xianqing said to a girl who was also a relative of the leader, Xiao Lu, come with me to the security room. Okay, Minister Zhou, what are we going to do in the security room? A very energetic girl stood up and asked curiously. Zhou Xianqing looked at the other people in the office and smiled. I asked Chen Guodong to go and distribute the labor insurance. He has been gone for so long, I am afraid he and Li Hao have quarreled again, so I have to go again. Xiao Lu blinked and pointed to a bag on his desk. Minister Zhou, the labor insurance has been distributed. Zhou Xianqing then noticed that there was a bag on each person's desk, which contained the distributed labor protection supplies. He was a little bit unbelievable. Who sent this? Xiao Lu answered honestly, Teacher Chen instructed the security guards to hand it out. Zhou Xianqing was stunned. Xiao Lu asked, Minister Zhou, are we still going to the security room? No, thanks. Zhou Xianqing came back to his senses and walked into the minister's office with a confused look on his face. Li Hao is a relative of the deputy factory director. Last time, he just moved 2 boxes and ignored Chen Guodong. Why would he help him this time? What is going on? Could it be that Chen Guodong secretly hooked up with some deity? Chapter 14 Golden Connections. Chen Nuo, you are amazing. When we left, those security guards almost called you brother. Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan returned to school. Along the way, Zhang Yuan was amazed at how Chen Nuo was on friendly terms with the security guard at the boiler factory. For a high school student, the slickness and maturity that Chen Nuo just displayed was really beyond the norm. Seeing Zhang Yuan's admiring expression, Chen Nuo waved his hands quickly. Stop, I don't want to be your dad. Zhang Yuan was surprised. Chen Nuo, how did you know I was going to say you look like my dad? Chen Nua ignored him and suddenly asked, "What day is today?" "April 3rd, what's wrong?" Chen Nua fell silent. He recalled a major event that happened in Jiang County during the year of the college entrance examination in his previous life. At around 9 p.m. on April 3rd, a robbery and murder occurred on Tongxing Street, not far from the suburban villa area in Jiang County. The deceased was a woman in her 30s. This case has attracted a lot of attention. First, the process of the crime was the reason. The robber was a butcher who owed gambling debts and had no intention of killing anyone. As a result, the woman was too hot-tempered and tried to grab the other person. During the struggle, the woman fell and her chest hit the tip of the knife. After the details of the case were released, everyone felt sorry for the woman, and after learning her identity, people were even more regretful. It turned out that the deceased was the president of Jiangqing Normal College and would be transferred to Rongqing University as president in a few months. It is rare to find such a young president of a key university, but it is a pity that he died young. This case caused a sensation in Jiang County at the time, so Chen Nua remembered it very clearly. And now, there are only two words in his mind: connections. When I was young, I thought that all ways to make money were written in the criminal law. Only after gaining experience did I understand that the fastest and easiest way to make money is connections. As long as you have connections, many things will be twice as easy with half the effort. Even if there was no way out originally, a path can be created for you. The president of Rongqing University, who was originally going to die tonight, is a golden connection. If I can rush in time tonight and save this woman, I can not only avoid a tragedy, but also have the opportunity to grasp this golden connection. Chen Nua, what are you thinking about? Zhang Yuan asked from the side. Chen Nua shook his head. Class is about to start, let's go. The two entered the classroom and passed by the door. They saw the class monitor Li Hong put a piece of chocolate on Zhou Linger's desk. I don't like. Zhou Linger was about to say that she didn't like chocolate, but when she saw Chen Nua coming in, she immediately changed her words, took the chocolate from Li Hong, and smiled sweetly at him. Thank you, monitor. Li Hong was so frightened that he kept saying, if you like, I'll bring a few more tomorrow. But Zhou Linger ignored him and followed Chen Nua with her eyes, only to see Chen Nua walking straight past, seemingly not noticing at all that he had just accepted the gift from Li Hong. Let me tell you, Linger, this chocolate was bought by my dad in Malaysia. It tastes much better than the ones in China. Li Hong was still talking non-stop. Zhou Linger suddenly returned the chocolate to him and said in a dull tone, I don't like chocolate. After that, he lay down on the table and stopped talking. At this time, Lao Li came in. Li Hong had to return to his seat with a puzzled look on his face. It was fine just now, what happened? As soon as Mr. Li came in, he had a stern face and began to announce the results of the last exam. The ranking of the entire grade was directly posted on the blackboard, saying that it was to encourage everyone to do more papers. There was a lot of discussion in the classroom. Zhang Yuan excitedly poked Chen Nua. Look, Chen Nua, I'm number 1 in our class again. Chen Nua nodded. Congratulations, you have been ranked last for 2 consecutive years, you are really stable. He looked at his ranking, 25th in the class and 108th in the grade. Okay, 3 books for sure, right? Don't look down on him. This was the test he took before his rebirth. If he were to take the test again now, I would definitely be able to snatch the first place from Zhang Yuan. Damn, I need a coder urgently. Chen Nua subconsciously looked at the 50th place in the grade and was immediately happy. Shan Xinmei. This guy is really awesome. He always ranks exactly 50th in the exam. So she can not only control her own score, but also calculate the scores of the people in front and behind her? What a genius this is. If I can use it, wouldn't the admission letter from Rongqing University be within my reach? If I can save the female president who is about to take up the post of Rongqing University tonight, I will have a great network of contacts in Rongda. In addition, I was admitted to Rongda University after repeating my senior year in my previous life, so I am very familiar with the situation at Rongda University. By making good use of the principal's connections, your plan to make money can proceed smoothly. So after comprehensive consideration, it is most appropriate to go to Rongda. However, with my current level, I am still countless Zhan Yuans away from being as good as Rongdi. No, I still have to talk to Shen Xinmei again. Chen Nua made up his mind. After school in the afternoon, he told Zhang Yuan that he had to leave first, and then hurried out of the classroom with his school bag. Chen Nua, stop. As he was about to leave the house, he was stopped by someone. Zhou Linger stood in front of him, with an angry look on her pretty face. What do you mean? Is playing hard to get fun? Chen Nuo looked behind her and saw that people from class 5 had also come out of the classroom. Shin Shinmei, carrying her school bag and lowering her head, went downstairs among the crowd. Chen Nuo became anxious, pushed Zhou Linger away and chased after Shin Shinmei. Zhou Linger staggered after being pushed by him and almost fell down, her pretty face full of shock. Chen Nuo actually pushed me just now? He never spoke loudly to me before, why did he become like this now? Zhou Linger felt so aggrieved that if there weren't so many people around her, she would have cried. Chen Nuo, you will never have the chance to pursue me again. Chen Nuo ran out of the school, looked around, and finally saw a tall but timid figure. The guy looked back at him as he walked. Great, you are hiding from me. Chen Nuo was speechless and strode after her. Shin Shinmei was startled immediately, like a frightened kitten, her hair almost stood up, and she hunched over, trying to blend into the crowd and avoid Chen Nuo's sight. The two crossed the road one after the other and turned into an alley. There were fewer and fewer classmates around them. Hey, little kitten, if you don't stop I'll really bring you breakfast tomorrow. The tall figure in front froze and finally stopped. Shen Nuo chased after him, only to see that the guy was holding his head with both hands and was about to bury himself in the ground. Student Shin, I'm here to pay you back. Ah. The kitten stopped squatting halfway, looked up in confusion, and saw $300 bills in front of him. A gentle voice sounded in his ears. My cake is only 150 yuan. You paid too much. Shin Shinmei didn't answer and said weakly, and, breakfast. Chen Nuo said unhappily, a bun and a cup of soy milk cost 300? How rich is your family? Shin Shinmei's expression suddenly darkened, and Chen Nuo was stunned. Could it be that her parents really left a large inheritance to her? Seeing her like this, Chen Nuo didn't want to mention the matter of going to the coder anymore, and stuffed the money into her hand. Go home quickly. Don't worry, I won't bring you breakfast tomorrow. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the alley. Looking at his back, Shin Shinmei was stunned for a long time. She didn't stand up from the ground until Chen Nuo walked away. I walked silently through the alley, went to the vegetable market to buy various ingredients, waited for a while in front of a bus stop, took bus 303, and got off at the terminal in the suburbs after more than 10 stops. We walked into a villa area and finally into a townhouse. There was no one in the villa. Shin Shinmei walked into the kitchen, skillfully processed the ingredients, and quickly prepared a sumptuous meal. She sat at the dining table, staring toward the door. She originally lived in this villa with her aunt, but her aunt worked in Jiangchang and rarely came back. She is the only one at home. This morning my aunt sent me a message saying that she would be returning to Jiang County in the evening. Shin Shinmei was very happy and rushed back to prepare a table of food for my aunt. The phone rang. It was my aunt calling. Shinmei, it will take me another hour to get home, so you should eat first. Shin Shinmei shook her head. Aunt, I'll wait for you. A hearty laugh came from the other end of the phone. Okay, my Shinmei is the best. I have good news for you. My aunt is going to be the president of Rongqing University soon. It's a pity that our new sister is going to take the entrance exams to Peking University and Tsinghua University. If you come to Rongda University, your aunt can see you every day. No more talking, I'm getting off the bus, see you later. My aunt hung up the phone in a hurry. Shin Shinmei was also happy for her aunt and a rare smile appeared on her face. After a moment, she suddenly stood up, walked into her bedroom, took out a diary from the drawer, and wrote on it. I met Chen Nuo again today. He brought me breakfast. It reminded me that my father also bought me breakfast every day when I was a child. Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will definitely fulfill your wish and get admitted to Peking University, and then I will come to find you. Chapter 15 Flash in. Mother, I'm back. When Chen Nuo returned home, Li Qinghe came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of braised pork. Seeing Chen Nuo, she said unhappily. Have you ever seen a queen mother serving others all day? Go wash your hands. Yes, sir. Chen Nuo agreed with a smile and quickly washed his hands. Chen Guodong and Li Qinghe had already started eating. Chen Nuo sat down and saw several pieces of fragrant braised pork in his bowl. A smile appeared on his face. Thank you, mother. Li Qinghe rolled her eyes at him and picked up another piece of meat for Chen Guodong, but saw Chen Guodong staring blankly with his chopsticks in his hand, frowning and saying, Why, did you add too much salt again? Ah. No. Chen Guodong came back to his senses and quickly explained. I encountered a strange thing today. Li Qingha asked curiously, what's strange? Chen Guodong said, the security captain in our factory, the relative of the deputy factory director, suddenly became very nice to me today. He didn't let me do anything when I was distributing labor insurance today. That Li Hao? Didn't you say he never paid attention to you? Li Qingha asked curiously. Yeah, I don't know what happened either. Chen Nuo lowered his head and ate his meal. He finished it in a few bites, then stood up and walked out. Mom and Dad, I made an appointment with my classmates to review together. With whom? Li Qingha shouted from behind that Chen Nuo had already left the house. It's not even 7 o'clock yet, and there are still more than 2 hours before tonight's murder occurs. Tongxing Street is very large, and Chen Nuo doesn't know the exact location where the case occurred, so he needs to go and investigate it early. The details of the case released by the media in the previous life only mentioned that it happened in an alley. But there are so many alleys in Tongxing Street, who knows which one it is? If you flash to the wrong place, it will be troublesome. 9 o'clock in the evening. Tongxing Street. This place is close to the suburbs. By crossing a long alley, you can reach the villa area in the suburbs. Tap tap tap, in the quiet alley, the sound of elegant high heels stepping on the ground was heard. A woman with elegant appearance and plump figure, wearing an OL suit, carrying a bag on her shoulder and holding bags in both hands, walked towards the villa area in front. The woman's name is Meng Xiaoran, and she is the president of Jiangcheng Normal University. 3 months later, she will be transferred to Rongqing University and serve as the president of this key university. And she will also become the youngest female president in the history of Rongqing University. There are always many rumors around beautiful young women. Especially for a young woman like Meng Xiaoran who is beautiful, capable, and divorced, the topics surrounding her could almost be written into a book. Some people said that she divorced because she wanted to climb the social ladder, and had an affair with her boss, and was caught by her husband. There are also reports that she had an affair with a male teacher under her, which her husband could not tolerate. But Meng Xiaoran never explained. Because telling the truth might help her clear the air, but it would hurt the person most important to her, her niece. Meng Xiaoran's sister and brother-in-law died unexpectedly a few years ago, leaving behind only a daughter who was in junior high school. The girl was very pretty and had good academic performance, but because of the accident her personality changed drastically and she has been shutting herself off from the public ever since. Meng Xiaoran felt sorry for her niece, so she brought the child to live with her and took good care of her. But after a long time, Meng Xiaoran's husband became dissatisfied, and the two had many quarrels about it. Later, the man became entangled with a female colleague, so Meng Xiaoran decisively divorced him and lived with her niece. What she didn't expect was that because of her divorce, her niece was actually called a disaster star at school, who killed her parents and caused her aunt to divorce. From then on, the girl felt even more inferior. After entering high school, she was afraid of attracting attention and even dared not show her pretty face. She deliberately made herself look ugly before going to school. Meng Xiaoran was transferred to Jiangcheng Normal University as the dean. Worried that her niece's constant change of environment would affect her personality, she let her continue to study at Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. Fortunately, this child is very sensible. After school every day, he buys groceries, cooks, does housework, and does not fall behind in his studies. My sister and brother-in-law left a large inheritance to the children, and Meng Xiaoran also has to give her niece 2,000 yuan every month. But the girl never spent the money recklessly. She always saved it and said she would give it to her aunt in the future if she needed it. It's so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. My child is now in her 3rd year of high school. With her actual grades, there is no doubt that she will have no problem getting into Peking University. Meng Xiaoran himself is about to be promoted to become the president of Rongqing University. The aunt and nephew are finally getting through this. Meng Xiaoran was very happy and rushed back from Jiangcheng today to share her joy with her dearest niece. However, the school held a meeting before she left in the afternoon, and it was almost 8 o'clock when she arrived in Jiang County. I took a taxi to Tongxing Street and bought my niece's favorite almond cookies before heading home. Tongxing Street was not far from the villa area where her home was, so Meng Xiaoran walked through the alley towards her home carrying large and small bags. South of the mountains, north of autumn sadness. There are valleys in Nanshan. Meng Xiaoran was humming a song as she walked in the long and narrow alley. Suddenly, her steps paused and her singing stopped. Who? A hunched figure appeared in front of her and slowly approached her. The man had disheveled hair and was holding a butcher knife in his hand. His voice was trembling. Robbery, Rob, take out the money. Meng Xiaoran was startled and took a step back. She saw that the man was sloppy and skinny like a rubber matchstick. She calmed down a little and smiled. You are breaking the law. Calm down and let me pass. I will pretend nothing happened. What are you laughing at? This is a robbery. Be serious. When the man saw that she was actually laughing, he seemed to feel that his dignity as a robber was challenged, and he immediately became excited, shaking the butcher knife violently. Meng Xiaoran looked pale, but her expression was still calm. She patiently advised. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell me and I will try to help you solve them. Come on, put down the knife first. Can you help me? The butcher's knife man opened his eyes wide. I owe 150,000 yuan, can you help me pay it back? Meng Xiaoran nodded. Okay, put down the knife first. The man hesitated for a moment, and finally put down the butcher knife. Meng Xiaoran took out something from his bag and shook it. Here's a bank card. Here you are. Really? How much money? The man was overjoyed and came over. Meng Xiaoran sneered. There's a hammer. She raised the pepper spray in her hand and sprayed it at the man. The man screamed and covered his eyes. Meng Xiaoran kicked him in the face and reached out to grab him. You have hands and feet, why don't you come out to rob? Come on, follow me to the police station. Ah. No, don't grab me. The man struggled, but Meng Xiaoran held him tightly and kicked his calves with her high heels, making him cry for his parents. Why do you all want to force me? I will fight you. The man picked up the butcher knife on the ground in a panic, with a fierce look in his eyes. Chapter 16 Half-Siblings. Police. What are you doing? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and the man's hand suddenly went limp, and the butcher knife fell to the ground with a clang. In panic, he pushed Meng Xiaoran down, turned around and ran out of the alley. Stop. Ouch. Meng Xiaoran fell to the ground and tried to chase after him when she got up. She felt a sharp pain in her left ankle and cried out ouch. She turned around and shouted at the figure running towards her. Police comrade, go chase him. But the man stopped in front of her. Meng Xiaoran was startled and realized that this police comrade had delicate features and a bit of childishness on his face. You? I'm not a policeman. I just wanted to scare the bad guy away. Chen Nuo said to Meng Xiaoran while panting. He arrived at Tongxing Street an hour ago and wandered back and forth in several alleys. In order to be able to enter the venue in time, he had to move quickly. Finally, I met Meng Xiaoran and the robber at the entrance of this alley. Just as what was said in the news in the previous life, this female principal was very aggressive and even wanted to kill the armed robbers. At this time, Chen Nuo happened to see the robber picking up the butcher knife. He thought quickly and shouted, I am a policeman, which scared the guy away. Chen Nuo ran to Meng Xiaoran panting, his heart beating fast. Damn, this flash almost hit the wall. Fortunately, I caught up. This. Chen Nuo looked at the mature and beautiful face in front of him and smiled. Sister, are you okay? I didn't expect that the female principal is so young. She looks only in her 30s and is so beautiful. Of course, you can't call her auntie. Meng Xiaoran was still somewhat frightened, and her pale face was filled with gratitude. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I might have. In fact, Meng Xiaoran also saw the robber picking up the butcher knife and looking like he was going to stab her to death. She was very scared at that time and thought she would die here today. Fortunately, this smart and brave young man appeared in time. My life was saved by someone else. Meng Xiaoran wanted to stand up, and her ankle suddenly hurt. Her head felt a little dizzy. She subconsciously touched the back of her head and suddenly felt confused. My hands are sticky and covered in blood. Chen Nuo also saw it and quickly said, Sister, don't move. There's a lot of blood on the back of your head. Meng Xiaoran was also frightened and her head started to feel dizzy. She blurry saw this smart and handsome young man take out his cell phone. Hello, is this 120? I don't know how long it took, but Meng Xiaoran opened his eyes and saw the white ceiling and a strong smell of disinfectant. Only then did she realize that she was lying on a hospital bed, with gauze wrapped around her head, a needle inserted into the back of her hand, and an four hanging on it. The handsome boy was sitting beside the bed. When he saw her wake up, a bright smile appeared on his face. Sister, are you awake? The doctor said you have a slight concussion and need to be hospitalized for a day for observation. Meng Xiaoran tried to sit up. Sister, don't move. Chen Nua bent down and turned the rocker at the end of the bed, raising the head of the bed so that Meng Xiaoran could sit more comfortably. Meng Xiaoran said gratefully, "Young man, thank you so much." At this time, a nurse came in and said with a smile, "It's not enough to just say thank you. The alley where you were injured couldn't be driven into by an ambulance. Xiaochen carried you for a long way and sent you to the hospital. Someone ran up and down to help you pay the bills and handle the paperwork. I thought he was your brother, but when I asked, I found out that you two didn't know each other at all. You must have met a good person." Hearing the nurse say this, Meng Xiaoran was even more moved. If it weren't for her sprained ankle, she would have stood up and bowed to Chen Nua. Chen Nua scratched his head innocently. "Sister, it's okay. This is what I should do." Meng Xiaoran asked seriously, "Young man, you are still a student, what is your name?" Chen Nua said, "My name is Chen Nua, and I am in my 3rd year of high school. You're going to take the college entrance exam soon." Meng Xiaoran said apologetically, "Won't this delay your review?" "I'm so sorry, little brother Chen." She is in the education field, so she naturally knows how important the few months before the college entrance examination are for a candidate. She thought about it and stood up to look for her bag. Chen Nua understood and took the bag out of the drawer of the bedside table and gave it to her. Meng Xiaoran took out a business card from her bag and handed it to Chen Nua. "Brother Xiao Chen, this is my business card. If you are admitted to Rongqing University, you must come to see me." Chen Nua looked down at the business card, and the smile on his face became even brighter. "Okay, Sister Meng, I always feel that I have a connection with you. Do you mind if I call you sister?" "Of course I don't mind. In fact, I also feel that I have a good relationship with you." "That's great, sister. From today on, we are half siblings." "Okay, brother." The sisters and brothers in the ward kept calling each other, it was so warm. The nurse changed the bottle of liquid for Meng Xiaoran, glanced at Chen Nua, and turned to leave. Chen Nua said to Meng Xiaoran, "Sister, you take a rest first, I'll go out for a while." "Good." Meng Xiaoran was still a little dizzy and was about to lie down when her cell phone suddenly rang. She slapped her thigh. "Oh no! Xinmei is still waiting for me at home." She quickly picked up the phone and answered, "Xinmei, I'm sorry, something happened, I'm in the hospital." Chen Nua walked out of the ward and said to the nurse with a smile, "Thank you, nurse." The nurse looked at him and said, "You are quite a capable kid. Are you not worried that people will refuse to pay you for the medical expenses?" What the nurse said just now was what Chen Nua said when he asked her for help. In fact, what the nurse said was true. Chen Nua did carry Meng Xiaoran for a long distance, and when they arrived at the hospital, he ran up and down to handle the procedures. But if you take credit for your own achievements, others will inevitably look down on you. That's why I had to say it through the nurse's mouth. This way it would seem natural and would also make Meng Xiaoran more moved. Of course, the nurse didn't know what Chen Nua was thinking. She thought the high school student was just worried that the other party would refuse to pay after she paid the medical expenses first. But for Chen Nua, he would be happier if Meng Xiaoran didn't advance the medical expenses for him. Because this means that Meng Xiaoran will bring him greater benefits in the future. Chen Nua went outside the hospital to buy some water and dry food. When he returned to the ward, Meng Xiaoran was hungry. Seeing how attentive he was, he immediately felt more grateful to his half-brother. The sister and brother ate something together. Meng Xiaoran still felt a little dizzy, but soon fell asleep again. At this time, there was a hurried running sound outside the ward. Chen Nua turned around and saw a tall and slender figure running into the ward. She had a charming oval face, dark eyebrows, peach eyes, a straight nose, and red lips. If she were in ancient times, she would be an unparalleled beauty who could make the king play with the princes with fireworks. But she has a silly and cute face, and with that enchanting and beautiful appearance, she looks like a pure and ignorant vixen. 10 years later, there is a phrase that can perfectly describe it: the ceiling of pure desire. However, what surprised Chen Nua was not the girl's appearance. Little kitten? Chapter 17. You don't want the whole school to know how beautiful you are, do you? Xinmei is very happy today. Because my aunt is coming back. After school today, she went home early and cooked a table full of food. But we waited from 7 to 9 o'clock, and even reheated the food several times, but my aunt still didn't come home. Xinmei knew that her aunt was usually very busy, and was afraid of disturbing her by calling her, so she waited at home obediently. In the meantime, I cleaned my aunt's house and took a shower. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Shinshinmei became really worried and called her aunt. But as soon as the call was connected, my aunt told me that she was injured and was in the hospital. Shinshinmei was so frightened that she even forgot to draw her eyebrows and wear glasses to cover her face. She just hurried out of the door and went to the hospital. He ran into the ward panting, only to see Chen Nua sitting beside his aunt's bed. Shinshinmei was stunned. Those beautiful peach blossom eyes widened, the cute cherry mouth opened, and the gorgeous oval face was full of astonishment. Why is he here? Damn it, my face! Shinshinmei quickly raised her hands to cover her face, turned around and ran away. Chen Nua in the ward was also confused and shouted, "Hey, why are you running?" He suddenly thought of something and turned around to look at Meng Xiaoran, who was sleeping soundly on the hospital bed. She has an oval face, long eyelashes, and a cherry mouth. She also has a pure and sexy temperament, but is more mature. Chen Nua didn't notice it just now, but only now did he realize that Sister Meng looks somewhat like a kitten. Could it be that? Chen Nua turned his head to look at the door of the ward, only to see a little head poking out timidly, leaning against the door, looking at Chen Nua weakly. That stunning face was full of grievance. Chen Nua waved his hand at her unhappily. "Do you want to come in?" The little head nodded a few times, feeling even more aggrieved, as if Chen Nua didn't let her in. Chen Nua was speechless. "You look like this, enough to bring disaster to the country and the people, so why are you so timid?" He stood up and walked towards the door, but his little head was startled and he immediately shrank back. Chen Nua quickened his pace and walked out of the ward, shouting to someone who was cowering and preparing to hide in the corner. "Stop right there!" The kitten froze and turned back aggrievedly. "What are you going to do?" Many people in the corridor were amazed at Shinshinmei's stunning beauty. When they saw that this beautiful girl was being ordered around by Chen Nua, they all looked at Chen Nua angrily. Chen Nua didn't bother to pay attention to these superficial guys, and walked straight to Shinshinmei. "Who is Sister Meng to you?" Shinshinmei felt the countless fiery gazes around her. She subconsciously squatted with her head in her hands. Chen Nua's voice came to her ears. "Why are you squatting? Stand up straight." Shinshinmei trembled and dared not squat anymore. She lowered her head, pinching the corners of her clothes with both hands, like a bullied wife. Chen Nua asked again, "Who is Sister Meng to you?" Shinshinmei said softly, "It's me, my aunt." "Really?" Chen Nua couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this a coincidence? I saved my niece yesterday and my aunt today." "That's right." Chen Nua looked at Shinshinmei's face, which was so beautiful that several doctors and patients who passed by bumped into the pillars, and suddenly laughed. "Student Shin, you are so beautiful." Shen Xian's brows were almost buried in his towering chest, and he didn't dare to answer at all. Chen Nua asked, "So, you still don't want to give me extra lessons?" Shinshinmei shook her head weakly. Apart from her aunt, she didn't dare to talk to any stranger, let alone stay alone with a boy. "What if I tell others that you are a great beauty?" Shinshinmei was startled, and looked up at Chen Nua blankly, only to see that this guy was pinching his chin and smiling like a villain. "Student Shin, you don't want the whole school to know that you are so beautiful, right?" "Don't want." Shinshinmei panicked and begged quickly, taking out a stack of banknotes from her bag. It looked like there were at least several thousand yuan, which should be the medical expenses she prepared for Meng Xiaoran. I'll give you money, please don't let me tutor you." Now it was Chen Nua's turn to be confused. "No, who did you learn this habit of giving money all the time? A pretty and cute little rich lady, right? Do you believe that I could eat you up and save myself 20 years of hard work?" Seeing Chen Nua gritting his teeth, Shinshinmei thought he was angry and reached into her bag to take out money again. Chen Nua quickly stopped her and acted fiercely. "Of course you have to give me money. I accompany you to study and entertain you, so of course you have to pay for my companionship." "Study with me?" Shinshinmei opened her big, sparkling eyes with a silly look on her face. Chen Nua said as a matter of course, "Yes, it's so lonely for you to study alone. From now on, I will accompany you, and you can tutor me. At most, I can charge you less for the companionship. Look how nice I am." Shinshinmei was still confused and couldn't follow Chen Nua's train of thought at all. Chen Nua laughed, "Since you have no objection, then it's settled. Let's go in and see my sister Meng, your aunt." Shinshinmei followed him blankly, and only realized what was happening when she reached the door of the ward. "Why is my aunt your sister?" Chen Nuo laughed and said, "You may not know yet, but your aunt and I have just become sworn brothers. From now on, you can call me uncle." Shin Shinmei was completely stunned, and there were already chaotic circles in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. I followed Chen Nuo into the ward in a daze. Meng Xiaoran just woke up at this time. Chen Nuo immediately stepped forward and called out affectionately, "Sister, your niece is here to see you." When Meng Xiaoran saw Shin Shinmei, a happy smile appeared on her face. "Shinmei, you are here, come here quickly." Shin Shinmei hurried to the bedside and saw Meng Xiaoran with a bandage on his head and a pale face. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Meng Xiaoran held Shin Shinmei's hand, her eyes full of doting. "Shinmei, don't cry, Auntie is fine. Today, Auntie almost caught a robber, huh?" Shin Shinmei bit her lips lightly, her face full of fear. She already had no parents, and if something happened to her aunt again, she would really be left without any relatives. "Niece, have an apple." Shin Shinmei's tears were about to fall when a peeled apple suddenly appeared in front of her. "No, no need." Shin Shinmei looked at Chen Nuo in astonishment, but saw that his eyes were sharp and his lips were moving slightly, as if he was about to say, "You don't want the whole school to know what you look like, right? I'll eat." Shin Shinmei quickly took the apple and started to take small bites of it with a wronged look on her face. Meng Xiaoran looked at this scene in surprise. She naturally knew Shin Shinmei's personality. Apart from being able to communicate normally with herself, it was impossible for other people to talk to her. Now she can accept the apple given to her by her younger brother Xiao Chen. There's something going on here. Chapter 18. The one with the time machine is not Doraemon, but Doraemon. Meng Xiaoran really wanted to gossip about what was going on between her niece and Xiao Chen's brother, but her head started to feel dizzy again and she soon fell asleep again. With Shin Shinmei guarding here at night, it would be difficult for Chen Nuo to stay in the hospital all the time. "Then I'll go back first. Call me if you have anything." "Oh." Chen Nuo walked to the door of the ward, suddenly stopped, turned around and walked back, looking at Shin Shinmei steadily. What are you going to do?" Shin Shinmei started with fright and shrank back. She hit the back of her head against the wall, but she didn't dare cry out in pain. She just pursed her lips and spoke weakly. Chen Nuo said, "You didn't even leave my phone number, how can you find me if you have something to ask?" "Ah." Shin Shinmei opened her mouth wide and apologized in panic, "I'm sorry." Chen Nuo took out his cell phone. "What's your number?" Shin Shinmei bit her lip and was reluctant to give it, but in the end she had to give in and told him her cell phone number. Chen Nuo called her and asked her to save his phone number. After thinking for a while, he said, "I've already left my phone number, let's add WeChat as well." Shin Shinmei didn't dare to refuse at all, and the two quickly added each other on WeChat. When Chen Nuo saw Shin Shinmei's WeChat avatar, he couldn't help but laugh. It really is a little kitten. The WeChat name is also very funny, Doraemon. "Why are you called that?" Chen Nuo asked curiously. Shin Shinmei was stunned, mist welled up in her beautiful eyes, and her clear voice turned low. "Because Doraemon has a time machine." Chen Nuo was stunned for a moment, then he understood. Shin Shinmei should want to go back to the past and save her parents, right? Looking at Shin Shinmei with red eyes, Chen Nuo suddenly laughed. "Have you never watched anime?" "Ah." Shin Shinmei was puzzled. Chen Nuo glared at her and said, "The one with the time machine is not Doraemon, but Doraemon." How stupid. Shin Shinmei was stunned. Chen Nuo raised his hand and touched her head. "I'm leaving. Remember to call the nurse when your aunt finishes the infusion. Call me if you have anything." After saying that, he walked out of the ward. Shin Shinmei sat blankly beside the bed. Suddenly, her cell phone rang and she picked it up. "I just want to make money, little kitten. When your aunt is discharged from the hospital, I will start to accompany you to study. I just want to make money, don't refuse again. Hammer on the head.jpg." Shin Shinmei was holding her phone and suddenly discovered something. In the past, she would feel sad every time she thought of her parents. Just now was the first time she didn't cry when something related to her parents was mentioned. However, she still didn't dare to let Shin Nuo study with her. She had never stayed alone with a boy for more than 2 minutes, but if she studied with Chen Nuo, it would take at least 1 or 2 hours. Can I really do it?" Shin Shinmei was thinking when her aunt's voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Shinmei, what are you laughing at?" Shin Shinmei quickly put down her phone and said, "Aunt, you're awake." "I'm not smiling." Meng Xiaoran looked at her. "I clearly saw you smiling just now, what are you looking at?" "No, I didn't see anything." Auntie, let me peel an apple for you. It was almost 11 o'clock when Chen Nua returned home. He opened the door quietly and went in. The living room was dark. His mother and eunuch Chen should have gone to bed. Chen Nua heaved a sigh of relief and was about to go back to his room when suddenly the sound of a pipa was heard on the balcony. Chen Nua's body stiffened and he turned to look at the balcony. He saw a dignified woman sitting on a chair under the moonlight, holding a pipa in her arms. Mother, don't. Chen Nua was shocked and rushed over to stop Li Qinghe from playing. According to the Chen family's custom, once the queen mother played her beloved pipa, it meant something bad was going to happen in the family. Either he won 5 million, or Chen Guodong got promoted, or Chen Guodong made Li Qinghe angry, or Chen Nua got into trouble. The queen mother's current condition clearly indicates that she is the latter. Li Qinghe looked at the frightened Chen Nua with a smile. My son has grown up. He doesn't need to tell me as his mother if he comes home after 10 o'clock at night. It's great. When you were a kid, you often wet the bed. Whenever you wet the bed, you would cry and ask me to stay with you. Now that you've grown up, you don't need me as your mother anymore. As she spoke, Li Qinghe's voice began to choke up. This was a skill she had acquired from watching melodramatic TV dramas for a long time. Tears came easily. Chen Nua said helplessly, Mom, Zhang Yuan and I went to study. We were so immersed in it that we forgot the time. Son, when you were little you said you would listen to me for the rest of your life and never lie to me. Now you're only 18 and you've already started lying to me. My life is so miserable. Li Qinghe began to wipe her eyes. Chen Nua skillfully held a box of tissues and handed it to her. Li Qinghe also skillfully took the tissues and wiped her tears. Mom, I really went to study with Zhang Yuan. We found a classmate to help us with our lessons. Chen Nua had no choice but to continue coaxing his mother. Did you find a classmate to help you with your lessons? Li Qinghe stopped wiping her tears and suddenly her expression tensed. Zhou Linger? Chen Nua chuckled, her grades are not much better than mine, why should she give me extra credit? Li Qinghe breathed a sigh of relief and asked, who is that? Chen Nua smiled mysteriously, he is a very good academic master. You will know it later. Mom, I am going to study. Li Qinghe was skeptical, and Chen Nua quickly took the pipa from her arms, carefully hung it back on the wall, said something, and walked towards his room. Xiao Nua. Li Qinghe called out from behind. Chen Nua turned around and Li Qinghe said, you seem to have changed a lot in the past 2 days. Chen Nua's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly asked, is it getting better or worse? Li Qinghe came over and patted his head, what are you talking about? Whether he becomes good or bad, he is still my son. Besides, how could my son become bad? Mom. Chen Nua was somewhat moved and said affectionately, why don't we buy stocks? Trust me, you will definitely make money. Oops. Mom, I was wrong. Late at night. Hospital. Xin Xinmei lay in front of the hospital bed. Seeing that Meng Xiaoran had fallen asleep, she took out a diary from her bag. She walked to the window, and in the moonlight, she buried her head and wrote in the notebook. My aunt was injured today, and I met Chen Nua again in the hospital. He asked me to add him on WeChat. His WeChat name was so weird. He also said he wanted to study with me, but he was so fierce. Xin Xinmei raised her hand to pull her drooping black hair behind her ears, bit her lips lightly, and continued writing. This is the first time that someone other than my aunt is willing to accompany me. Although Chen Nua is very fierce, he is really a good person. If he really accompanies me to study every day, how much should I give him? Oh, and classmate Chen Nua touched my head again. His palm was really so comfortable. Chapter 19, this is called professionalism. 2 days. Chen Nua got up early in the morning and memorized English words on the balcony. Li Qinghe was very pleased and fried an extra egg for him for breakfast. You can find someone to help you with other knowledge points. As long as you get rid of the code, you can quickly master it again. But for things like English words, he still has to rely on himself. Chen Guodong was in a good mood while eating breakfast, humming a little tune while eating. Chen Nua asked curiously, Dad, did you win the lottery? What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Guodong glared at him, children don't understand. In fact, Chen Guodong was so happy because he conquered Li Hao and the security guards with his personal charm. Yes, Chen Guodong thought about it all night yesterday and felt that it could only be that Li Hao and his people admired his upright character, so they were so polite to him. Chen Nua, You have to remember that as long as you stick to your principles, no one will dare to look down on you. Chen Guodong said to Chen Nua very seriously. I remember. Chen Nua also answered seriously. He may not fully agree with his father's point of view, but it is undeniable that his father is an upright and good man. This is something to be proud of. After breakfast, Chen Nua went out and soon arrived at school. A tall and timid figure was seen in the distance. This guy was wearing those ugly black framed glasses again, and his eyebrows were drawn into straight lines. Chen Nua quickened his pace and waved at her. Little kitten, aren't you in the hospital taking care of my sister? When Shinmei saw Chen Nua, she was startled and turned around and ran into the school gate. Chen Nua was speechless. Am I so scary? He shook his head and walked into the school. Not far behind Chen Nua, Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong saw this scene. Zhang Rongrong excitedly said to Zhou Linger, Linger, did you see that? Chen Nua is actually interested in that girl from class 5. He must have realized that he couldn't pursue you, so he just changed his target. But this girl is so ugly, isn't Chen Nua too inferior? Or does Chen Nua prefer to chase an ugly girl instead of chasing you? Zhou Linger's face looked a little ugly, and she snorted, who he chases after is none of my business. I just want to prepare for the college entrance examination now. After saying that, he walked into the school gate with his head held high. Looking at Chen Nua's tall back, Zhou Linger bit her lip. Chen Nua, just continue to play hard to get. I won tea keep you company. At noon, Chen Nua hurried out of the school without even eating. After selecting a venue the day before yesterday, he had already informed Wang Jian and his wife. Today at noon was their first day setting up a stall at the boiler factory. Chen Nua was worried that something might go wrong, so he planned to go over and keep an eye on it. When Zhang Yuan heard that he could see the beautiful young woman again, he insisted on going with her. The two took the bus to the industrial park, walked a few hundred meters, and finally arrived at the boiler factory. From a distance, you can see a large group of people gathered in the open space to the left of the boiler factory entrance. Zhang Yuan screamed, could something have happened? Chen Nua's heart skipped a beat and he quickly quickened his pace. He could predict that Wang Jian's lunch stall would do good business, but it would have to stay open for a few more days until more people knew about it, and then it would gradually get better. Business will definitely not be very hot on the first day. There are so many people gathered here now, maybe something really happened. When I ran closer, I found that nothing had happened. So many people were queuing. Oh my god, how many vegetables are there? Zhang Yuan exclaimed, and Chen Nua was also a little stunned. He saw that the lunch stall set up by Wang Jian and Su Ru was not the two small tables they had imagined, with some cold dishes and 1 or 2 hot dishes. Instead, there were 3 or 4 large square tables with 8 large bowls on them, each containing a different dish. Chen Nua counted them and found 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. There was also a big iron bucket filled with mushroom soup next to it. There was a sign in front of the stall, 12 yuan, for meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes of your choice, rice and soup are free. The boiler factory provides employees with a lunch subsidy of 12 yuan a day. Now there is no canteen, so many employees either bring their own food from far away, go out to eat instant noodles, or go out to eat with friends. Eating instant noodles is not a long-term solution. Going out for a meal plus transportation costs at least 20 or 30 yuan per person, and at most you can only order 2 or 3 dishes. Now, right at the factory gate, you can eat 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes for 12 yuan, and you can choose. Rice and soup are free. Even the old factory cafeteria wasn't this comfortable. The security guards at the door were the first to try it. After receiving Chen Nua's instructions, Wang Jian and his wife confiscated the security guards' money. As soon as the security guards finished eating, they spread the news everywhere, and it soon spread throughout the boiler factory. This was a huge incident and hundreds of people rushed out. Wang Jian and Su Ru were so busy that they were sweating and could hardly collect the money. Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan were stunned watching from the side. Zhang Yuan licked his lips. Chen Nua, these dishes look delicious. I'm hungry. Chen Nua murmured, far ahead, far ahead. In 10 years, there will be restaurants or stalls everywhere where you can eat for just over 10 yuan. With such a rich variety of dishes and such cheap prices, at first glance it seems that the boss is definitely losing money. But if enough people eat it, the cost will be spread thinner and thinner, and the profit will become bigger and bigger. It seems to be a case of small profits but quick turnover, but in fact, if you sell more, the small profits will turn into huge profits. However, this business idea did not emerge until 10 years later. Chen Nua didn't expect that Wang Jian and his wife already had such a far-reaching business idea in 2014. However, they still miscalculated. They didn't expect that business would be so good on the first day. Hundreds of people poured out of the boiler factory, but the food was only enough for 100 people at most. The rest of the people looked at the couple with resentful eyes. Suru quickly apologized to those who didn't get to eat, and said they would prepare more food tomorrow. The beautiful young woman spoke softly and the employees soon put aside their resentment and dispersed. Chen Nua then stepped forward and said with a smile, "Brother Wang, sister-in-law, business is booming." When the couple saw him, their faces were full of gratitude. Wang Jian said, "Brother, thanks for your reminder, otherwise we would never have thought of setting up a stall here." Suru looked at the security room not far away and said to Chen Nua, "Brother Chen, these security guards have also been a great help." "Thank you." She understood the ways of the world better than her husband, and knew that if Chen Nua was not there, the security guards would probably not allow them to set up a stall here, let alone help. "You're welcome, sister-in-law. By the way," Chen Nua asked curiously, "how did you come up with the idea of making a 12 yuan bun with 4 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes?" Wang Jian smiled naively, "I used to work in a canteen with my master. The employees often gave us suggestions, hoping that the canteen would have more varieties of dishes and free soup. I thought that ours was similar to a canteen, so I moved that system here." Chen Nua gave a thumbs up and said to Zhang Yuan, "Well, this is called professionalism." "Chen Nua?" A familiar voice sounded behind him. Chen Nua turned around and waved his hand with a smile. "Dad, have you eaten?" Chapter 20. The little chicken turns into a big eagle. "Chen Nua, why did you come to see me? Did you get into trouble at school?" Chen Guodong has a loving lunchbox made by his wife every day, so he doesn't have to eat out. Zhou Xianqing just arranged a job for him, so he went to the security room to find Li Hao. Unexpectedly, I saw Chen Nua at the factory gate. Chen Guodong's first reaction was that his son was in trouble, so he came to find him. Chen Nua turned around and said hello to Wang Jian and his wife who were cleaning, then walked up to Chen Guodong and said with a smile, "Dad, I just missed you and came to see you." Chen Guodong's face changed and he took out his cell phone to call Li Qinghe. "Oh no, I must be in big trouble. You wouldn't be telling Xiao Linger?" "No, I have to tell your mother first, or she will beat me to death." Chen Nua was speechless and said seriously, "Dad, I'm not here to see you, I'm here to do business." "Business?" Chen Guodong was confused. Chen Nua pointed at Wang Jian and Su Ru behind him. "I started a catering company, and today is the first day I'm touring the boiler plant, so I came to check it out." Chen Guodong was used to his son's nonsense. He suddenly remembered that Chen Nua had asked him if he wanted to switch to the catering industry the day before yesterday. He said in disbelief, "You own this lunch stand?" "Yes." Under the shocked gaze of his old father, Chen Nua nodded calmly. Chen Guodong was immediately annoyed. "Kid, the most important thing for you now is to study hard and prepare for the college entrance examination. You don't have to worry about making money. Besides, you are not allowed to set up stalls in front of the factory. The security guards will kick you out tomorrow. Hey, Xiao Chen is here, come in and sit down." As soon as Chen Guodong finished speaking, Li Hao came over. Seeing Chen Nua, he immediately and enthusiastically pulled him to the security room. Chen Guodong stood there alone, looking confused. He had no choice but to follow him into the security room, where he saw his son being friendly with the security guards. In this scene, he looked like an outsider, because Chen Nua was Section Chief Chen who was in charge of security. Then Chen Nua skillfully took out a few packs of cigarettes and placed them on the table, and the atmosphere in the security room became more cheerful. Chen Guodong felt like he was dreaming. After Chen Nua finished chatting with the security guards, he went over and said that he would go to the material room to help move some things in the afternoon. Li Hao, who always made excuses in the past, readily agreed. A group of security guards also smiled and told Section Chief Chen not to worry. The father and son walked out of the security room side by side. Chen Guodong finally couldn't help but said to Chen Nua, "Son, am I taking advantage of you?" This morning he thought he had conquered the security guards with his personal charm, but now he realized that it was his son who helped him to establish good relationships with Li Hao and others. This feeling is very strange, as if the little chick that you have been taking care of suddenly turns into an eagle and protects you, the dove of peace, behind it. A little relieved, but also a little embarrassed. Chen Nua patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder. "Old Chen, you reacted very quickly. You understood it so quickly. Roll. Chen Guodong thought for a moment and whispered, "Son, don't tell your mother about this. After all, I just told my wife in the morning that I had subdued the security guard in the factory, and then when I went home in the afternoon I said that it was actually my son who helped me do it. It was really embarrassing." Chen Nua laughed and said, "Dad, then don't tell my mom about my catering company. Make a deal. Make a deal." The father and son looked at each other and laughed. "By the way, Dad, is your director Chen here?" Chen Nua asked. "The factory manager is not here today. What do you want to see him for?" Chen Guodong asked curiously. He found that he could no longer understand his son. Chen Nua asked again, "What about tomorrow?" Wang Jian and his wife's lunch stall was doing well, but Chen Nua's target was not just a small stall, the canteen of the boiler factory was his real target. But this requires Chen Weiman. Seeing that Chen Nua didn't answer, Chen Guodong thought about it and didn't ask any more questions. "Director Chen will be in the factory tomorrow." Chen Nua said, "Dad, I want to talk to Director Chen tomorrow at noon." Chen Guodong looked at Chen Nua, was silent for a moment, and finally spoke, "Okay, I'll take you to find him, but you have to promise me that no matter what you want to do, you must put the college entrance examination first." "No problem." Chen Nua waved to old Chen, then went to the security room to say hello to Li Hao and others. Then he walked out of the factory gate, and together with Zhang Yuan, helped Wang Jian and his wife pack up their things, and quickly walked away. Chen Guodong looked at his son's back and suddenly sighed. Old Chen, isn't that Chen Nua? Is he here to see you?" Zhou Xianqing's voice came from behind. Chen Guodong turned around and smiled. "Yes, this child has no pocket money." The honest and simple-minded old Chen did not tell the truth this time and played a trick. Zhou Xianqing laughed and said, "I haven't seen Chen Nua for such a long time. He has grown so tall. This kid only knows how to grow taller, but he doesn't know how to be sensible, huh?" Chen Guodong laughed. Zhou Xianqing was a little confused, but he didn't ask any more questions. He had a meeting to attend, so he just left. After walking a distance, Zhou Xianqing stopped. Could it be that Chen Nua came to me just to pursue Xiaolinger and said something nice to me? But old Chen is shy and just chased him away? The more Zhou Xianqing thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, Chen Nua had always been following his daughter since she was a child, and her thoughts were all written on his face. How can it be cut off just like that? I guess he got angry because he was rejected by Xiaolinger. Now he regrets it and finds that he can't coax Xiaolinger, so he comes to me for help. Chen Nua doesn't he really think this will work, does he? How could my daughter possibly find someone like you? Zhou Xianqing shook his head and walked into the meeting room. In the afternoon, the last class is over. Chen Nua told Zhang Yuan that he had to leave first, hurried out of the classroom, came to the next class 5, and looked inside. Shen Xinmei is no longer in the classroom. This guy runs pretty fast. Chen Nua smiled and quickly went downstairs. Linger, is Chen Nua really going to pursue Yazimiai? At the guardrail outside class 4, Zhou Linger stared blankly at Chen Nua, who was walking out of the teaching building downstairs. Just now, she saw Chen Nua leave the classroom after class and run to the door of class 5 to look around. When she thought about how Chen Nua talked to Shen Xinmei in the morning, she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Zhang Rongrong next to him was still muttering, "No, what kind of taste does Chen Nua have? He doesn't want to pursue you anymore, but he wants to pursue someone like Yazimiai? Linger, let's ignore him. I think the monitor treats you well, so why don't you consider it? Chen Nua doesn't know student Shen at all." It must have been a coincidence that morning. Zhou Linger suddenly spoke, and was stunned for a moment before she raised her head proudly. "What does it matter to me who he chases after? I'm going back." Chapter 21 Man's Ultimate Dream. Hospital. Shen Xinmei lowered her head, bent her waist, and walked quickly into her aunt's ward. There were many people coming and going in the long corridor, and she didn't dare to look up at anyone. When she entered the ward, Meng Xiaoran had already changed her clothes and was sitting by the bed waiting. When she saw her come in, she smiled gently and said, "Xinmei, you are here." After saying that, he looked behind Shen Xinmei again. "Where's Chen Nua?" Shen Xinmei looked up in surprise. She didn't understand why her aunt wanted to ask Chen Nua. Meng Xiaoran smiled and said, "Chen Nua just called me. He is also coming to pick me up from the hospital." Ah. Shen Xinmei suddenly became nervous again, and at the same time, she felt a little itchy in her heart. It was not fear, but rather some kind of anticipation. It's like a kitten that has been fed in the wild going back to that familiar place, waiting for the fierce feeder to pass by. She didn't understand where this strange feeling came from, and then she heard her aunt ask. Shinmei, why is your face red? Shinmei uttered an ah again and said quickly, no, no. Then she silently lowered her head to pack her things. She was very efficient and quickly put all of Meng Xiaoran's personal belongings into her bag. Meng Xiaoran sat on the bed, looking at her busy and slender figure, thoughtfully. Sister, I'm coming. A vibrant voice sounded, and Chen Nuo poked his head out of the door and said with a smile. Meng Xiaoran also smiled and waved, brother, I've been waiting for you, come in. Chen Nuo walked into the ward with a smile on his face, holding 2 plastic bags in his hands. One bag contained apples and the other contained supplements. Meng Xiaoran frowned slightly. Brother, what are you doing? Chen Nuo smiled and said, I bought it on the way. The doctor said your foot hasn't healed yet. Apples can supplement vitamins and tonics to help with recovery. Meng Xiaoran smiled happily. I didn't recognize this brother in vain, he is very caring. She is not the kind of person who is falsely polite. She remembers everything Chen Nuo has done for her and will naturally find an opportunity to repay him in the future. The two of them were chatting animatedly, calling each other sister and brother, when suddenly a timid voice sounded beside them. Auntie, I have packed my things. Chen Nuo turned around and said with a smile, niece, you are really capable. Meng Xiaoran patted him lightly and scolded him with a smile, don't be so funny, Xinmei is the same age as you. Chen Nuo smiled and said, I know, sister, classmate Xin and I are from the same school. She is in class 5 and I am in class 4. We are next door to each other. Meng Xiaoran was a little surprised, really? Xinmei, why didn't you tell me? Chen Nuo was also surprised. Student Xin, I thought you told Sister Meng everything? Meng Xiaoran looked confused, tell me what? When Xinmei saw that her aunt and Chen Nuo were staring at her, she was so scared that she lowered her head and dared not say a word. Chen Nuo said, Sister, this is the case. I want to apply to Rongqing University, but my grades are still a little short, so I want to ask classmate Xin to help me with tutoring. I thought she told you everything. Meng Xiaoran's eyes lit up, you want to apply to Rongda? Great. She was worrying about how to repay Chen Nuo for saving her life. If Chen Nuo was really admitted to Rongqing University, she would be the president of Rongqing University by then, and naturally she would have many opportunities to repay Chen Nuo. Meng Xiaoran felt that she and Chen Nuo got along quite well, and it was a bit like they were close friends regardless of age difference. Letting my niece help my adopted brother with his studies sounds like a good idea. But Chen Nuo looked at Xinmei, with a look of grievance on his face. Student Xin didn't want to. I asked her several times but was rejected every time. Xinmei stared at Chen Nuo in a daze, totally unable to connect the guy who was always mean to her with the aggrieved boy in front of her. Meng Xiaoran understood and gave Chen Nuo a blank look. This kid wanted me to help him persuade Xinmei. Meng Xiaoran looked at Xinmei, who was lowering her head and shrinking timidly, and sighed inwardly. My niece was actually quite cheerful when she was young, but her personality changed after her sister and brother-in-law got into trouble. Meng Xiaoran has been very worried and even consulted a psychologist. The doctor said that Xinmei's condition was actually very dangerous. If she couldn't get over it, she would have a complete mental breakdown one day. Meng Xiaoran works in Jiangcheng, which is too far away, and she can't find a suitable person to take care of Xinmei. Chen Nuo has a cheerful but calm personality. If Xinmei can spend more time with him, maybe he can help her get out of the shadow. Thinking of this, Meng Xiaoran made up his mind. The three of them left the hospital and came to the villa area where Meng Xiaoran lived. Along the way, Chen Nuo carried things and helped support Meng Xiaoran, whose leg was still not healed. He told jokes from time to time, making Meng Xiaoran laugh. Xinmei followed behind alone, looking like an outsider. After sending Meng Xiaoran and Xinmei home, Chen Nuo was ready to leave, but Meng Xiaoran tried to persuade him to stay. Brother, let's have dinner at home tonight. Xinmei was startled, and walked in with her head down, carrying a lot of bags. Chen Nuo said. How can this be so embarrassing? Meng Xiaoran said, you'll be coming here often anyway, so just come and get acquainted today. Chen Nuo blinked, sister, what you mean is? Meng Xiaoran said, isn't Xinmei going to help you with your studies? You can come to my house to study starting tomorrow. Bang! The plastic bag in Xinmei's hand fell to the ground, and the apples were scattered all over the ground. She quickly squatted down to pick up the apples. Suddenly, a slender and strong hand appeared in front of Xinmei, and helped her pick up the apple in a few seconds. Then there was a gentle smile. This warm face also used a 37-degree mouth to speak words at -5 degrees. Little kitten, you are so stupid. However, this guy spoke in a low voice, so only the two of them could hear him. Shin Shinmei said weakly. Sorry. Chen Nua smiled. This is your home, and you're still saying sorry to me? I'll go cook. Shin Shinmei's cheeks flushed, and she ran away with the plastic bag. Meng Xiaoran, leaning on a cane, shouted from behind. Shinmei, that's the toilet. Shin Shinmei then realized that she had run in the wrong direction. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly turned and walked towards the kitchen. Her head hit the kitchen door frame, and she cried out, covering her head, and ran inside. Chen Nu shook his head helplessly. Am I that scary? He helped Meng Xiaoran sit down on the sofa and looked around. Meng Xiaoran's house is a semi-detached villa, not as big as a single-family villa, but such conditions are not available to ordinary people. Is the salary of a principal so high? This is not my house, it's Shinmei's. Meng Xiaoran suddenly spoke. Chen Nuo was startled and turned to look at Shin Shinmei, who was busy in the kitchen. Wow, at such a young age he has already written his name on the property deed of a villa. In the kitchen, Shin Shinmei's movements were skillful and smooth, and it was hard to imagine that she was just an 18-year-old high school girl. So this girl is not only the school beauty, the top student, and the wealthy woman, but she is also so virtuous? My God, this is the ultimate dream of many men. Chapter 22. This decoder is the right one. Shin Shinmei quickly prepared a table full of food and brought it out. The smoke from the kitchen made her little face red. She stood timidly beside the dining table and said weakly, Chen Nuo, please have dinner. It seemed as if this was Chen Nuo's home and she was just a nanny. Chen Nuo said helplessly, Student Shin, you are the host, please go first. Shin Shinmei screamed, sat down in panic, lowered her head and dared not move at all. The host was in a daze, so Chen Nuo naturally didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks and could only look at Meng Xiaoran. Phew! Meng Xiaoran smiled and picked up the chopsticks. I command, start eating. Okay. Chen Nuo immediately picked up the chopsticks and picked up a piece of stir-fried meat for Meng Xiaoran. Sister, eat more. Meng Xiaoran smiled brightly and also picked up a piece of braised pork for Chen Nuo. Brother, you eat too. The brother and sister smiled at each other. Shin Shinmei, who was standing next to them, lowered her head, picked up the chopsticks silently, and then saw 2 more pieces of meat in her bowl. She looked up and saw her aunt's smiling face on one side and classmate Chen Nuo's fierce face on the other. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, classmate Chen Nuo. Meng Xiaoran smiled and said, I'm happy today, so I'll eat as much as I want. After saying that, she started working hard, not at all like a strong woman who wanted to be a principal. Chen Nuo understood her to some extent. A divorced woman, with her deceased sister's child, worked hard to build a career on her own. One can imagine how strong and cold she must be outside. Only in this family can she be her true self. It's not easy for both the aunt and the nephew. Chen Nuo sighed in his heart, but there was no expression on his face. He continued to chat and laugh with Meng Xiaoran. Cheerful laughter could be heard from time to time in the empty villa. Of course, the kitten was still very afraid of people. He kept his head down while eating and didn't dare to say a word. The meal was a great success for both the host and the guests, except for the fact that Meng Xiaoran was too enthusiastic and kept serving the braised pork to Chen Nuo. He almost vomited after eating so much. It's not that Shin Shinmei's cooking skills are bad. On the contrary, the braised pork is fat but not greasy, and is fragrant and delicious. But Chen Nuo had a problem since he was a child and he never ate fatty meat. No matter how well it is cooked, Chen Nuo will feel sick of fatty meat. But he couldn't refuse Sister Meng from picking food for him, so he had to force himself to swallow it and pretend that it tasted delicious. After finally finishing her meal, Shin Shinmei quietly cleared the dishes and went to the kitchen to wash them. Chen Nuo hurried to the bathroom and came out after a long while. At this time, Shin Shinmei had already washed the dishes and walked into the study with her head buried, with an expression as if she was ready to die bravely. Chen Nuo looked at Meng Xiaoran strangely. Sister, what happened to classmate Chen? Meng Xiaoran was sitting on the sofa, her legs were not convenient for her, so she waved at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo ran over, and Meng Xiaoran smiled and whispered, I've helped you convince Shinmei, so hurry in. Chen Nuo's eyes lit up and he gave Meng Xiaoran a thumbs up. Sister Meng, if I get admitted to Rongda, you will have a large part of the honor. Stop being so mean and go. Meng Xiaoran patted him, quite anxiously, like a matchmaker urging the newlyweds to enter the bridal chamber. Chen Nuo chuckled and walked into the study room carrying his school bag. Xin Xinmei, who was sitting at the desk, trembled a little, and her curvy body was about to squat and hide out of habit. "Little kitten, this is your home, where can you hide?" Xin Xinmei's body stiffened, her butt suspended in mid-air. She turned her head, her big eyes blinking behind the black-framed glasses, with a look of grievance. Chen Nuo walked over carelessly, pulled a chair and sat down next to her. "Teacher Xin, it's time for class." "Oh." Xin Xinmei agreed weakly, sat down obediently, and pulled the corners of her clothes with both hands nervously. Chen Nuo smiled. "Hey, you are a teacher now, can you stand up?" Sorry." Xin Xinmei apologized timidly, like a student who had made a mistake. Chen Nuo was helpless and too lazy to say more. He took out his math book and found the first coded knowledge point. "Tell me about this." "Oh." Xin Xinmei was startled by the math book that was suddenly thrust in front of her, but she didn't dare to disobey this fierce boy. She had to suppress her fear of being so close to others and concentrate on the book. This trick worked quite well. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, Xin Xinmei immediately became less nervous and blurted out. "This is very simple, you really don't know how to do it?" Immediately seeing Chen Nuo's ugly expression, she quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." "Speaking well, you are a teacher and you still have so much to say," Chen Nuo said impatiently. Xin Xinmei pursed her lips in grievance and had no choice but to tell him the story. She stuttered a little at the beginning and was scolded by Chen Nuo several times, but she soon got used to it, and at least she was no longer so nervous when explaining the questions. "Is it really that simple?" After listening to her, Chen Nuo understood immediately. The code on this knowledge point was finally removed, and his thoughts became clear. He is indeed a super academic master. I found the right coder. What about this question? What? Tell me now. Oh. In the study, this strange pair of teacher and student gradually got into the groove and the learning atmosphere became increasingly intense. Meng Xiaoran sat on the sofa in the living room, looking at the scene in the study from afar. A smile appeared on his face, and he murmured, "Sister, maybe this boy can really help Xinmei come out." At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Nuo finally swam out of the ocean of knowledge. If he didn't go back, he would have to listen to his mother playing the pipa again. "Sister, I'm leaving now. Have a good rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow." "Okay, brother, be careful on the road, and send a message to Xinmei when you get there." "Okay." Why did you send me a message?" Chen Nuo walked out of the door, waved to the smiling Meng Xiaoran and the confused Xin Xinmei, and quickly left the villa area. On the bus back, Chen Nuo couldn't help but take out the content of tonight's tutoring and read it again. He felt that there were only 4 words to describe it: master it. Xin Xinmei's approach to solving problems is amazing, and her logic is very clear when she explains it. Chen Nuo even felt that she was a better lecturer than the teachers at school. Is this the super academic master? When they got home, Li Qinghe was sitting on the sofa, wiping her tears and watching TV. As usual, Chen Guodong was serving her with a box of tissues. Seeing Chen Nuo coming back, Li Qinghe cried out, "Son, you're back, woo." Then continue watching TV. Chen Guodong silently took out a tissue and handed it to him. "Dad, Mom, I'm going to study." Chen Nuo didn't want to disturb the couple's world of two. He went straight into the house, took out his phone, logged into WeChat, and found a guy named Ding Dang Cat on WeChat. "I'm home now." Then he put his phone aside and lay down on the table to do his homework. After a moment, the phone vibrated. Chen Nuo picked it up and was stunned. "Doraemon, transfer 200 yuan. Doraemon, this is companionship fee." Chapter 23. Is this too rich or too stupid? Chen Nuo looked at the 200 yuan transferred to him by the kitten and was confused. "I just want to make money, what the hell is companionship fee?" "Doraemon, you said you would study with me, but I would charge you for it." Chen Nuo remembered that night in the hospital, he forced Xin Xinmei to help him with his studies, and tricked her into saying that he was accompanying her to study and she had to pay. He was just talking casually at that time, but he didn't expect this guy to take it seriously. "I just want to make money, are you stupid?" The other party seemed to be frightened and did not respond for a long time. Chen Nuo continued to study. A few minutes later, the phone rang again. "Doraemon, transfer 300. I just want to make money?" "Doraemon, I'm sorry, is that enough now?" I just want to make money. Doraemon, transfer 400. I just want to make money, stop, that's enough. Chen Nuo was really a little afraid of this guy. If Sister Meng knew that he had fooled her niece like this, she would break his legs. I just want to make money. Well, I'll keep your money first, just think of it as me lending you money to invest, and when I make money in the future, I'll give you dividends. Doraemon, what does investment mean? I just want to make money, I'll tell you straight, my investment is to buy football lottery. You know the World Cup, right? I spend money to buy the results of the game. I plan to make 5 million with 20,000 yuan. Isn't it amazing? Doraemon, oh. I just want to make money, although I don't have that much money now, I should have enough in a few months. Doraemon, transfer 20,000. I just want to make money? Doraemon, I'll invest 20,000 in you, can you please stop coming to study with me? Chen Nuo stared at the phone screen blankly, feeling a little numb. So I worked so hard to earn 20,000 yuan in capital, and that rich lady just gave it to you easily? Is this too rich or too stupid? For a moment, Chen Nuo wanted to agree to the little kitten. But on second thought, the two biggest goals after rebirth are to make money and take the college entrance examination. He could find ways to make money, but as for the college entrance examination, he had to ask Shinmei to tutor him. Otherwise, he might not even be able to get into a third-tier university, and wouldn't the family's trajectory be the same as in the previous life? Looking at the glittering, transfer 20,000, Chen Nuo's left hand tightly grasped his right hand. Zuishou, calm down, don't give it up, or the code remover you found with great difficulty will be gone. Right hand, don't stop me, I want money. After a fierce fight, the left hand finally subdued the right hand, then tapped the screen of the mobile phone and received the 20,000 yuan transfer from the kitten. Right hand? Left hand. Damn, I couldn't help it. The temptation was too great. Chen Nuo was speechless and quickly transferred the 20,000 yuan back to Shinmei. I just want money, you must give it to me within 3 seconds, otherwise I will tell the whole school tomorrow that you are the real campus beauty. Doraemon, received transfer of 20,000. I just want to make money, okay, I'm going to study, don't think about anything else, see you tomorrow. Doraemon, yes. Chen Nuo seemed to be able to see the aggrieved look of the kitten through the screen of his mobile phone, and he couldn't help but smile. In fact, he knew why Meng Xiaoran agreed to let Shinmei give him extra lessons. In addition to repaying him for saving her life, she also wanted him to help Shinmei become cheerful. However, Chen Nuo had only heard about Shinmei's past experiences. If he asked Meng Xiaoran directly, or asked her herself, he didn't know whether it would bring up old wounds. Forget it, let us leave it this way for now. My top priority now is to make money and take the college entrance exam. We'll talk about the rest later. By the way, we also need to change the fate of this guy Zhang Yuan. In his previous life, Zhang Yuan failed to get into university, so he went to his father's small workshop to follow in his father's footsteps. However, the workshop closed down within 2 years. Finally, he was forced to work in Ruweli, but was deceived and taken to northern Myanmar, and he never came back. Speaking of which, Zhang Yuan's fate is also closely linked to the college entrance examination. If we can get this guy into college, even just a third-tier university, it would change his life, right? What if I take Zhang Yuan to the kitten's home for tutoring? However, I still need to seek the opinions of Sister Meng and Shinmei themselves. I will find a chance to ask them tomorrow. The next day. Noon. Chen Nuo brought Zhang Yuan to the boiler factory again. It was around 12:30 when the two arrived. There were more people gathered around Wang Jian and his wife's lunch stall today. Li Hao and several security guards had obviously eaten for free, and were maintaining order and asking the employees to line up. From a distance, it really looked like a cafeteria. Suru saw Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan, and took a break to run over and handed them 2 plastic bags. Brother Chen, you haven't eaten yet, right? I prepared some for you. Sorry, there are too many people and we can't seat you. Suru's forehead was covered with sweat and her eyes were filled with joy. Thank you, sister-in-law. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Chen Nuo took it with a smile. Sister-in-law, you are so polite. By the way, did you bring what I wanted? I brought it. Suru took out a small bag from her arms, which contained a few small notebooks. Chen Nuo took it and said, Sister-in-law, go get busy. Suru returned to the stall and continued to work. Chen Nuo took Zhang Yuan into the boiler factory. Li Hao greeted him with a smile. Xiao Chen is here? There's no room outside. Why don't you go sit in the security room and eat? Okay, brotherly. Chen Nuol walked into the security room, sat down as if he was familiar with the place, took out the lunchbox prepared by Su Ru, and started eating. Zhang Yuan was still a little nervous, always feeling that this was someone else's territory, and was afraid that someone would come and drive them out. Chen Nuo finished eating quickly and asked Zhang Yuan to wait here. He left the security room and walked towards an office building opposite. When we arrived at the General Affairs Department, we saw Chen Guodong lying on the table eating the loving lunchbox that Li Qingha had prepared for him. Chen Nuo went over and patted him. Chen Guodong was startled, turned around and cursed, "You little bastard, why are you walking without making any sound?" Chen Nuo looked around and saw that there was no one else in the office at noon. He whispered, "Is Director Chen here?" "Yes, I'll take you there." Chen Guodong reluctantly put down his lunchbox and complained, "You are the only one who has so many problems every day." Chen Nuo chuckled, and the father and son went up to the third floor. The general department was on the second floor, and the factory director's office was on the third floor. When he reached the door of the room with the name of the factory director's office, Chen Guodong turned around and said, "Don't talk nonsense." Chen Nuo patted his chest and assured, "Dad, don't worry, I never talk nonsense." Chen Guodong took a deep breath. He was actually a little nervous. Although he has been working in the boiler factory for more than 20 years, he has always done his job honestly and conscientiously. The credit for any achievements goes to his leader, and the pots are his own. He had only met the factory director alone a few times. It was really inappropriate for a small employee like him to go to the big leader so abruptly. Chen Guodong raised his hand for a long time, but still didn't dare to knock. Boom boom. Then a hand reached out from behind him and knocked crisply on the heavy mahogany door of the factory director's office. Chapter 24: Director Chen's Troubles. Factory Director's Office. A tall, handsome man with a bald head is standing in front of the window with his hands behind his back. His name is Chen Weiman, and he is the 11th director in the boiler factory's history. He is also the youngest director in the history of the boiler factory. Yes, although he has hair loss at a young age, one can still tell from his tall posture and elegant looks that he is actually less than 40 years old. However, the young and promising Director Chen has been very worried recently. He made repeated trips to the municipal and provincial party committees to facilitate the relocation of the boiler factory. The times are changing too fast, and if the boiler factory continues to stay in the old factory street, it will be eliminated sooner or later. There are more than 900 employees in the factory, which means more than 900 families. If the boiler factory really goes bankrupt, the consequences will be unimaginable. He is responsible for so many employees. After 2.5 years, the boiler factory was finally relocated successfully, but a series of problems followed. New equipment running in, increasingly difficult market, increasingly thin profits. There are also recent complaints from employees. This is largely because the new factory does not have a canteen. This was also a work mistake made by Chen Weiman. He was only thinking about how to increase the profits of the new factory and turn losses into profits. As for other details of the relocation of the new factory, they were handed over to the 2 deputy factory directors. After moving in, he found out that there was no canteen in the new factory. The boiler factory, a decades-old enterprise, moved to a beautiful new factory, but its employees had no place to eat. It's such a huge joke. Chen Weiman got angry several times about this, but there was nothing the deputy factory director could do. The relocation had already cost too much money, so how could the factory have the money to solve the canteen problem now? I can only keep dragging it on. Chen Weiman also heard complaints from employees, saying that the factory leaders only cared about efficiency and did not care about the lives of the employees. He was furious, but couldn't refute. Chen Weiman has not been sleeping well these days and has several blisters on his mouth. I went to the province for a meeting yesterday and returned to the factory today. In the morning I met with 2 deputy factory managers to discuss the canteen. Then I heard that a lunch stall had opened at the factory gate yesterday. It was quite large and the number of dishes was surprisingly almost the same as that of the canteen in the old factory. Chen Weiman's first reaction was, "What is the sanitary situation like?" As a result, the 2 deputy factory managers said that they had tried it yesterday and it tasted great and they didn't get stomachache after eating it. After eating, the employees became more energetic in scolding their leaders. At this time, Chen Weiman was standing in front of the window. From his angle, he could just see the lunch stall in front of the factory gate. It's almost 1 o'clock and there are still many employees queuing up. Chen Weiman frowned. The scale was still a little small and the employees had no time to take a lunch break after dinner. If we could move this business into the factory, hire more people, and turn it into a formal canteen, wouldn't the employees' food problem be solved? Chen Weiman suddenly shook his head, thinking that he was being too fanciful. That's just a small stall, how can it take over such a big canteen? Besides, do they have health certificates and food certificates? At this time, there was a crisp knock on the door. Chen Weiman frowned slightly, walked back to the chair behind his desk, and said loudly, "Come in." Outside the door, Chen Guodong glared at Chen Nuo. "What are you doing? Who told you to knock on the door first?" He wasn't ready to face the supreme leader alone. The factory manager's voice came from inside, "Come in." Chen Guodong had no choice but to push the door open with Chen Nuo. The air inside seemed to be heavier, and Chen Guodong subconsciously bent down slightly. Chen Nuo was feeling a little emotional in the back. His father had been working in a state-owned enterprise for more than 20 years, and some things had gone deep into his bones. When I saw the leader, I didn't even dare to breathe. Chen Nuo was different. He knew very well that the boiler factory would go bankrupt in 3 years. This is the inevitability of the times and no one can stop it. Now the other party is a high-ranking factory manager. 3 years later, if you meet him on the street again, you can just ignore him. "Director, excuse me." Chen Guodong bowed slightly and whispered to Chen Weiman, who was sitting behind his desk. Chen Weiman was a little surprised. Old Chen? He actually knew Chen Guodong, a top student of the older generation. Chen Weiman had originally thought about re-employing Chen Guodong and had asked his superior Zhou Xianqing about it. But Zhou Xianqing said that Chen Guodong was too dull and did not understand the ways of the world, and he could not even manage a few security guards. It's really useless. Chen Weiman no longer considered using Chen Guodong and instead recruited a few technical talents from other places. When I usually meet Chen Guodong in the corridor, he always looks nervous and seems not very good at socializing. Chen Weiman didn't expect that Chen Guodong would come to see him, and there was a young man he had never seen before following him. Chen Guodong was a little nervous, but he forced a smile on his face. "Director, this is my son, he wants to see you for something." Chen Weiman was startled. "Your son?" Chen Nuo smiled and said, "Hello Uncle Chen, my name is Chen Nuo. I often hear my dad talk about you. He said that you are a good leader who loves the factory like your home and is dedicated to the employees." His voice was loud and powerful, making people believe that what he said was from the heart. Although Chen Weiman knew that this was a compliment, the slightest pleasure in his heart dissipated a lot, and he said with a smile, "So you're old Chen's son? He's very handsome. Are you planning to find a job? Many old employees in the factory want their children to work in the boiler factory." This is not the first time Chen Weiman has encountered this situation. He smiled and said, "Let's sit down and talk first." "Oh, okay." Chen Guodong sat down quickly, his hands were neither hands nor feet. Chen Nuo was much more generous. He sat down with a smile and said to Chen Weiman, "Uncle Chen, I don't want to join the factory, but I heard that it's not convenient for factory workers to have lunch recently, so I want to come and help." "Help?" Chen Weiman was surprised. Chen Nuo smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, did you see the small canteen selling lunch at the factory gate? I opened that." He intentionally said stallless canteen, but it hit Chen Weiman right in the heart. "You drove that?" Chen Weiman couldn't help but open his eyes wide, and those seemingly unrealistic thoughts in his mind began to turn again. But his face was still serious, and he looked at Chen Guodong. "Old Chen, your son is very capable. He has brought his business to the factory. Does he have a license? Is the hygiene standard passed?" I. Chen Guodong was sweating profusely and began to regret bringing the boy to see the factory director. Chen Nuo took out the small bag that Su Ru had just handed him with a smile, and took out a few small notebooks from it. "Uncle Chen, here are our certificates, including our chef's certificate, health permit, and business license." Chen Nuo stood up and went to the coffee table next to him to pick up the water bottle, refilled the cup in front of Chen Guodong with hot water, and said with a smile, "Uncle Chen, how about you try our canteen tomorrow? Chapter 25. You can't not pursue me without my consent. Director, we'll leave first. Sorry for disturbing you. Uncle Chen, I'll bring you some tea next time." A few minutes later, Chen Guodong and Chen Nuo walked out of the factory director's office. Chen Guodong wiped the sweat off his face and said to Chen Nuo, "Son, what do you want to do?" Chen Guodong was too nervous just now and just watched his son chatting and laughing with the factory director. If he hadn't stopped them, Chen Nuo would probably have lit a cigarette for the factory director. The factory has regulations that smoking is strictly prohibited in office areas. If that were the case, both father and son would be kicked out by the factory director. Even if Chen Nuo didn't offer him a cigarette, Chen Guodong could feel that the factory director's face was not looking good. He felt like he had really lost his mind for agreeing to his son's nonsense. If my wife knew about this, she would definitely scold me for a long time. Chen Nuo chuckled and said, "Dad, don't let mom prepare a loving lunchbox for you tomorrow." Chen Guodong was puzzled. Why? Chen Nuo said, "You have to accompany the factory director to our canteen for dinner." Does the leader have to pay for the inspection? Don't you have to pay for the meal for the factory director? Chen Guodong was stunned for a while, and finally reacted, "You mean Director Chen will go to your lunch stand tomorrow to try the food?" But he didn't agree just now. Chen Nuo smiled, "Dad, I can tell fortunes, and I have predicted that the factory director will definitely go there tomorrow." Before Chen Guodong could ask more questions, Chen Nuo had already run away. There is still a long queue at Wang Jian and his wife's place, so he has to go and help. As soon as he walked down the stairs, he ran into Zhou Xianqing coming up. Chen Nuo waved and said, "Hello, Uncle Zhou." Zhou Xianqing was startled. Seeing that it was Chen Nuo, he was about to say something, but Chen Nuo had already run away. What's going on? Zhou Xianqing was a little confused, but alarm bells were ringing in his heart. This guy has been running to the factory quite frequently these past 2 days. Is he intentionally hanging around in front of me and looking for an opportunity to ask me to help him put in a good word for Xiaolinger? Ha, you want to use this roundabout way of saving the country on me, Zhou Xianqing? Dream. Zhou Xianqing went upstairs and saw Chen Guodong standing at the stairs and shouting. Chen Nuo, slow down. Go back to class as soon as you're done. Zhou Xianqing said with a smile, "Hey, Lao Chen, Chen Nuo came to see you again today?" Chen Guodong's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled and said, "Yeah, there's something." Zhou Xianqing noticed that Chen Guodong's expression was not right, but he didn't ask any more questions. The two old neighbors walked back to the office side by side. As soon as I entered, I heard Xiaolu chattering. I ate lunch at the factory gate these past 2 days. Wow, the taste is so good, better than what the chefs in the hotel cook. Seeing Chen Guodong coming in, Xiaolu said to him with a smile, "Brother Chen, your son is amazing. He has started a business at such a young age." Chen Guodong was stunned, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Once, when the three of them were shopping, they met Xiaolu, so she knew Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo came over yesterday and helped out at the stall for a while. When Xiaolu went there for dinner yesterday, he recognized Chen Nuo and they chatted for a while. Chen Guodong forgot to tell Xiaolu to keep it a secret, but he unexpectedly said it directly in front of Zhou Xianqing. Chen Guodong didn't intend to hide it from Zhou Xianqing, he just felt that Zhou Xianqing was a little strange recently. Chen Nuo and Zhou Linger were in the same class, and he subconsciously felt that it would be better not to let Zhou Xianqing know about this. But now I can't hide it anymore. Zhou Xianqing looked at Chen Guodong in surprise. Is that lunch stand at the door owned by Chen Nuo? Chen Guodong smiled and said, "Children just mess around, ha." Zhou Xianqing was silent for a moment, then smiled. "Old Chen Nuo has given up on the college entrance examination, has he?" Chen Guodong quickly said, "Of course not. Chen Nuo has been studying very hard recently. Besides, making money and taking the college entrance examination don't conflict, right?" Although he was in a low position in the factory, he still had to protect his son. Zhou Xianqing laughed. "By the way, this time they tested Linger and she ranked 18th in her grade. How many places did Chen Nuo have?" Everyone around looked over, as they all knew the relationship between Minister Zhou and Chen Guodong's families. Chen Guodong coughed dryly and said honestly, "Chen Nuo is 108. Zhou Xianqing patted Chen Guodong on the shoulder and said, "Studying and running a small business at the same time, it's already very good to have such a good result. You can definitely get into a third-tier university, ha." After saying that, he walked into his minister's office with a smile on his face. The other colleagues looked at each other, and they all felt that what Minister Zhou said seemed a little strange, so they all wisely chose to remain silent. Chen Guodong sat down, feeling indescribable in his heart, and sighed slightly. Since when did their family and the Zhou family, old neighbors for more than 20 years, suddenly become less close? Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. Get out of class dismissed. As the bell for the last class rang, Mr. Li reluctantly called for the end of get out of class, and Chen Nuo immediately rushed out of the classroom. Chen Nua, wait a minute, Someone seemed to be talking behind him, but Chen Nua didn't care. He had to go to Little Cat's house for extra lessons tonight, and he had to catch this girl, otherwise she would run away alone again. After leaving the classroom, I came to the next class, class 5, and sure enough, I saw Shin Shinmei walking out with her head buried. Seeing Chen Nua, Shin Shinmei was startled. She turned back in panic to look at the classmates who followed her out, then looked at Chen Nua with a pleading look on her face. Chen Nua understood and didn't call her. He silently followed the crowd and went downstairs with Shin Shinmei one after another. In the classroom of class 4. Chen Nua, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. This is what Zhou Linger shouted to Chen Nua just now, but Chen Nua ignored her and rushed out of the classroom. Zhou Linger was left sitting alone in her seat, her pretty face flushed with anger. Chen Nua remained very cold towards her these past 2 days. Not to mention breakfast, he didn't even say a word to her. In the past, Chen Nua would find various reasons to send her home after school every day, and then walk back to Zhouchang Street by himself. Now Chen Nua hasn't sent her home for 5 whole days. Zhou Linger had no energy in class today. After thinking for a whole day, she finally decided to talk to Chen Nua. Although I don't plan to fall in love now, I want to see if there are any better boys after entering university. But Chen Nua is, after all, a childhood sweetheart who grew up together and is also good looking. It is quite an honor to be pursued by such a boy. Zhou Linger didn't want Chen Nua to disturb her too much, nor did she want to lose a good suitor. So she planned to inform Chen Nua today that she had generously forgiven him and they could go back to the way they were before. But unexpectedly, Chen Nua didn't even hear what she said and just ran away. Many people in the class heard her calling Chen Nua just now. Zhou Linger felt very embarrassed and sat in her seat angrily. Chen Nua, why don't you pursue me without my consent? At this time, Zhang Rongrong came back from outside. Linger, I just saw Chen Nua and Yazimi go together again. Chapter 26. Thank you, Chen Nua. Chen Nua followed Shin Shinmei from a distance, went down the teaching building and left the school gate in the crowd of people leaving class. Only after all the classmates who knew Shin Shinmei had gone far away did Chen Nua step forward and pat her on the shoulder. Little kitten, it's safe now. Just now, Shin Shinmei looked pleading at the door of class 5. Chen Nua understood that this girl was inferior and socially anxious. She would definitely not be able to bear it if someone saw her walking with a boy after school. So Chen Nua waited until they were far away from the school gate before greeting her. Shin Shinmei's body stiffened. She looked back at him weakly and uttered an "oh" in grievance. Chen Nua smiled. Hey, what's with that expression on your face? If someone didn't know, they would think I was bullying you. Sorry. The little kitten apologized quickly, but she bent down too much and the school bag on her back flipped over and hit her head, making her cry out. But because Chen Nua was still watching, she didn't dare to cry out in pain. She could only touch the back of her head in grievance, her face turning red. Chen Nua stepped forward to help her check. Are you okay? Shin Shinmei stepped back quickly. No, it's okay, let's go. It seemed like she had accepted her fate and called out to Chen Nua to go home with her. The two of them came to a nearby bus stop, and Shin Shinmei whispered, let's go buy some groceries first. Chen Nua nodded, okay. I had already seen Shin Shinmei's cooking skills yesterday. To be honest, they were not much worse than those of Wang Jian, a professional chef. So it wasn't surprising when Shin Shinmei said she was going to buy groceries. The two were waiting for the bus when an angry voice suddenly came from behind them. Chen Nua. Chen Nua turned around and saw Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong walking towards him. He waved. Student Zhou, Student Zhang. Zhou Linger looked at him angrily, and then looked at Shin Shinmei with disdain. Chen Nua, what do you mean by this? Just now, Zhou Linger and Zhang Rongrong followed Chen Nua all the way and saw with their own eyes that he walked with Yazimi not far from the school. Linger, look, I was right, Chen Nua really hooked up with Yazimi. TSK, isn't this too much of a downgrade in aesthetics? Zhang Rongrong was very proud and felt that she had discovered another incredible piece of gossip. The class idol Chen Nua fails in his pursuit of the school beauty Zhou Linger and turns to the ugly girl Yijime for comfort. This is so interesting. Zhou Linger's face looked very ugly. Although she only regarded Chen Nua as a spare tire, the meaning of a spare tire was that he would always be there whether you used him or not. But what about now? The spare tire that had been so stable for so many years was suddenly stolen by someone. Moreover, the other person is not as good as himself in appearance, academic performance, and family background. This made Zhou Linger even more unacceptable. Seeing Chen Nuo and Yazimi walking to the station and waiting for the bus together, Zhou Linger finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked up to Chen Nuo angrily to question him. Shin Shinmei was frightened by her, especially when she saw Zhou Linger's cold eyes, and quickly hid behind Chen Nuo. It was like a kitten being fed by a familiar person and suddenly being attacked by a stranger. It's for standing up in fear. Chen Nuo frowned slightly. Zhou Linger, what are you talking about? When Zhou Linger saw that Yazimi had hidden behind Chen Nuo, she became even angrier and pointed at Chen Nuo and said, Chen Nuo, you know what I mean. I told you that day that we can talk about our relationship after the college entrance examination. Why are you so stingy? You're looking for a girl like this to piss me off. Can you please stop being so childish? As he said this, he glanced at Shin Shinmei again, his face full of disdain. In her opinion, Chen Nuo deliberately found such an ugly woman who was inferior to her in every way to spite him. But she was really angry, and this was what made Zhou Linger most depressed. I obviously don't like Chen Nuo, but why am I so angry? Shin Shinmei felt uneasy when she was stared at by him. She shrank her tall body and hid behind Chen Nuo. She had also heard about Chen Nuo and Zhou Linger. Chen Nuo was handsome and fierce, but no, he was cheerful. Zhou Linger is the recognized school beauty of Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. There was such a huge gap between her and the other person that Zhou Linger would usually not even look at her. But now he was glaring at her so angrily. Shin Shinmei was very nervous, even more nervous than when Lin Changchang and the others bullied her. I always feel guilty. I shouldn't and don't deserve to be with Chen Nuo. No wonder Zhou Linger was angry. Shin Shinmei buried her head, and the deep inferiority hidden in her heart surged up again. I secretly glanced at Chen Nuo's broad back, and somehow my eyes suddenly turned red. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. Zhou Linger, apologized to classmate Shin. Chen Nuo suddenly spoke. Shin Shinmei was stunned, and Zhou Linger was also stunned. Zhou Linger looked at Chen Nuo in disbelief. You want me to apologize to her? Why? Chen Nuo said, it's none of your business who I walk with, and you are not qualified to judge others. And little milk. Student Shin is very good, much better than you think. It's not too late for you to apologize now. Zhou Linger opened her eyes wide, her lips trembling with anger. Chen Nuo, you were so mean to me for a girl like this? Chen Nuo frowned. Zhou Linger, I just thought you were a green tea before, but it seems I was wrong. Not only are you a green tea, you don't even know basic respect. Chen Nuo. Zhou Linger's clear voice became a little hoarse, her eyes were red, and tears finally flowed down. Okay, very good. Don't regret it. Zhou Linger glared at Chen Nuo fiercely, tears streaming down her face, then she turned and ran away. Linger! Zhang Rongrong shouted to Chen Nuo, you've gone too far in your lustful behavior. Then he followed Zhou Linger. Chen Nuo turned around and looked at Shin Shinmei. I'm sorry, just treat them as crazy and ignore them. Hey, little kitten? Shin Shinmei stared at him blankly without any reaction. Chen Nuo raised his hand and waved it in front of her. Ah! The kitten finally reacted, cried out, jumped up, and turned its back to him. And never mind. Chen Nuo was puzzled. Are you angry? No, no. Shen Xian's brows were buried in his chest again, and his ears were red. Chen Nuo didn't understand what was wrong with her. At this time, the bus came and the two got on. It was getting off work, and there were many people on the bus. As soon as Chen Nuo got on the bus, he saw a newly vacated seat. He immediately went over to take it and waved to Shin Shinmei. Come here, little kitten. Shin Shinmei squeezed in front of him with difficulty, and Chen Nuo grabbed her and pressed her into the seat. Sit down now. Shin Shinmei said weakly, no need, just sit down. Before he could finish his words, a heavy school bag was stuffed into his hands. Chen Nuo smiled at her and said, you have a seat. Please hold my school bag for me. Shin Shinmei said oh and hugged Chen Nuo's school bag tightly. The car started and the crowd swayed with the car body. Shin Shinmei sat steadily in the chair and looked up at Chen Nuo. He held the front and back handles with both hands and stood in front of her to block the crowded crowd. Shin Shinmei stared at him blankly, her bright red lips slightly parted, and she made a sound that only she could hear. Thank you, Chen Nuo. Chapter 27 Why is it all lean meat today? The bus arrived at the vegetable market stop, and Chen Nuo and Shin Shinmei got off. Shin Shinmei obviously came here often. She walked in familiarly. Chen Nuo followed behind her, watching her skillfully select various ingredients. Chen Nuo was not good at cooking in his previous life, and it was the same in this life, he could only watch from the side. But he soon discovered that there was something strange about the way Shinshinmei bought vegetables. "Boss, can this meat be a little thinner?" "Auntie, this piece of meat is too fat, can you cut it a little?" "Thank you." When Shinshinmei bought meat, she always picked lean meat and asked the boss to shave off the little fat on it. She was even willing to pay more for it. Chen Nua asked curiously, "Little kitten, wasn't there a lot of fatty meat at your house yesterday? Why did you buy all lean meat today?" "No, no." Shen Shinmei seemed startled. She stammered something perfunctory and ran away with the bag of vegetables. "Hey, little kitten, slow down." After buying some groceries, they took a bus to a villa area in the suburbs. Back at Shen Shinmei's house, Meng Xiaoran was sitting on the sofa with a bandage on her head, talking on the phone with a serious face. When she saw the two men come in, she smiled at Chen Nua, motioned for him to be casual, and then continued her call. Meng Xiaoran said at dinner yesterday that she had asked for a few more days off due to injury, but she is the president of Jiangcheng Normal University and will be transferred to Rongda University soon, so she has a lot of work to do even at home. Chen Nua didn't disturb her and helped Shen Shinmei carry the dishes into the kitchen. Shen Shinmei tied on her apron and said to Chen Nua, "Student Chen Nua, the meal will be ready soon." Chen Nua nodded, "Then I'll go do a set of questions first, and you can help me after dinner." "Oh." Shen Shinmei nodded. Chen Nua took 2 steps forward, and suddenly turned back. "No, why has your face been so red since just now? Do you have a cold?" Shen Shinmei was looking at his back and immediately looked away in panic. No, I'm fine, go do your homework." Chen Nua was focused on studying and didn't ask too many questions. He went out to say hello to Meng Xiaoran and went to the study to do his homework. Shen Shinmei cooked very quickly. Chen Nua had just finished half of the questions when a timid voice sounded outside. "Student Chen Nua, it's time to eat." "Here it comes." Chen Nua agreed with a smile and walked out of the study. Looking at the two women, one big and one small, who were already sitting at the table waiting for him, Chen Nua suddenly found it a little funny. What was going on with this sense of déjà vu of a family of 3? Who are the children? Who are the parents? Well, the kitten is a child, and Sister Meng and I are the worried parents. But what kind of child would cook for his parents? Chen Nu shook his head and laughed. Meng Xiaoran asked, "Brother, what are you laughing at?" Chen Nua said, "I remembered something happy." Meng Xiaoran was puzzled. "What's the happy news?" Chen Nua laughed and said, "I can have dinner with my sister again today, of course I'm happy." "With that mouth of yours, how many girls are you going to cheat in the future?" Meng Xiaoran scolded with a smile. Chen Nua said seriously, "Sister, I just want to make money, study hard, I won't waste my time on things like dating." Meng Xiaoran seemed to be touched by something, and her expression was slightly gloomy. "You are right, this kind of thing is the most boring." Chen Nua picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and held it in front of Meng Xiaoran. "Ha, to celebrate the 3rd day since my sister and I met, let's have some dried meat." Meng Xiaoran was amused by him and picked up a piece of twice-cooked pork and touched it with Chen Nua's meat. Chen Nua held the piece of meat in front of Shen Shinmei again. "Student Shen, to celebrate our study together, let's have some dried meat." "Ah? Oh." Shen Shinmei seemed to be in a daze. When she heard Chen Nua's words, she hurriedly picked up the twice-cooked pork and clinked it with Chen Nua. The 3 of them ate the meat on their chopsticks together, and Meng Xiaoran laughed. "This house hasn't been this lively for a long time." Chen Nua also laughed. "I haven't had such a happy meal in a long time." Meng Xiaoran glared at him. "Don't let your parents hear you say this." He. Chen Nua scratched his head, and his half-siblings started laughing again. Shen Shinmei sat obediently on the side, watching the two of them quietly, with the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled up slightly. "Shinmei, why are there only lean meats today?" Halfway through the meal, Meng Xiaoran suddenly discovered a problem. Both the twice-cooked pork and the meatball soup were full of lean meat, without any fat at all. Meng Xiaoran usually likes to eat half fat and half lean food, but today she didn't taste any fat at all, which she was really not used to. "My niece's dishes in the past Woon tea have been all lean meat, right?" Shen Shinmei was startled, subconsciously looked at Chen Nua, and quickly lowered her head. "Today in the market, there is only lean meat." Chen Nua asked curiously, "Student Shen, have you forgotten? You picked the lean meat on purpose, and asked the boss to remove all the fat on it." After saying this, he suddenly froze and looked at Shen Shinmei in disbelief. There was a lot of fat in yesterday's meat dishes. Chen Nua felt uncomfortable after eating them and almost vomited when he went to the bathroom. Could it be that The kitten discovered that he doesn't eat fat, so he specially sold pure lean meat today? At this time, Shin Xayan's face was almost buried in the bowl, and he stood up suddenly. I'm full. A man ran into the kitchen and never dared to come out again. Meng Xiaoran was puzzled. What's wrong with this child? After dinner, Chen Nuo wanted to wash the dishes, but was stopped by Meng Xiaoran, so he had to go to the study to continue doing his homework. Shen Xinmei finished washing the dishes and walked in reluctantly. Chen Nuo turned around and urged, "Hurry up, little kitten, I have finished all the questions and am waiting for you to explain them to me." Shen Xinmei said oh and quickly sat down next to Chen Nuo and explained the questions to him carefully. Today's decoding effect is still very good. With Shin Xinmei's explanation, many garbled codes on knowledge points have been removed. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Nuo prepared to go home. He packed his school bag and walked out of the study room. He suddenly turned around and said to Shin Xinmei, "Thank you, Mr. Shen." Ah? Shin Xinmei looked confused. Chen Nuo smiled and said, "The twice-cooked pork and meatball soup are all lean meat and are delicious." "Thank you." Shin Xinmei's body froze, like a kitten whose secret was discovered. After a long while, she said weakly, "No, you're welcome. Oh, by the way, I have a friend who is also in class 4. Can I bring him over to study with me tomorrow? I'll ask him to come over after he has eaten." Shin Xinmei was stunned and pursed her lips, seeming a little embarrassed. Chen Nuo said, "Don't be nervous, this guy is very introverted, just treat him as air." Shin Xinmei was silent for a long time, then suddenly turned around and took out a wallet from the drawer. She took out 500 yuan and handed it to Chen Nuo. "One more person to accompany me to study, one more companionship fee, here I give it to you." Chapter 28. The gap between Chen Nuo and me will only get bigger. Zhou family. Zhou Xiansheng walked into the house. His wife Gui Yan had already prepared the meal. He looked inside and asked with a smile, "Where's Linger? Hasn't she come back yet?" Gui Yan said, "I just made a phone call. I went to buy stationery with my classmates. I will be back soon." Zhou Xiansheng said oh, changed his shoes and went in. Gui Yan brought out the dishes from the kitchen. Seeing Zhou Xiansheng still smiling, she asked curiously, "What are you happy about?" Zhou Xiansheng then told the story of Chen Nuo setting up a stall in front of the boiler factory, and said jokingly, "I've always said that Chen Guodong's son is clever but can't handle big things. He's about to take the college entrance examination and he's still setting up a stall outside. How much money can he make?" I saw Chen Guodong looked very proud. He thought his son was capable. Gui Yan disagreed with him. "Xiao Chen is so young and yet he dares to do business at the gate of your boiler factory. I think he is quite precocious. Maybe he will have a great future. What great things can I achieve?" Zhou Xiansheng disagreed. "He only ranked over 100 in the grade this time, and our daughter ranked 18th. In the future, Xiao Linger will go to a key university, and he can only go to a third-tier university. They are not from the same world. I just say that he is not worthy of my daughter." At this time, the door opened and Zhou Linger walked in. Zhou Xiansheng greeted her with a smile. "My daughter is back? That's great, let's eat." "I'm not hungry, Mom and Dad, you guys eat." Zhou Linger walked straight into her room angrily and slammed the door. Zhou Xiansheng was startled and said to Gui Yan, "Did you see that my daughter's eyes are red? Was she bullied?" Gui Yan waved at him, walked to Zhou Linger's door, and persuaded her for a long time before Zhou Linger opened the door and came out. But her eyes were still a little red, obviously she had just cried. Zhou Xiansheng couldn't bear to see his daughter being wronged, so he immediately said, "Linger, who bullied you? Tell Dad and I'll help you vent your anger." Zhou Linger wiped her eyes, her voice choking. "Who else could it be?" Zhou Xiansheng and Gui Yan looked at each other, and Gui Yan said softly, "Chen Nuo?" When Chen Nuo's name was mentioned, Zhou Linger became even angrier, tears streaming down her face. She recounted what happened today, but intentionally or unintentionally omitted the fact that she had scolded Shin Xinmei. He just said that Chen Nuo scolded him for no reason. "How dare Chen Nuo bully you like this? What does the Chen family mean?" Zhou Xiansheng got angry and picked up his phone to call Chen Guodong. Gui Yan quickly stopped him. "Why are you calling now? Are you arguing with someone? If you have anything to say, wait until you get to work tomorrow to talk about it." Gui Yan knew her daughter and knew that there must be something else going on, otherwise Chen Nuo would not say that about her for no reason. Just for her daughter's sake, Gui Yan did not ask Zhou Xiansheng in front of her. Zhou Linger cried more and more sadly. "Dad, don't call Uncle Chen anymore." Chen Nua did it on purpose. If he knew how miserable I was, he would definitely be very proud. "I don't want that." Okay, I won't fight you. I won't fight you." Zhou Xiancheng quickly put down his phone and comforted him softly. "Xiaolinger, you have such good grades, you will definitely go to a key university in the future. Chen Nua can only go to a second-tier university at most. You may not be able to see each other in the future. It's not worth getting angry with him." Zhou Linger bit her lip and said, "Yes, we are no longer from the same world. I won't be angry for him. Yes, Chen Nua can only find someone like Yazimiai in the future, but I want to find a better boy. The gap between us will only get bigger and bigger, why should I be angry?" I felt much better thinking about it this way, and finally, under my parents' persuasion, I sat down at the dining table, and the three of us had a warm dinner together. Zhou Xiancheng kept picking up food for Zhou Linger with a smile on his face. But he still felt unhappy. Although the Zhou and Chen families have been neighbors for more than 20 years, the two families have not had as much contact since Zhou Xiancheng became the minister. Zhou Xiancheng looked down on the Chen family from the bottom of his heart. He also looked down on Chen Nua. But considering that Zhou Linger and Chen Nua were childhood sweethearts, he didn't say much. But now that brat actually dared to bully Xiao Linger again and again, of course he couldn't tolerate it. Zhou Xiancheng suddenly remembered the lunch stall that Chen Nua had set up in front of the boiler factory. "Since you bully my daughter, don't blame me." Guo Yan looked at her husband, then at her daughter, and sighed silently. In fact, when they lived in Jiuchang Street, she had a very good relationship with Li Qinghe, and Li Qinghe helped her a lot. Guo Yan also liked Chen Nua very much, and secretly agreed that this child would become her son-in-law in the future. However, as the daughter grew up, she became more distant from Chen Nua. Every time her husband talked about Chen Guodong, he was often sarcastic and disdainful. "Since when did the relationship between our two families become like this?" Villa area. Shen Xinmei walked out of the shower room, her slightly wet long hair draped softly over her white jade-like shoulders. After washing off her straight eyebrows and taking off her glasses, the girl revealed her pretty face. Meng Xiaoran looked at her with a smile. "Tisk tsk, my new eyebrow is really more beautiful than a fairy. I wonder which stinky boy will get her in the future." Shen Xinmei covered her face, her crystal earlobes blushed. "Auntie." Meng Xiaoran pulled her to sit next to him. "Xinmei, how about we try it? Tomorrow we won't draw eyebrows or wear glasses, and go to school like this?" Shen Xinmei trembled and her face turned pale. Meng Xiaoran quickly said, "Auntie is just joking with you, you can go out any way you want." She had noticed that her niece seemed to become more cheerful after Chen Nua came to their house these 2 days, so she tried to help her resolve her worries. The first step naturally starts with Shen Xinmei being willing to show her true face to others. Just looking at her current appearance, it is obvious that she still hasn't come out of it. Meng Xiaoran didn't dare to force her anymore. After thinking for a while, she said, "Xinmei, my aunt will be back to Jiangcheng in 2 days. I'd better let Chen Nua come over every night to study with you. How about that?" Shen Xinmei pursed her lips and nodded slightly. Meng Xiaoran smiled and said, "By the way, Chen Nua is going to bring another classmate here. I'll take a look at him tomorrow. If there's nothing wrong with his classmate, they can study with you after I leave, okay? I'll listen to my aunt." Shen Xinmei agreed softly. "New eyebrows." Meng Xiaoran paused and said casually, "It would be great if Chen Nua could go to the same university as you. I think you two would get along well. Aunt, I'm going to sleep." Shen Xinmei suddenly stood up, ran upstairs, and fled into her room. Meng Xiaoran looked up at the closed bedroom door, a smile appearing on her lips. In the bedroom, Shen Xinmei took out a notebook from the drawer and wrote on it, "Mom and Dad, today is the first time that someone other than my aunt is willing to speak up for me. He even asked the person who scolded me to apologize to me and saved a seat for me on the bus. He doesn't like fatty meat, but my aunt likes pork belly. Luckily, my aunt passed away in 2 days, so I can buy lean meat every day. Also, he wants to ask a classmate to accompany me to study. Do you think an extra 500 yuan is enough?" Chapter 29 Minister Zhou, are you coming to have dinner too? 2 days. Chen Nua came to school early and memorized words in the classroom. The effect of Shen Xinmei's tutoring in the past 2 days was very significant, and more garbled codes on knowledge points were removed. Chen Nua gradually regained the feeling of his senior year in high school. He is now very motivated and determined to be admitted to Rongqing University. I have now recognized the future president of Rongqing University as my sister. If I don't go to Rongqing University to study, wouldn't it be a mistake? Chen Nuo became more and more excited as he recited, and felt that his memory had improved a lot. Soon, students came into the classroom one after another. Zhang Yuan was surprised to see Chen Nuo and came over to say, Chen Nuo, why did you come to school so early? He looked back at Zhou Linger, who had just walked into the classroom, and whispered, Are you waiting to apologize to Zhou Linger? Chen Nuo was immersed in the ocean of knowledge and ignored him. Zhang Yuan continued, I heard from Zhang Rongrong that you dated Yazimiai yesterday and made Zhou Linger cry. Chen Nuo, you are not serious, are you? Yazimiai looks nice, and it's a bit unkind of you to use someone else to provoke Zhou Linger. At this time, Zhou Linger was also looking at Chen Nuo, but saw that he was concentrating on memorizing words and was not looking at her at all, so she couldn't help but snorted. Why are you pretending to study hard? Even if you pretend, you're still ranked 100th. From now on, I will go to a key school and you can only go to a second-tier university. You won't even have a chance to apologize. Zhou Linger turned her head away, deciding not to talk to Chen Nuo for the whole day. Zhang Yuan was still mumbling over there, so Chen Nuo could only put down the book and glared at him. We are studying, can you stop making noise? Zhang Yuan looked at him in disbelief. Chen Nuo, are you serious? You don't want to pursue Zhou Linger anymore, but study hard? Chen Nuo said unhappily, the college entrance examination is only 3 months away. What else can you do if you don't study hard? Zhang Yuan, you should also work hard. Didn't your father always say that your family has never had a college student? Is my effort still of any use? Zhang Yuan curled his lips. Even if he worked hard, it would be too late for him to improve his grades. Chen Nuo whispered, I recently found a tutor, he's very good, do you want to go with me for tutoring? Zhang Yuan was surprised, tutoring? Then he waved his hand, goodbye, I'm not interested. Chen Nuo said mysteriously, there is a very beautiful young woman in the tutor's home. Triggering the keywords, Zhang Yuan's eyes widened immediately, really? Chen Nuo nodded, of course it's true, do you want to go? Go. By the way, I have to go to the boiler factory at noon. Do you want to go? Chen Nuo asked Zhang Yuan. Shen Weiman will most likely come to try the food at noon today. My dad is not good at receiving leaders, so of course he has to be present in person for such events. Of course I'm going. I promised to help my sister-in-law. Zhang Yuan's eyes lit up and he spoke immediately. This guy was full of energy when he talked about young women. Chen Nuo shook his head. Then we'll leave after class at noon. Okay. Noon. Boiler factory. Zhou Xiansheng walked out of the minister's office and saw that Chen Guodong was not there. He asked Xiao Lu. Where's Chen Guodong? Xiao Lu was leaning over the computer watching a TV series. On the screen, a woman was walking and suddenly turned around, revealing a ghost face covered in blood. Just then Zhou Xiansheng patted her shoulder, Xiao Lu screamed and jumped up, and the chair fell and hit Zhou Xiansheng's feet. Minister Zhou? I'm sorry, are you okay? No, it's okay, hiss. Zhou Xiansheng's face turned red. He endured the severe pain in his toe but didn't dare to say anything harsh. It was lunchtime now, and it wasn't against the rules for them to watch TV. Besides, Xiao Lu was the deputy factory director's niece, so Zhou Xiansheng naturally didn't dare to say anything. He could only consider himself unlucky and forced to smile. Xiao Lu, where's Chen Guodong? Xiao Lu said, Teacher Chen went out after lunch. I heard him say that he seemed to be going to the lunch stand at the door to have a look. Zhou Xiansheng sneered in his heart, it seemed that this mess was really set up by Chen Nuo. He turned and walked out of the office, accidentally kicking a chair, causing the toe that had been crushed just now to feel severe pain again. Minister Zhou, is your foot okay? No, nothing. Zhou Xiansheng walked out of the office building with a gloomy face and saw a long queue in front of the lunch stall at the door from afar. He snorted and limped into the security room. But Li Hao and others were holding their lunchboxes and eating with relish. Because there were too many people queuing, Li Hao and his friends had to wait until the very end to eat these 2 days, so Su Ru specially prepared boxed lunches for them. The dishes are still 5 meat and 3 vegetable, and come with soup. Now Li Hao and others can sit and eat comfortably in the security room. They are saying that Xiao Chen's employees are capable and this business will surely grow bigger and bigger. Seeing Zhou Xiansheng coming in, Li Hao quickly stood up and greeted him, Minister Zhou, what do you want to talk to us about? Zhou Xianqing smiled and said, "The factory manager just called me and said that we cannot set up stalls in front of the factory gate and asked us to drive those who set up stalls away." Factory director? No way. This has been set up for several days. Why are they only saying they want to kick us out today? Zhou Xianqing still had a smile on his face. The factory director just came back from the province a few days ago and was busy with other things. He happened to see this stall today, so he specially asked me to take care of it. He intentionally or unintentionally emphasized the word factory director. Li Hao suddenly stopped talking, and the other security guards looked at each other in confusion. Li Hao hesitated. "Minister Zhou, did the factory director really say that?" Zhou Xianqing smiled and said, "Captain Li, look at what you said, can I still lie to you?" Li Hao looked at the security guards, and they all looked embarrassed. They had been able to have delicious free lunch at noon these days, and they had not yet finished the 2 packs of cigarettes that Chen Nuo had given them. "It is really unkind of you to chase someone away if you are helped by someone else." Zhou Xianqing coughed and said, "Captain Li, you guys won't even listen to the factory director, right?" Having said that, Li Hao couldn't delay any longer and could only say to the security guards, "Brothers, let's work with Minister Zhou." Yes. The security guards were a little depressed, but there was nothing they could do and they could only follow Zhou Xianqing and Li Hao out of the security room. At this time, there was still a long line at the factory gate, and Zhou Xianqing had already started waving his hands to drive people away. "What are you all doing here blocking the factory gate? Go away." These employees all knew Zhou Xianqing, and someone asked curiously, "Minister Zhou, are you coming to eat too?" Zhou Xianqing glared at him, "What are you eating?" The factory director said that no stalls are allowed in front of the factory gate. It has a bad influence. Who set up this stall? Remove it. Uncle Zhou? Zhou Xianqing turned around and saw Chen Nuo waving at him. "Why are you here?" Zhou Xianqing stepped forward, with a look of regret on his face. "I'm sorry, Xiaochun, I know you opened this stall, but the factory has rules, and I can't violate them. Don't run this stall again." "Zhou Xianqing, are you coming to eat too?" At this time, a familiar voice sounded. Zhou Xianqing was startled and realized that the factory director Chen Weiman was sitting at the table behind the lunch stall. Chen Weiman was holding chopsticks, with 5 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes and a soup in front of him. He was biting a fish fillet in his mouth and looking at Zhou Xianqing with a smile. Chapter 30. The boiler factory is my home. Factory director? Zhou Xianqing widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The factory director is actually eating here too? How could that be? Chen Nuo said with a smile, "Uncle Zhou, Uncle Chen came quite early, otherwise he wouldn't be able to queue up." "You're late, how about you queue up first?" Zhou Xianqing looked at Chen Weiman again and saw that he was smiling. "Yes, Minister Zhou, you are late, hurry up and line up, the food today is good." Zhou Xianqing was stunned for a long time, then laughed in agreement. "Ha, the factory manager is right. I worked overtime at noon, so I am indeed late. I will go and queue up now." After saying that, he ran to the back and queued up. When passing by Li Hao and others, a security guard couldn't help but ask, "Minister Zhou, are you still going to chase them away?" "Who are you chasing away?" Zhou Xianqing looked confused. The security guard was even more confused. "Didn't you just say that the factory director ordered that no stalls be set up in front of the factory gate, and asked us to drive this stall away?" "Ah, I'm just kidding." Zhou Xianqing looked back guiltily, only to see Chen Weiman also smiling at him. Zhou Xianqing quickly said, "You guys go ahead and do your work. I'm going to queue up." Li Hao laughed, "Okay, Minister Zhou, you go in line first." Seeing Zhou Xianqing running to the back and queuing up obediently, Li Hao turned around and winked at Chen Nuo, who secretly gave him a thumbs up. Li Hao smiled and led the security guards to maintain order at the scene. A security guard whispered to Li Hao, "Captain Li, what's going on today? The factory manager is here, but Zhou Xianqing dares to chase us away?" Li Hao chuckled and whispered, "From now on, you have to pay for your lunch every day. Do you understand?" "Why?" The other security guards were puzzled. Li Hao glared at them and said, "Are you stupid? Look at the relationship between Xiao Chen and the factory director. Maybe we will have to follow him in the future." The group of security guards looked at each other and nodded repeatedly. Captain Li is still very insightful. "Uncle Chen, what do you think of our small cafeteria?" At this time, Chen Nuo was sitting opposite Chen Weiman and asked with a smile. Chen Guodong next to him looked nervous. Chen Weiman arrived at the factory gate at 11:30 today. Chen Nua had not arrived yet. Fortunately, Chen Guodong listened to Chen Nua and came out to wait in advance. Wang Jian and Su Ru also heard that this person was the factory director, and they came here today specifically to taste the food. The couple entertained them warmly and served 5 meat dishes, 3 vegetable dishes and a soup. If Su Ru hadn't stopped him, Wang Jian almost sent a bottle of Luzhou Laojiao. Chen Guodong accompanied the factory director to taste the food. He felt so uncomfortable while eating that he couldn't even taste the flavor. Fortunately, Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan came. Zhang Yuan went to help, while Chen Nua sat in front of Chen Weiman and introduced him to the situation of Wang Jian and his wife with a smile. Chen Weiman listened and ate at the same time, his expression becoming more and more satisfied. In fact, what he cares about most are nothing more than 2 things: hygiene and cost-effectiveness. The first point was what he was most satisfied with. Wang Jian and his wife were very meticulous in their work. Although the stall was set up in the open air, each basin containing vegetables was covered with a layer of food film. Rice and vegetable soup are also served in special food pots. There are also tables, chairs and benches, all of which are polished to a shine, even cleaner than the desk in the factory director's office. As for the cost-effectiveness, this exceeded Chen Weiman's expectations. He originally thought that this was just an open-air stall where the employees could just have a full meal, but after he tasted the first bite of the fish fillet, he couldn't stop. If Chen Nua and Chen Guodong hadn't been standing by, he would have wanted to eat all the 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes. Then when I asked the price, I was shocked. For 12 yuan, choose 4 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, and rice and soup are free. This price is exactly the same as the lunch subsidy the factory gives to employees, but to be honest, if you go out to find a restaurant with this 12 yuan, you can't even order a meat dish. Chen Weiman finally understood why so many employees lined up every day. He also wants to come and eat here every day. Hearing Chen Nua's words, Chen Weiman reluctantly put down his chopsticks and said to Chen Nua seriously, "Xiao Chun, thank you for helping so many employees in the factory solve the problem of eating lunch. I thank you on behalf of the employees of the boiler factory." Chen Nua smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, you are too polite. My father has worked in the boiler factory for more than 20 years. The boiler factory is my home." Chen Guodong said quickly, "Director, I am really happy to be able to do something for the factory." Chen Weiman looked at the father and son. The father was nervous but sincere, while the son had a serious look but a cunning look in his eyes. He couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. This father and son pair was really interesting. Chen Nua asked, "Uncle Chen, what do you think of what I said yesterday? Move this lunch stall into the boiler factory and turn the small canteen into a big canteen." This was the proposal Chen Nua proposed to Chen Weiman yesterday. It was also his first step to earn his first pot of gold. Chen Weiman thought for a moment and said, "Xiao Chun, this is not a trivial matter. I will go back and discuss it with the leadership team." Chen Nua smiled and said, "Okay, Uncle Chen, would you like some more soup?" Given Chen Weiman's pragmatic style, what he said means he is really seriously considering moving this stall into the factory canteen. Chen Weiman pointed at him and said with a smile, "Good boy, if you didn't say this, I wouldn't even be able to get another bowl of soup, right?" "Ha, Uncle Chen, you are joking." Wang Jian and Su Ru, who were busy at the side, looked over here and saw Chen Nua and the factory director chatting and laughing. The couple looked at each other and Wang Jian sighed. It turns out that the director of the boiler factory is really Brother Chen's uncle. Su Ru smiled and said, "Whether it's true or not, husband, let's all follow Brother Chen and work hard in the future." My wife is right. Chen Nua and Chen Weiman were chatting happily. Zhou Xianqing finally got his turn. He got his food and ran over happily. "Director, I'm here too." Chen Weiman stood up and said, "That's great. I've finished eating. I'll give you my seat." Zhou Xianqing's face changed. How can this be so embarrassing? Could it be that the factory director knows that I forged the imperial edict? Are you trying to point a finger at me? Chen Weiman said with a smile, "What's there to be embarrassed about? Do you still want to eat without paying? How can that be possible?" Director, you are so funny." Zhou Xianqing quickly said with a smile. "Xiao Chen, Lao Chen, I'm leaving first. I have a meeting later." Chen Weiman took 2 steps forward, then came back and said to Chen Nua, "Xiao Chen, add a phone number." "Okay." Chen Nua and Chen Weiman saved each other's phone numbers. Chen Weiman patted his shoulder and suddenly turned to Zhou Xianqing and said, "Minister Zhou, the factory's regulations are all for the benefit of the employees and are to solve practical problems for the employees, don't you think? Zhou Xiancheng was stunned and nodded repeatedly. The factory director is right. Come and queue up earlier next time. Chen Weiman still had a smile on his face. Yes, yes. Zhou Xiancheng was sweating profusely. As Chen Weiman walked away, Zhou Xiancheng's stiff body relaxed slightly. Chen Guodong was no longer so nervous. He looked at Zhou Xiancheng and suddenly remembered. Lao Zhou, didn't you just finish your meal in the office? Zhou Xiancheng held the chopsticks in both hands, the veins on the back of his hands bulged. He looked up at Chen Guodong's sincere face and Chen Nua's half-smile. He gritted his teeth and said, I'm not full and I'm hungry, is that okay? Chapter 31. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. As soon as Chen Weiman left, Zhou Xiancheng found the delicious food tasteless and left after taking a few quick bites. After finishing the lunch business, Su Ru pulled Chen Nua aside and showed him a notebook. Brother Chen, this is the profit of the past few days, take a look. Chen Nua looked down and said, Sister-in-law, do you know finance? This notebook neatly records the daily expenses for ingredients, tableware, transportation, labor, as well as the daily turnover and then the profit. Every day is recorded in great detail. I don't understand finance, but I helped Wang Jian keep accounts when he was selling cold dishes. Can you see if there is any problem? Su Ru's hair was a little messy and her pretty face was greasy. This was the norm for people working in the catering industry. It was impossible for them to stay shiny and beautiful all the time. Chen Nua looked at her and smiled. No need, sister-in-law, I believe you. Of course, he can carefully check the financial report every day, but the basis of his cooperation with Wang Jian and his wife is not interests, but the affection of helping Wang Yuan in times of need and helping her celebrate her birthday. At least that's what Wang Jian and his wife think. If he took the account book and looked at it carefully now, the basis of cooperation between him and Wang Jian and his wife would change. Perhaps for equal partners, this is as it should be. But Chen Nua knew that he couldn't do that to Wang Jian and Su Ru. As I said, what you ask for is not as good as what others give you willingly. So he wouldn't really look through the ledger. Hearing his words, Su Ru was indeed somewhat moved. Brother Chen, thank you for trusting us so much. Don't worry, we will do our best and will not forget the provisions of the contract. The contract signed by Chen Nua and Wang Jian and his wife clearly stated that he would invest 30% of the shares, and the monthly profits would be settled according to the share at the end of each month. Chen Nua smiled and said, Sister-in-law, of course I'm relieved about you. I still have to go back to school. I'm leaving. Brother. Wang Jian came over and handed a small bag to Chen Nua. Chen Nua took a look and saw that it was full of fruits. Wang Jian smiled innocently. I've been working really hard these past few days, and I feel like my life has a purpose again. I don't know how to thank you, so please don't be offended. Chen Nua smiled and took the fruit without hesitation, waving his hand. Thank you, brother, thank you, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, let's go. Zhang Yuan waved goodbye to Su Ru reluctantly. Chen Nua looked at him. Do you really like women who are older than you? No? Zhang Yuan was still immersed in his sister-in-law's gentle smile and couldn't extricate himself. The two got on the bus. After a while, Zhang Yuan finally came to his senses and asked Chen Nua curiously. Is that Minister Zhou just now Zhou Linger's father? Chen Nua nodded, and Zhang Yuan said, no wonder he came to support you. Do you think he is here to support us? Chen Nua asked. Yes, why else? Zhang Yuan said as a matter of course. Chen Nua looked at him for a long time, and suddenly said, Little fatty, I think you can definitely get into university. Why? Zhang Yuan was puzzled. Chen Nua said knowingly, because only college students can have such clear and stupid eyes as yours. Grass. The two returned to school, and in the afternoon, Lao Li announced the ranking of the first mock exam 2 days ago. Zhou Linger ranked 20th in the grade this time, a slight drop of 2 places, which is not a big deal. Chen Nua took a big dive, falling from 108th in the grade to over 300th, and was only 100 places behind Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was very excited about this and warmly welcomed Chen Nua to join him. Zhou Linger cast disdainful glances at Chen Nua from time to time. It was obviously a revenge for Chen Nua yelling at her yesterday, with a bit of the meaning of I'm happy that my ex failed. But Chen Nua was very calm. During the exam 2 days ago, he had not yet found a coder, and he had to rely entirely on his memory of high school knowledge before his rebirth. He was able to rank around 300th in his grade, which shows that he has a pretty good foundation. As long as I study hard now, I will be able to make rapid progress within 3 months. Getting admitted to Rongda University is not a dream anymore. Having confirmed his direction, Chen Nua studied more enthusiastically, and the afternoon's class passed by unknowingly. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Yuan came over with a smile and said, Chen Nua, to celebrate your successful integration into my rank, let's go to the internet cafe to play duo. Chen Nua chuckled, you forgot that you had to go to tutoring with me tonight. Zhang Yuan immediately had a bitter face, and Chen Nua said again, there are also beautiful young women. Okay. I'll go back to eat first, and I'll call you when I'm done. Zhang Yuan immediately became excited and rushed out of the classroom like a flash. Chen Nua told him to go home for dinner first and then go to his tutoring teacher's house. Why didn't I know before that this guy likes young women so much? Chen Nua shook his head and walked out of Class 4's classroom. He just happened to see someone sneaking out of Class 5's classroom. When she saw Chen Nua, she lowered her head even lower and walked forward silently with the crowd. Chen Nua followed far behind, and just like yesterday, the two of them left the school one after the other. But unlike yesterday, the little kitten did not continue walking forward with her head down. After the number of people decreased, she stopped and looked back. Chen Nua immediately hid behind the door of a convenience store. Shin Shinmei didn't see Chen Nua and was a little confused. After waiting for a while, she still didn't see the familiar figure. She hesitated, took out her phone, pressed a few buttons, and sent a message to Chen Nua. Student Chen Nua, where are you? Then she saw a pair of big feet wearing sneakers appear in front of her. She quickly looked up and saw Chen Nua's smiling face. Are you looking for me? Shin Shinmei raised her head with her eyes wide open, and frantically operated her phone. Chen Nua took out his own phone and took a look. Ding Dang Cat withdrew a message. Chen Nua smiled, what did you send me? Shen Xin blushed and lowered his head and said, let's go buy some groceries first. After saying that, she walked forward in a panic. Chen Nua caught up with her. Little kitten, if you don't tell me, I'll increase your companionship fee. Shin Shinmei immediately took out 500 yuan bills from her school bag, here you go. Shen Nua glared at her, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have money. Shin Shinmei looked at him aggressively and tried to take money from her school bag again. Chen Nua quickly stopped her. Okay, money really means you can do whatever you want. I forgive you. Let's go. He was really afraid that he would lose control and end up living off his wife. The two men walked towards the bus. Suddenly, a disdainful snort came from behind them. Chen Nua turned around and looked. Zhou Linger just walked past the two of them without even looking at them, as if she didn't see Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei at all. Seeing Zhou Linger, Shin Shinmei seemed to remember the scene yesterday. She was a little nervous and subconsciously hid behind Chen Nua. But I also felt that it was inappropriate to be so close to classmate Chen Nua. I was in a dilemma for a moment, standing there like a lost kitten. Chen Nua suddenly said to Zhou Linger in front of him, Student Zhou, what are you following us for? Zhou Linger turned around with a cold expression, who followed you? Don't be so self-indulgent, I'm going home. Chen Nua pointed behind him helplessly, Student Zhou, your home is in that direction. Zhou Linger was startled, her face turned red and white, and she stamped her feet. I just want to go home, what's your business? After saying that, he ran away. Children are just immature. Chen Nua shook his head and said to Shin Shinmei, let's go. Oh. Shin Shinmei followed Chen Nua obediently. When they got to the bus, she suddenly said, Student Chen Nua, I'm sorry. Chen Nua was puzzled, why are you saying sorry? Shin Shinmei bent down to apologize to him skillfully, and the school bag almost hit her head again. I'm sorry that you made classmate Zhou angry with you because you accompanied me to study. Chapter 32 Silly Genius. Chen Nua looked at Shin Shinmei for a long time, and suddenly smiled. If I didn't know you were stupid, I would have thought you were a green tea girl. Green tea? Shin Shinmei looked confused. At this time, the bus came, and Chen Nua said, let's go, get on the bus. The topic dropped here, the two got in the car, and soon arrived at the vegetable market. Today the two of them became more skilled. Shin Shinmei was in the front selecting and buying vegetables, while Chen Nua was in the back carrying the bags. Today, when Shin Shinmei bought meat, she divided it into two parts. First, she bought the half-fat and half-lean meat that Meng Xiaoran liked to eat, and then she bought the pure lean meat that Chen Nua liked to eat. Chen Nua couldn't help but ask, little kitten, my sister likes streaky hair, and I like pure skinny hair, so what do you like? Shin Shinmei said, as long as you like it. Seeing Chen Nuo looking at her in astonishment, Shin Shinmei blushed and said quickly, I like them all. Chen Nuo smiled, don't you mean the same thing? Shin Shinmei opened her cherry lips, not knowing what to say, and could only look at Chen Nuo aggrievedly. Okay, let's go home. Chen Nuo stopped teasing her and walked out of the vegetable market. Shin Shinmei caught up with him and took the plastic bag containing vegetables from his hand. Chen Nuo turned around, and Shin Shinmei whispered, it's very heavy. Probably because she wanted to store some food, Shin Shinmei bought a lot of things today, 3 big bags in total, and Chen Nuo felt a little tired carrying them. He quickly reached out to take the bag from Shin Shinmei's hand. You know it's heavy, but you're still carrying it by yourself? Give me 2. It's not heavy. Shin Shinmei dodged and walked forward alone. In short, she didn't want Chen Nuo to carry it anymore. Chen Nuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's not. What are you talking about? The two walked from the vegetable market to the bus stop. Along the way, Shin Shinmei resolutely carried the heavy food and refused to share any of it with Chen Nuo. The bus came and they both got on. There are 2 seats in the car this time, but one in front and one in back. Chen Nuo asked Shin Shinmei to sit in the front while he sat in the back. After 2 stops, Shin Shinmei ran to stand next to his seat. Chen Nuo said strangely, why don't you sit down? Shin Shinmei whispered, there is a mother-in-law, I let her sit. Chen Nuo turned sideways and looked forward, only to see an old lady with a rosy face sitting in Shin Shinmei's seat. The old woman was talking to her companion next to her with great energy and gesticulating, looking just like Fang Shiyu on the bus. Chen Nuo looked at the 3 heavy plastic bags in Shin Shinmei's hands, stood up and said, come and sit down. Shin Shinmei shook her head, you let me sit yesterday. Chen Nuo glared at her, if you don't sit down, I'll take off your glasses. Shin Shinmei had no choice but to sit down feeling aggrieved. She was carrying a school bag and had 3 large bags piled on her legs, almost drowning her completely. Shin Shinmei raised her head and said to Chen Nuo, give me your school bag. Chen Nuo laughed, you want to crush yourself to death, right? Shin Shinmei wanted to say something, but he glared at her again, so she didn't dare to open her mouth again. The bus arrived at the terminal in the suburbs. The two got off the bus and Chen Nuo said to Shin Shinmei, in the future, if you meet an old man or old woman who is full of energy and has a rosy face, don't give up your seat. They are more agile than you. Beads of sweat appeared on Shin Shinmei's forehead, shining brightly. It's okay, I'm not tired. Chen Nuo suddenly reached out and snatched 2 heavy plastic bags from her. Shin Shinmei uttered an ah and subconsciously tried to snatch it back, but Chen Nuo glared at her. You're not listening, are you? Shin Shinmei didn't dare to snatch anymore and could only follow Chen Nuo obediently. Hey, little kitten, why are your dishes so delicious? The two walked in silence for a while, and Chen Nuo suddenly asked. Shin Shinmei was startled, biting her lips lightly, and said after a long while, I learned it by myself when I was a kid, as I was often home alone. Chen Nuo looked back at Shin Shinmei who was walking with her head buried, and did not ask her why she was often alone at home when she was a child. Because this may very well involve her deceased parents. Chen Nuo asked again, then why are you so good at studying? Shin Shinmei looked up blankly, I don't know, I will learn it as I learn. Chen Nuo almost choked to death on his saliva. Guys like this who are geniuses but don't even know it are the most hateful. Because she always thinks that what she does is very ordinary, but she doesn't realize that what she thinks is ordinary is a peak that ordinary people can never reach. Chen Nuo stared at her depressedly. Fortunately, God opened 2 windows for you and did not forget to close a door for you. The little kitten has a talent for cooking, has a high IQ and is good at studying, but she is stupid in other aspects. This is what it means that no one is perfect. Oh no, this guy also has a stunningly beautiful face. What else more, he owns a villa. Wow, this means you have to open 4 or 5 windows before closing 1 door, right? When she goes to college, the girls in that school will have a hard time surviving. That's right. Chen Nuo was stunned. According to her memories of her previous life, Shin Shinmei was admitted to Peking University, but she did not choose to continue her studies. Instead, he returned to his hometown and committed suicide shortly afterwards. Shin Shinmei buried her head and suddenly bumped into Chen Nuo's back. She groaned and raised her head in confusion, not understanding why Chen Nuo suddenly stopped. Shin Shinmei. Chen Nuo turned around and said to her solemnly, after the college entrance examination, I have 3 things I would like to ask you for help with. Ah? Shin Shinmei stared at Chen Nuo blankly and said subconsciously, but I. She had already made up her mind that after she was admitted to Peking University and fulfilled her parents' last wish, she would return to her hometown alone and end her life in front of her parents' graves. This way she can be with her parents forever. However, if I agree to Chen Nua, my plan will have to be postponed. If you don't agree, I will tell the whole school tomorrow that you are a beauty. Let everyone come to see you. Don't want. Shin Shinmei said quickly, I promise you. Chen Nua laughed and raised his hand to touch her head. That's good, let's go. Shin Shinmei stood there blankly, her eyes blurred. Chen Nua turned back. Let's go. Oh. When they got home, Meng Xiaoran was able to walk. She pushed them into the study. I'll cook today, you two should study hard. And, that meat. As soon as Shin Shinmei opened her mouth, Meng Xiaoran looked at Chen Nua. I know my brother doesn't eat fatty meat, so you bought him lean meat. Shin Shinmei pinched the corner of her clothes with her hands, her ears turned red, and Meng Xiaoran laughed. Our new sister has grown up. You have noticed things that my aunt didn't notice, brother. Meng Xiaoran winked at Chen Nua, you will be blessed in the future. Chapter 33 Mr. Shin, it's time to show your real skills. Chen Nua was puzzled, what kind of blessing? Shin Shinmei was also confused. Meng Xiaoran looked at the two of them and chuckled, okay, both of you go study. Then he turned and went into the kitchen. Shin Shinmei pinched the corner of her clothes, looked at Chen Nua, buried her head and walked into the study. Chen Nua followed in and suddenly said, I understand what my sister meant just now. Shin Shinmei adjusted her glasses and asked, what do you mean? Chen Nua said, I will be taking tutoring classes at your house for another 3 months. Your cooking is so delicious, and I am lucky to be able to eat your cooking for another 3 months. Oh. Shin Shinmei thought about it seriously for a moment and felt that it made sense. Oh what? Let's start the class quickly, Teacher Shin. Yes. In the study room, the teacher began to teach the students tremblingly, and was yelled at by the students from time to time. As time slowly passed, Chen Nua felt that the garbled codes of knowledge points in his mind were falling off. The knowledge learned in high school becomes clearer. Half an hour later, Meng Xiaoran's voice was heard outside. It's time to eat. Chen Nua stood up and went out. Wow, the food you cooked is so delicious. Meng Xiaoran rolled her eyes at him and said, stop flattering me. How can the food I cook be as delicious as Shinmei's? Chen Nua chuckled, it's different. The dishes cooked by classmate Shin are delicious and fragrant, while the dishes cooked by my sister have an elegant flavor. Meng Xiaoran burst out laughing, you have such a big mouth. She picked up a piece of lean twice-cooked pork and put it in his bowl. Okay, eat it quickly. Today Meng Xiaoran also made pork in a pot, and intentionally made 2 servings, one with more fat and the other with all lean meat. Chen Nua said gratefully, thank you, sister. I am really sorry to bother you. Meng Xiaoran nodded at Shin Shinmei next to her, if you want to thank someone, thank Shinmei. I didn't even notice that you didn't eat fatty meat that day. She was the one who discovered it. Chen Nua picked up a piece of pork belly and put it into Shin Shinmei's bowl. Thank you, classmate Shin. Then he picked up another piece and put it into Meng Xiaoran's bowl. Thank you, sister. You kid. Meng Xiaoran giggled, while Shin Shinmei lowered her head and silently put the meat that Chen Nua had picked for her into her mouth and chewed it carefully. Slowly, a faint smile appeared on her face. After the 3 of them finished their meal, Chen Nua rushed to wash the dishes. It's really not appropriate to come to someone else's house for extra lessons every day and do nothing but eat. Meng Xiaoran couldn't win the fight with him, so she had to go to the side and cut fruit for him and Shin Shinmei. Chen Nua was washing dishes when his cell phone in the living room rang. Shin Shinmei, who was sitting in the living room, saw this and called out weakly to the kitchen, Student Chen Nua, your phone is ringing. Just bring it in for me. Chen Nua's voice was heard in the kitchen, but Shin Shinmei didn't dare to reach out for it. The phone kept ringing, and someone from the kitchen urged, hurry up. Oh. Shin Shinmei had no choice but to pick up Chen Nua's phone and ran into the kitchen to hand it to him. Chen Nua looked down at his hands that were washing dishes, and said to Shin Shinmei, put the phone next to my ear. Ah. Shin Shinmei opened her eyes wide and her face turned red. Hurry up, it must be Zhang Yuan who is here. He doesn't know the way. Chen Nua glared at her. Shin Shinmei had no choice but to answer the phone with grievance and then raised it. Chen Nua is 1.83 meters tall and Shin Shinmei is 1.7 meters tall. The height difference between them is just right. She raised her hand slightly and put the phone next to Chen Nua's ear. Hello. Chen Nua was washing dishes while talking on the phone. Get off the car and walk straight ahead. There is a villa area about 500 meters away. What are you screaming about? You scared me. Wait for me at the door, I'll come out to pick you up. Zhang Yuan had already hung up, but Shen Xinmei was still holding the phone in both hands, carefully raising it to Chen Nua's ear. Chen Nua continued to wash the dishes. Half a minute later, Shen Xinmei finally couldn't help it and asked in a low voice. Have you finished fighting? Chen Nua glanced at her and said with amusement, the fight has already ended, why are you still sticking to me? Oops. Shen Xinmei jumped half a meter away, buried her head and ran out of the kitchen. She seemed to have bumped into something on the way and cried out, and Meng Xiaoran's voice rang out from outside. Xinmei, why are you running so fast? Be careful. Shen Xinmei ran into the study and didn't dare to come out. Chen Nua finished washing the dishes, said something to Meng Xiaoran, and went out to pick up Zhang Yuan. When I arrived at the gate of the villa area, I saw a guy peeking inside. 2 security guards next to him were watching him eagerly. If this guy made any unusual movement, they would pounce on him immediately. Chen Nua hurried over and said to the 2 security guards, I'm sorry, he is my classmate. Chen Nua came here frequently these days, and the security guard also knew him. After hearing what he said, he opened the electric door at the entrance of the community and let Zhang Yuan in. Zhang Yuan ran in excitedly, Chen Nua, you are actually taking tutoring classes in the villa area? What kind of teacher did you find? Chen Nua said unhappily, it's not your villa, why are you so excited? How can I not be excited? This is my first time in a villa. Zhang Yuan asked questions all the way and was extremely curious about the mysterious tutor. When they arrived at Shen Xinmei's house, Meng Xiaoran knew that Chen Nua had brought his classmates with him and was already waiting at the door. Hello, I'm Chen Nua's sister, welcome. Zhang Yuan stared at Meng Xiaoran blankly, his eyes almost popping out. Hello? Meng Xiaoran smiled at him and handed him a pair of men's slippers. Zhang Yuan was still in a daze and put his left and right feet on the wrong way. Meng Xiaoran chuckled and asked Chen Nua in a low voice, it can be seen that your classmates' grades are indeed not good. Chen Nua was speechless and pulled this embarrassing guy towards the study. You guys go in for tutoring. I also have work to do. Meng Xiaoran said this and went upstairs. She had been resting at home for so long and had a lot of work to deal with. Zhang Yuan stared blankly at her graceful back, excitedly pulling Chen Nua, and speaking incoherently. Young woman. Young woman. This was the first time in Zhang Yuan's life that he saw such a beautiful and mature woman. He almost felt dizzy. Okay, go to tutoring. Chen Nua dragged this guy into the study, and Zhang Yuan, who was still excited, was stunned. Oh no, classmate Shen Xinmei? Shen Xinmei stood beside the desk and looked at Chen Nua helplessly. She knew that Chen Nua's friends would come today, but she was still very nervous. Chen Nua smiled at her, motioning her to relax, and then said to Zhang Yuan. Starting today, Shen will tutor us every night. Zhang Yuan was stunned, can she give us extra lessons? Although Yazimiai's grades are pretty good, he is only ranked 50th in the grade. It's impossible that his level is higher than the teacher, right? Is it reliable to ask her to help us with our studies? Chen Nua took out a book called 10 Years of College Entrance Examination Questions and placed it in front of Shen Xinmei. Student Shen, it's time to show your real skills. Chapter 34, Master. Chen Nua, what are you doing? The exam questions from the past 10 years are so difficult. I can't understand them. Zhang Yuan felt a headache when he saw the book in Chen Nua's hand. Only forced them to buy a lot of materials for practicing questions, the most difficult of which was the book of real questions from the past 10 years. Zhang Yuan could understand at most 2 questions out of 10. Hurry up, time is limited. Chen Nua ignored him, turned to one of the pages and placed it in front of Shen Xinmei. Shen Xinmei said oh and obediently started to work. For her, it was much more comfortable to concentrate on doing the questions than to face Zhang Yuan, a stranger. The page that Chen Nua found for her was full of difficult questions. Zhang Yuan pulled Chen Nua aside and whispered. Chen Nua, stop making trouble and let the young lady teacher come down quickly. He thought Meng Xiaoran was the teacher Chen Nua found, and Shen Xinmei was also here for tutoring with them. It's done. Shen Xinmei's voice sounded. Zhang Yuan turned around and saw Shen Xinmei holding the book of 10 years real questions in both hands, and obediently handed it to Chen Nua. Zhang Yuan was a little confused. You finished it so quickly? You didn't write it randomly, did you? Chen Nuo looked up the answers at the back and compared them, and found that they were all correct. Zhang Yuan was even more confused, and said to Shen Xinmei, "You didn't secretly copy the answers, did you?" Chen Nuo dragged him to sit down and said to Shen Xinmei, "Teacher Shen, please explain these questions to us." "Oh." Shen Xinmei agreed weakly, sat next to Chen Nuo, opened her mouth, but did not dare to speak. In the past 2 days, she has gradually gotten used to having Chen Nuo accompany her in studying. Now that there is suddenly one more person, she is not used to it. "It doesn't matter. Just treat Zhang Yuan as heir," Chen Nuo said to her. Shen Xinmei blinked. "Is it really possible?" Chen Nuo said, "Of course, look at him, what's the difference between him and heir?" Shen Xinmei looked at Zhang Yuan and nodded heavily, "Yes, you are right." "Hey, what do you mean?" Zhang Yuan was speechless. Chen Nuo stepped hard on his feet under the table. Zhang Yuan grimaced, but finally stopped talking. Shen Xinmei took a deep breath, looked at Chen Nuo with her big eyes hidden behind the black frames, and then began to speak. You know what, after treating Zhang Yuan as heir, she really wasn't that nervous anymore. There were only Chen Nuo and the test paper in his eyes, and soon his words became fluent. But the heir next to him became more and more surprised the more he listened. Can this problem be solved this way? The solution to this problem is even better than the standard answer? Hey, why is it that I understood such a complicated problem-solving process as soon as she explained it? Mr. Lee almost vomited blood when explaining this kind of questions in class, but I still couldn't understand it. After finishing this page, Zhang Yuan's eyes when looking at Shen Xinmei had changed. Chen Nuo took out the math test paper from the last exam. Shen Xinmei kept staring at him and continued to talk about the test paper. Zhang Yuan, who continued to be treated as heir, was no longer in the mood to care. The more he listened, the more surprised he became, and his mouth opened wider and wider. In fact, the math teacher had talked about this test in class. Zhang Yuan also listened to part of it at that time, but felt that he didn't quite understand many of the questions. But at this time, under Shen Xinmei's explanation, his muddled thoughts gradually became clearer, and many things that even the teacher couldn't explain clearly were actually explained to him by Shen Xinmei. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but whisper to Chen Nuo, "Student Shen is so amazing?" Chen Nuo laughed, "It's nothing, it's just that God opened a few more windows for her." After finishing the math test, at Chen Nuo's request, Shen Xinmei explained a Chinese test. Zhang Yuan was completely conquered and sat obediently aside, listening attentively. 9 o'clock in the evening. Today's tutoring is over. Little kitten, let's go. Teacher Shen, I'm leaving now, thank you. Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan left Shen Xinmei's house. Chen Nuo waved to Shen Xinmei casually, while Zhang Yuan looked respectful. In the past 2 hours, Zhang Yuan saw for the first time what a true academic master was. No matter how difficult the questions are, even those beyond the syllabus, they can be easily solved in Shen Xinmei's hands. Master. No, it's an expert, an expert, an expert. The two walked out of the villa area. Zhang Yuan was still immersed in shock and walked unsteadily. Chen Nuo said to him seriously, "Zhang Yuan, remember, don't tell anyone that Shen Xinmei is a top student. She is afraid of being noticed." No problem. Zhang Yuan made an okay gesture, and then said regretfully, "She's good at studying and lives in a big villa. TSK, it's a pity that she's just a little ugly." Chen Nuo didn't say anything. Zhang Yuan suddenly pulled him aside and said mysteriously, "What about that young woman? Who is she?" "That's Shen Xinmei's aunt, from Rongqing University." Chen Nuo thought for a moment and said, "Teacher. Teacher from Rongqing University?" Zhang Yuan's voice trembled a little. Chen Nuo actually understood why he was so excited. A beautiful young woman plus a university teacher, for a hot-blooded high school boy, this was truly a perfect combination. The reason why I didn't tell Zhang Yuan was that Meng Xiaoran was the future president of Rongqing University. One reason is that Meng Xiaoran hasn't received the official document yet, so it's not easy to tell everyone about it without her consent. Second, for Zhang Yuan, a beautiful young woman plus a university teacher is a blue buff that can enhance learning enthusiasm, but the university president is too advanced and may have the opposite effect. Sure enough, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists and said loudly, "Chen Nuo, I want to study hard. I want to get into Rongqing University. You see, no one knows a son better than his father." Chen Nuo laughed and said to Zhang Yuan, "Okay, let's work hard together. Okay, from today on, I will study by lamplight until dawn." Zhang Yuan's enthusiasm for learning is unprecedentedly high. Chen Nua reminded, there is a Rongqing Electronics College next to Rongqing University. The score requirement is much lower. If you really can't make it, you can go there. No. For the sake of the young lady teacher, no, in order to live up to the expectations of my parents and teachers, I must take the entrance exam to Rome University. New City District of Jiang County. A mid to high-end residential community called Lijiang Garden. Zhou family. Zhou Xianqing sat on the sofa, holding the remote control and pressing it continuously, switching between local channels, satellite TV stations and CCTV, looking a little dazed. Hua Yan was folding clothes nearby. She looked at her husband and suddenly asked, "Old Zhou, did you visit Chen Guodong today?" Hua Yan noticed yesterday that Zhou Xianqing was very angry about his daughter being bullied by Chen Nua, and she was worried that her husband would cause trouble for Chen Guodong at work today. After all, the two families have been neighbors for more than 20 years, and Gui Yan was worried that the situation would become too awkward. As a result, when he came back today, Zhou Xianqing didn't say much, Zhou Linger was also silent, and the atmosphere at home was not right. Gui Yan had just gone to Zhou Linger's room to comfort her daughter, and when she saw her husband looking depressed, she finally couldn't help but ask. Gui Yan had already thought it through. If her husband went too far, she could only talk to Li Qinghai in private, express her apologies, and hope that the two families would not become estranged. Zhou Xiansheng was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "No, Lao Chen and I are getting along well. We even had dinner together today." Chapter 35. I want to change her fate. You guys are eating together? Gui Yan was puzzled. You and Lao Chen both brought food from your own homes, why did you go out to eat? Besides, where is there a place to eat outside your factory? Halfway through the conversation, Gui Yan suddenly came to her senses and looked at Zhou Xiansheng. You and Lao Chen didn't go to Chen Nua's stall to eat together, did you? Zhou Xiansheng opened his mouth and wanted to say that he had intended to find trouble with Chen Nua today to vent his anger for his daughter, but he ended up running into the factory director, who spoke some sarcastic words to him. But he felt too embarrassed, so he could only say in a muffled voice, "Chen Guodong invited me to dinner and said that Chen Nua was wrong in this matter." Gui Yan stopped folding clothes and was a little surprised. Did Chen Nua really bully Xiao Linger? That's impossible, right? As neighbors for so many years, Gui Yan knew very well that Chen Guodong, like her husband, treasured their children the most. Even if Chen Nua really did something wrong, given Chen Guodong's personality, the most he would do is buy some fruit or treat him to a meal, but he would never personally admit that it was his child who was wrong. And based on her understanding of Chen Nua, it would be okay for her own daughter to bully Chen Nua, but there was no way Chen Nua would bully Xiao Linger. Something was really wrong when my husband came home today. Zhou Xianqing coughed dryly and quickly tried to make amends. Of course old Chen won't admit his mistake, but they invited me to dinner, that's what they meant. Oh, that's good, and you should stop being so narrow-minded. Gui Yan finally believed it and continued to fold clothes. Zhou Xiansheng hummed, but his mind kept replaying the scene in which Director Chen pointed at him during the day, as well as the familiar look between Chen Nua and Director Chen. This made him feel painful, and he kept pressing the remote control in his hand. Hey, which channel are you watching? Gui Yan snatched the remote control from him, turned off the TV, and said seriously. I just asked Xiao Linger. Their mock test scores are out. Xiao Linger is ranked 20th, down 2 places. Zhou Xianqing finally came back to his senses and frowned. Why did you surrender? Isn't it because of that kid Chen Nua? Gui Yan said, Chen Nua's ranking seems to have dropped even more, to over 300. As for these two children, I'm thinking about inviting Chen Guodong and his family out for dinner some other day and telling the two children that the most important thing right now is the college entrance examination. As Gui Yan was speaking, she saw her husband suddenly laugh. She said in surprise, Why are you laughing? Zhou Xianqing said with a smile, I told you, how can running out to do business not affect your studies? How much money can you make by setting up a stall? Now, your grades have dropped so much. Chen Nua is really just a clever kid, and he won't achieve much. Gui Yan was a little dissatisfied. Why are you gloating over other people's misfortunes? At this time, Zhou Linger came out of the bedroom, and Zhou Xianqing called her over. Linger, you did well in the exam this time, Dad will give you a reward of 500 yuan. Zhou Linger was immediately happy. Really? Thank you, Dad. Gui Yan patted Zhou Xianqing and said, It's down 2 places from last time. Why are you still giving me a reward? Zhou Linger pouted, Mom. I only dropped 2 places, but Chen Nua dropped more than 200 places. Zhou Xiancheng laughed. Yes, I believe my daughter will be able to enter the top 15 in the second mock exam. Dad will give you a reward then. Okay, thanks, Dad. Zhou Linger was even happier. Zhou Xiancheng said with a smile. Linger, you have to remember that you are so outstanding, and the gap between you and Chen Nua will only get bigger and bigger. Don't get too close to him in the future, or it will affect your studies. What are you talking about, Lao Zhou? Two children should help each other and make progress together. Guo Yan quickly said to Zhou Linger, Xiao Linger, don't listen to your father. You and Chen Nua grew up together. He is having difficulty studying now. Please help him. Zhou Linger snorted, he doesn't even pay attention to me, why should I help him? My dad is right, I'm much better than him. I will definitely be in the top 15 in the second mock exam next month and leave him far behind. After saying that, he walked into the bedroom with a happy face. She was getting better and better, and Chen Nua was getting worse and worse, so even if Chen Nua ignored her, she wouldn't feel bad. Zhou Xiancheng's mood also improved, and he stood up and said, I'm going to take a shower. Guo Yan couldn't help but sigh as she watched the father and daughter leave. Doraemon, are you home yet? I just want to make money, I'll be going upstairs right away. Doraemon, transfer 800. Doraemon, it's for 2 people. I just want to make money. No, little kitten, do you really have so much money that you don't know where to spend it? Chen Nua took the bus to Jiuchang Street and walked downstairs to his apartment, where he received another companionship fee from Xin Xinmei. He kind of regretted that he had fooled the little kitten. Now, not only does he ask her to tutor himself and Zhang Yuan, but he also collects their money. Even if Chen Nua just wants to make money, this isn't the way to do it, right? Making money must not only be legal and compliant, but also reasonable and ethical, and one must not make money in a way that is against one's conscience. The little kitten is so stupid, we must not cheat her out of her money. Chen Nua paused and suddenly thought of a possibility. In her previous life, Xin Xinmei returned to her hometown after the college entrance examination and committed suicide shortly afterwards. For a person who has made up his mind to die, money has no meaning at all. That's why Xin Xinmei gave herself money so casually, and even when she heard that she wanted to buy football lottery, she threw out 20,000 yuan without thinking. First, her parents did leave her a lot of money before they died. But the more important reason was probably that Xin Xinmei felt that she was going to die soon, so she didn't care about money at all. Doraemon, I'll give you the money. It's okay. At this time, Xin Xinmei sent another WeChat message. Chen Nua took a look and thought, as expected, isn't this exactly the feeling of a dying person not caring about material things? It doesn't matter who the money is given to. Chen Nua stood at the quiet staircase. The sensor light above his head went out and it was dark all around. Perhaps for Xin Xinmei, her surroundings are as dark as they are now, with no lights and no hope. Chen Nua slowly sat down on the stairs. I was reborn and changed the fate of Wang Jian's family. I will also change Zhang Yuan's fate, and the fate of me and my parents. Then why can't I change Xin Xinmei's fate? Chen Nua suddenly stood up and buried his head in his phone. I just want to make money, little kitten, do me 3 favors after the college entrance examination, remember? Doraemon, remember. I just want to make money, now the conditions have changed, you have to do me 5 favors. Doraemon, but, after the college entrance examination, I want to go back to my hometown. I just want to make money, you are not allowed to go back home. Doraemon, why? I just want to make money, anyway, don't reply. Otherwise, I will tell everyone tomorrow that you are very beautiful. Doraemon, when can I go back home? I just want to get money, wait until you have helped me, no, wait until I agree to it before you can come back. I just want to make money, no refusal, no negotiation. That's it. I'm going home to sleep, good night. Doraemon, but... I just want to make money, besides, I'm angry. Doraemon, oh, good night. Chapter 36 Good night, little kitten. Good night, classmate Chen Nua. Besides, I'm angry. Yes, my lady mother. Chen family. Chen Nua stood obediently with his hands behind his back. Li Qinghe was sitting on the sofa in front of him, and Chen Guodong was squatting next to him with a forced smile on his face. As the saying goes, there is always someone who can conquer you. Chen Nua had a firm grip on the little kitten, but when he got home he was easily crushed by his mother. The reason is simple, I failed the mock exam. The grade dropped from 108 to 308, a drop of exactly 200 places. This cannot be blamed on Chen Nua, after all, this is his first exam after his rebirth. He relied entirely on the little memory of leaving school 10 years ago to support himself, and it was already a remarkable achievement that he could surpass the more than 100 classmates behind him. But this time, Mr. Li was a little ruthless. He actually called Ms. Li Qinghe directly and told her that Chen Nua's grades had plummeted this time. Ms. Li Qinghe was considered an open-minded parent as she did not immediately call Chen Nua back home. Instead, she waited until he finished his tutoring and came home before she exploded. However, after accumulating strength for so long, the power of this ultimate move is also extraordinary. Chen Nua is still able to stand now, all thanks to the desperate persuasion of Chen Guodong, who was squatting next to him, which saved him from torture. But the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be forgiven. Li Qinghe gave Chen Nua a death order. In the second mock exam next month, I must be in the top 200. No, top 150. Jiang County No. 2 Middle School is not a provincial key school, and it is basically difficult to get into university after ranking above 200. If you are ranked within 150th place, there is still hope to maintain the third place and advance to the second place. Maintain the third degree and strive for the second degree. This is also Li Qinghe's biggest expectation for Chen Nua at the moment. Her child's academic performance is already so poor, she can't possibly expect him to be in the top 20 like Zhou Linger, right? Whenever I think of Li Qinghe, I feel a little uncomfortable. In the afternoon, when Chen Nua's head teacher called Li Qinghe, he specifically mentioned Zhou Linger's grades. It is said that Chen Nua and Zhou Linger in your family are childhood sweethearts. Look at how good Zhou Linger's grades are. Chen Nua should learn from her. This is Mr. Li's responsibility to his students, so Li Qinghe naturally couldn't say anything. Although he was unhappy, he didn't say anything to Chen Nua that he must surpass Zhou Linger. Adolescents are very sensitive, and words that hurt their self-esteem must never be said. Li Qinghe thought she was very rational and objective, but she didn't expect Chen Nua to speak immediately after hearing the goal she proposed. But? No buts. Li Qinghe was angry and slammed the table. Chen Nua, are you thinking the opposite? Chen Guodong next to him waved to Chen Nua, signaling him to thank the grace and leave quickly, and not to anger your mother again. But Chen Nua continued, Mom, what I mean is, your goal is too low. What? Li Qinghe was about to get angry, but suddenly she was startled and turned to look at Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong also looked confused, and the couple looked at Chen Nua together. What do you mean? Chen Nua chuckled, my goal for the second mock exam is to get into the top 100. The goal of the third mock exam is to be in the top 50, and the goal of the fourth mock exam is to be in the top 20. Only in this way can you stay in Rongda University and start your own entrepreneurial journey in college. With Xiao Naimo as the supercoder, Chen Nua is still very confident about this goal. Getting into the top 100 in the second mock exam is just the beginning. The first 100? Li Qinghe laughed, okay. You said it yourself. If you can't get into the top 100 in the second mock exam, you can forget about running that lunch stand. Chen Nua smiled, Mom, I'm just a shareholder of that stall. I'm not the real boss. I can't decide whether to open it or not. Chen Guodong followed up, yes, wife, the owners of that stall are a couple, and they can't stop selling it just because of their son's words. Hey kid, your rebellious phase has been extended, right? Li Qinghe stood up suddenly, walked to the balcony and brought over a feather duster. Chen Guodong quickly advised. Honey, calm down. The child is already this old, how can you just hit him? Ouch. In Chen Guodong's shocked eyes, Li Qinghe sneered, who said I was going to hit Chen Nua? If I have to hit someone, I'll hit you as a father. The top beam is not straight, the bottom beam is crooked, you deserve to be hit. Ouch. My wife is none of my business. Chen Nua, go and persuade your mother, hey, don't leave. Amid Chen Guodong's miserable cry for help, Chen Nua calmly walked back to his bedroom, closed the door and locked it. Phew, safe. Dad, don't worry, the people will not forget you. Chen Nua sat at the desk, took out a Type 53 and started doing the exercises. After doing 2 pages, he found that many things that were previously blurry became very clear. Questions that I couldn't understand before can now be easily answered. It's all thanks to the little kitten. Chen Nua picked up his phone and flipped to the cute Doraemon profile picture. Look at the last chat record. Oh, good night. Chen Nua smiled. Good night, little kitten. Villa area. In a bedroom on the second floor of a townhouse. The girl, who had just finished taking a bath, had a soft and rosy oval face, eyebrows like a crescent moon, and eyes like peach blossoms. The gently pursed lips are like petals, delicate and beautiful. With such beautiful facial features and a pure and clear look in her eyes, she looks both contradictory and full of temptation. The girl was wearing a pure white nightgown, revealing her white jade arms and slender, well-proportioned legs. Her long black hair fell on her waist like a waterfall, revealing her delicate curves. This perfect combination of purity and desire is so attractive that one can't help but be attracted by it at first sight. It's a pity that such beautiful scenery can only be revealed in the dead of night when there is no one around, just like walking in gorgeous clothes at night, which is really regrettable. At this moment, there was a diary in front of the girl, on which were a few lines she had just written. Today, Chen Nua brought another classmate to study with me. Chen Nua told me to treat the other classmate as nothing, and I was really not nervous anymore. Later, I gave Chen Nua some money to keep him company. He got angry and was mean to me. But I am very happy because I know that Chen Nua is doing this for my own good. Although he is fierce, he is a good person. But I found that Chen Nua is not very smart. Those questions are obviously very simple, but he can't answer them. That's good too. He can always accompany me to study. Student Chen Nua touched my head again today. His palm is still so warm. Every time he touches my head, I feel so comfortable. Then I am not afraid of anything anymore. This is the first person who has been so kind to me besides my aunt. Oh, by the way, classmate Chen Nua asked me to do 5 things for him after the college entrance examination, and he also forbade me to go back to my hometown, but then I won't be able to accompany my parents. What should I do? Oh, and I found that Chen Nua likes to eat fish balls. I will buy some more tomorrow. Well, that's all for today. Good night, Mom and Dad. Good night, classmate Chen Nua. Chapter 37 Why Don't You Fight Back? 2 days. Chen Nua still left home early in the morning. He recently discovered a very good way to memorize words. Just put on headphones and listen while walking. This way you can save time and memorize words on the way to school. Thinking back to before the college entrance examination in his previous life, he was so focused on pursuing Joe Linger that he had never tried to study so diligently. To be honest, it seems like hard work, but compared to being a corporate slave after graduating from college, it is much easier. Chen Nua walked, listened, and recited, and soon immersed himself in his own world. At this time, Joe Linger came over from the opposite side and saw Chen Nua from a distance. She quickened her pace, pretending to accidentally see Chen Nua, and smiled. Chen Nua, you're here quite early. By the way, how did you do in the mock exam? Joe Linger naturally knew that Chen Nua's first mock exam score had dropped significantly, from 108th in the grade to 308th. But she still pretended not to know and asked this deliberately. Chen Nua just looked at her, but lowered his head and said nothing. Did you not do well in the exam? I accidentally saw Teacher Lee calling your mother yesterday. Joe Linger smiled and continued. Chen Nua, I know that my rejection of you was a big blow to you, and you deliberately angered me, but I still hope that you can focus on studying, otherwise the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger. We've known each other for so many years. I'm doing this for your own good. Stop doing those boring things. Chen Nua continued to keep his head down and said nothing, and Joe Linger smiled even more brightly. It seems that I was right. Chen Nua was deliberately trying to make me angry these days, but the one who was really affected was himself. Otherwise his grades wouldn't have dropped so much. Chen Nua, didn't all these little tricks of yours end up hurting yourself? Joe Linger suddenly felt a little bored. It turned out that Chen Nua was still the same as before. No matter what he did, it was just to attract her attention. How childish. Classmate Joe is right, Chen Nua, there is such a big gap between you and classmate Joe, so don't be so shameless and pester others all day long. Think about how you can get into the top 300. Class monitor Li Hong came up from behind and educated Chen Nua together with Joe Linger. Li Hong ranked 22nd in the whole grade in this mock exam, which is similar to Joe Linger. Hearing what Joe Linger said to Chen Nua just now, he immediately felt very happy. Seeing that Chen Nua kept his head down and didn't say anything, he became even more proud and said to Chen Nua, Chen Nua, if you work hard, you still have a chance to get into a third-tier university. Of course, Joe Linger and I will definitely be able to get into a 985 university. We should not be from the same world in the future. It's actually a good thing that you can recognize the gap now. Zhou Linger looked at Chen Nua lowering his head. She felt a little reluctant, but thinking about how Chen Nua had pissed her off in the past 2 days, she snorted again. Chen Nua, if you can get into the same university as me, I can consider this matter. Also, you must apologize to me now, otherwise I will never talk to you again. Chen Nua still walked forward with his head down. Zhou Linger couldn't help but pull him. Chen Nua, isn't it just being rejected once? How long are you going to run away? Chen Nua stopped, took off his headphones, and looked back at Zhou Linger in confusion. What are you doing? Zhou Linger was startled. Li Hong opened his eyes wide and pointed at Chen Nua. Why are you pretending? Didn't you hear what we just said? Chen Nua raised the earphones in his hand. Are you talking to me? I was memorizing words, I didn't hear you, sorry. Chen Nua, you are still pretending, aren't you childish? Zhou Linger got angry and snatched the headphones from Chen Nua's hand and put them into her ears. How long will we stay in Sydney? For 3 days, so we'll come back on December 20th. Zhou Linger stared at Chen Nua blankly as she heard the familiar listening test questions. Are you really memorizing words? Chen Nua was a little puzzled. Why would I lie to you? By the way, what did you say just now? Zhou Linger's fair and pretty face turned red and white. Chen Nua, you are so annoying. He stomped his feet, turned around and ran away. Li Hong also pointed at Chen Nua. Chen Nua, you are going too far. After saying that, he chased after Zhou Linger. Chen Nua looked puzzled. Why are these two people so crazy so early in the morning? Zhou Linger, wait for me. Li Hong chased Zhou Linger and took out a beautifully wrapped envelope from his school bag and handed it to her. Zhou Linger was angry with Chen Nua and glared at Li Hong. What are you doing? Li Hong was a little nervous. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, Student Zhou Linger, this is a letter I wrote to you. Please accept it. After saying that, he stuffed the envelope into Zhou Linger's hand, turned around and ran away. Zhou Linger knew that this must be a love letter and was about to return it to Li Hong, but the other party had already run away. She was about to throw the love letter away, but turned around to look at Chen Nua, who was still memorizing words, bit her lip, and put the love letter into her school bag. Linger, what are you doing? Why aren't you going to school yet? At this time, Zhang Rongrong ran over and held her arm affectionately. Zhou Linger withdrew her gaze from Chen Nua and smiled at Zhang Rongrong. Nothing, let's go. Chen Nua walked into the school while listening to English. He suddenly stopped, took 2 steps back, and looked into an alley on the side of the school gate. Yazimi, I didn't bother with you last time, but this time you're in front of me again. What? Are you trying to disgust me? In the alley, Lin Chengcheng and 2 girls from class 5 were blocking Shen Xinmei against the wall. In this mock exam, Shen Xinmei ranked 50th in the whole grade, while Lin Chengcheng tried his best but was stuck at 51st. Once again I lost $1,000 in bonus. In her opinion, Shen Xinmei did it on purpose. Early this morning, she brought 2 girls to the school gate and blocked Shen Xinmei. At this time, Shen Xinmei turned back into a timid little kitten, burying her head, bending her waist, and not daring to look up at the 3 girls in front of her. Yazimi, I'm talking to you. Why are you pretending to be mute? Lin Chengcheng thought about what her parents said last night about how she could never make it into the top 50 on the exams. The more she thought about those unpleasant words, the angrier she got. She raised her hand and was about to slap Shen Xinmei. Hello, Teacher Zhang. At this time, a male voice sounded. Teacher Zhang? Lin Chengcheng and the 2 girls' faces changed. It would be wrong to bully classmates if the teacher saw them. Moreover, the head teacher of class 3-5 is surnamed Zhang. Could he be my head teacher? Teacher Zhang, those seem to be students from class 5? The male voice sounded again. Run! Lin Chengcheng and the other 2 suddenly panicked and quickly ran out of the alley. The 3 girls ran away, and the sound of footsteps could be heard. Shen Xinmei still buried her head, not daring to look up. At this moment, a pair of familiar men's sports shoes appeared in front of me, and a familiar voice came to my ears. Little kitten, why don't you fight back when others bully you? Chapter 38, 1 punch is the best way to get rid of 100 punches. Shen Xinmei raised her head and looked at Chen Nua. The fear on her face finally dissipated a lot, but she didn't dare to speak. Chen Nua frowned. Did Lin Chengcheng and the other 2 often bully you? Why didn't you tell the teacher? Why didn't you fight back? Shen Xinmei looked at Chen Nua weakly for a long time, and finally said softly. Don't be angry. Chen Nua almost laughed out of anger. No, the point now is that I am angry? The point is that you can't let others bully you at will. Shin Shinmei buried her head and whispered, they didn't bully me. You're not, right? This isn't considered bullying you, is it? Chen Nua's voice stopped abruptly, and he suddenly thought, did Shin Shinmei encounter more outrageous things in junior high school? So now, facing the behavior of Lin Shengcheng and the other two, she didn't think it was bullying. As for why she was so scared just now, it was probably not because she was bullied, but because of her inferiority complex and social phobia. The more strangers she faced, the more afraid she became. That's why she dressed herself up ugly and didn't dare to do well in exams, so as not to attract attention at school. I didn't expect that even after this, I would still be bullied by others. Chen Nua sighed, and habitually raised his hand to touch the kitten's head. You have to learn to protect yourself. If someone bullies you, you have to fight back. Beat them once and scare them. One punch will stop 100 punches from coming. Do you understand? Which class are you from? Why haven't you entered school yet? At this time, a familiar voice sounded outside the alley. Chen Nua immediately turned around and said with a smile, Lao Li, I'm memorizing words. As he said this, he walked out of the alley, blocking Shin Shinmei behind him. Chen Nua? Old Li frowned and stared at Chen Nua. You ran to the alley to memorize words so early in the morning? He stood on tiptoe and tried to see the girl behind him past Chen Nua. Chen Nua stepped forward and put his arm around his shoulders, grinning, Old Chen, I recently discovered a black pit with a lot of fish. Can we go there together some other day? Lao Li was startled, how do you know I like fishing? Chen Nua laughed, we have known each other for 2 lifetimes, of course I know. By the way, Old Chen, let me tell you, don't go fishing on your 50th birthday, or you will fall into the river. Chen Nua, what are you talking about? I'm not that old. Hey, why are you pulling me? The school is over there. As Chen Nua spoke, he dragged Lao Li in another direction, and with his other hand, he gestured to Shin Shinmei behind his back. Shin Shinmei quickly ran out of the alley and into the school. Isn't that girl from our class? Hey, Chen Nua, why are you hugging me? Lao Li wanted to break free and see who that girl was, but Chen Nua held him and he couldn't get away. Chen Nua turned around and saw Shin Shinmei running into the school, so he let go of Lao Li. Lao Li, I just missed you so much, hee. Old Li straightened his clothes and the bald spot on his head and glared at Chen Nua. Be serious. You're always so playful. Your grades are in danger, don't you know that? Chen Nua immediately said, Old Li, you are so dishonest. You actually told tales to my mother? Old Li's eyes widened. What do you mean by snitching? You're becoming more and more unruly. Your mother told me to be strict with you. Yes, I was wrong, Teacher Li, I will definitely study hard. Chen Nua was not being perfunctory, he really wanted to learn well. Lao Li is an old-school teacher with conservative ideas. His teaching methods may be too harsh, but he is truly dedicated to his students. In his previous life, a few years after Chen Nua graduated from university, he attended a high school reunion and heard that Lao Li went fishing on his 50th birthday and fell into the river. Although he was rescued, he developed a chronic illness. Within 2 years, my health failed and I had to retire early. Chen Nua has always respected Lao Li. What he said just now was just a joke. In fact, he didn't hate Lao Li at all for telling his mother his mock exam results. When you are a student, the people who truly care about you are your parents and your teachers. Seeing Chen Nua's sincere expression, Old Li finally nodded. Well, since you also want to study hard, there is something that should make you happy. What's up? I decided to set up a study group to let students with good grades help those whose mock exam scores have dropped. You must seize this opportunity and improve your grades. When Chen Nua heard this, he quickly said, Old Li, I have already found a tutor for you. Old Li laughed and said, I asked your mother yesterday, and she said that our family didn't hire a tutor for you. Chen Nua was speechless, my mom knows that I'm taking tutoring classes outside. Old Li glared at him and said, whether you like it or not, this has been decided. I will announce it in class later. Hurry up or you will be late. Chen Nua had no choice but to follow Lao Li into the school. As they walked into the classroom and passed the door, Zhou Linger snorted heavily at Chen Nua, but Chen Nua was thinking about what Lao Li had just said and didn't notice it at all. Zhou Linger stared at his back with hatred. Okay, Chen Nua, keep pretending. I wonder how long you can last. Lao Li quickly walked into the classroom and the class suddenly fell silent. Lao Li looked at the whole class seriously and announced loudly that he was going to set up a study progress group. This progress group consists of 2 people, one with good grades and the other whose mock exam results have dropped significantly. Lao Li believes that these people can still be saved, and as long as someone can give them a hand, they can get up quickly. Those with good grades can further consolidate their foundation by tutoring their classmates. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Next, Lao Li loudly announced the list of the group. Li Hong and Zhang Rongrong are in one group, Wei Jia and Fan Min are in one group. Zhou Linger and Chen Nua are in one group. When Chen Nua heard his name being put together with Zhou Linger, he subconsciously raised his hand. Teacher, I have an opinion. Are you kidding? He doesn't want to be in the same group with Zhou Linger. Old Li glared at him and said, if you have any opinions, you can raise them. I won't agree with them anyway. Everyone in the class started laughing, and some even whispered. Chen Nua must be so happy that he's going crazy, and he's still pretending. Yes, the school beauty's henchman can finally be with the school beauty. Alas, I envy Chen Nua too. Zhou Linger is so pretty and good at studying, who wouldn't like her? Hearing these people's words, Zhou Linger looked calm, but very proud in her heart. She glanced at Chen Nua and turned her head away proudly. Since the teacher asked me to tutor him, I will do it with reluctance. This is a good opportunity for Chen Nua to see how big the gap is between him and me. Zhang Rongrong patted her from behind and whispered, Linger, that's great. You can just ask Chen Nua why he has been ignoring you lately. Zhou Linger snorted, why should I ask him? He should be the one begging me. Chapter 39 give you a little shock from the top students. Chen Nua, be serious. I am your teacher now. If you don't listen to me, I will tell Teacher Li. At noon, the students in the study progress group sat together. Those with good grades began to give extra lessons to those with poor grades. Chen Nua originally wanted to go to the boiler factory to help Wang Jian and his wife at noon, but was stopped by Lao Li, who personally took him to Zhou Linger's side. Zhou Linger's deskmate temporarily exchanged seats with Chen Nua. In order not to waste time going home at night, the tutoring time for the study progress group was arranged at noon. Old Li pressed Chen Nua to his seat, and before leaving he told Zhou Linger to come find him if Chen Nua didn't obey. Zhou Linger was very proud. Now she was half a teacher of Chen Nua. Seeing Chen Nua scratching his head, she felt relieved. Zhou Linger, I understand what you're saying. Let's stop wasting each other's time. Chen Nua really didn't want to face Zhou Linger's face, otherwise he would be reminded of the tragic memories of his previous life. This is a bit like PTSD. When facing something that has hurt you, it is easy to evoke bad emotions. Chen Nua was afraid that he would not be able to control himself and would slap Zhou Linger. Hearing Chen Nua's words, Zhou Linger's eyes widened immediately, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Chen Nua, can you please stop forcing yourself? If you understood everything I said, you wouldn't be ranked in the top 300 in the grade. You won't even be able to get into a junior college at this rate. Her voice was so loud that the whole classroom could hear it, and the other students all looked towards the two of them. Seeing that Chen Nua was silent, Zhou Linger thought he had given in, so she lowered her voice. I didn't mean to talk about your grades in front of the whole class just now, but Chen Nua, it's very dangerous for you to be like this now. Think about Uncle Chen and Aunt Li. Your family is not well off to begin with, and they have worked so hard to support you in your studies. If you give up on yourself just because I rejected you, are you being worthy of them? Zhou Linger's words sounded reasonable at first, but became more and more outrageous as she spoke. Chen Nua interrupted her helplessly. Student Zhou Linger, I don't want to take tutoring classes because I know everything you know. You can't teach me anything. It's just a waste of time for us to sit here. Zhou Linger was a little angry. Chen Nua, it's boring if you do this. Chen Nua thought for a moment and said, how about this, you pick a few difficult questions and we can do them together to see who gets them right. Zhou Linger laughed angrily. Chen Nua, you were not so childish before. Seeing that she didn't believe him, Chen Nua continued, just think of it as a test of my basics. Zhou Linger looked at him and said angrily, okay, I'll see how much you know. After saying that, he took out a book called 10 Years of Real Questions from his school bag and turned to the most difficult page. She had just studied the questions on this page last night, and she was not sure about 3 out of the 5 questions. But compared to Chen Nua, it is 100 times better. Because Chen Nua definitely couldn't even understand the question. Let us just do this page. She said to Chen Nua with a cold face, if you can't solve any of the questions, just admit that you are not as good as me and listen to my lecture carefully. Somehow, Zhou Linger cared a lot about the comparison between herself and Chen Nuo. When Chen Nuo saw the page Zhou Linger had turned to, his expression suddenly became a little strange, and he kindly said to Zhou Linger, "Are you sure you want to choose this page?" Last night, when Xin Xinmei was showing her strength to Zhang Yuan, she happened to be doing this page. Later, she explained to Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan the ideas for solving each problem. Only one day had passed, so Chen Nuo naturally still remembered it clearly. Compared with Zhou Linger's questions, the questions on this page are indeed a bit bullying. No need. Zhou Linger thought Chen Nuo was scared. Do you know your own gap? Then listen to my lecture carefully. Chen Nuo was helpless. Okay, since you insist, let's do this page. Start now? Zhou Linger glared at him. Okay, let's get started. She became more and more disappointed with Chen Nuo. This boy was really not mature enough. In that case, let's give him a little shock from an excellent student. Zhou Linger didn't say anything more. She put the book 10 Years of Real Questions in the middle of the two tables, and she and Chen Nuo started to do the questions. Because she had just studied the 5 questions on this page last night, she finished them quickly. She also felt that her ideas for solving the problems were very good, and for 2 questions her ideas were even better than the standard answers. In less than 20 minutes, she only had the last question left. It's done. At this time, Chen Nuo's voice sounded beside her. Zhou Linger was startled and a little annoyed. Chen Nuo, can you be serious? Zhou Linger subconsciously felt that Chen Nuo couldn't solve any of the questions, so she just gave up and started to act weird. When will you grow up? Before she finished speaking, she saw the exercise book handed to her by Chen Nuo. Zhou Linger turned around and her voice stopped abruptly. The solution process and answers to the 5 difficult questions were neatly written in Chen Nuo's exercise book. Zhou Linger studied it carefully last night, so she could tell at a glance that all the answers were correct. Watching the problem-solving process again, Zhou Linger's eyes suddenly widened. This problem can actually be solved like this? The solution to this problem is much better than mine. The solution to this problem. I don't understand it? Zhou Linger was a little confused and was about to look up and ask Chen Nuo. Is everything okay? I have something to do and I'm leaving first. But Chen Nuo had already stood up and walked out of the classroom quickly. Chen Nuo, you stand. Zhou Linger shouted, but Chen Nuo had already left the classroom, as if he didn't hear her at all. Zhou Linger stared blankly at the classroom door. Zhang Rongrong came up from behind and said, Linger, why did Chen Nuo run away? This Chen Nuo is a hopeless case. You used your free time to tutor him, but he doesn't even appreciate it. Linger, why are you crying? Chen Nuo ran to the door of class 5 and looked inside. The girl sitting at the door saw him and smiled. The most handsome classmate Chen Nuo, are you here to see Xin Xinmei again? The last time Chen Nuo came to see Xin Xinmei, he was asking her. At that time, the girl said that Chen Nuo was the most handsome follower of the school beauty Zhou. Chen Nuo said that he was just the most handsome, but not a follower. The girl had a clear memory. When she saw Chen Nuo coming again, she asked with a smile. Chen Nuo looked around but didn't see Xin Xinmei, nor did he see Lin Chengcheng and her 2 followers. His heart sank and he said to the girl, Do you know where classmate Xin Xinmei went? The girl thought for a moment and said, Lin Chengcheng asked her to go out just now. I saw them going to the playground. Thank you, goalkeeper. Chen Nuo turned and ran away. The girl was stunned for a moment and shouted from behind. Hey, I'm not the goalkeeper, my name is Chu Yushuan. Chu Yushuan was just leaning out when she suddenly saw a pretty figure rushing past her. She was startled. Zhou Linger? Chen Nuo is looking for Xin Xinmei, and school beauty Zhou is chasing Chen Nuo. What's going on? Chapter 40. If you're not here, I'll wait for you. Chen Nuo, stop. Chen Nuo was walking down the stairs when he heard Zhou Linger's voice behind him. It was lunchtime, so Chen Nuo had to stop and look at Zhou Linger, whose face was red as she ran. Student Zhou, I already have a tutor to help me with my studies. I really don't need to bother you. Zhou Linger ran to Chen Nuo. Her cheeks were red, and her eyes were also red. Chen Nuo, what do you mean? How long are you going to be angry with me? Chen Nuo was a little puzzled. Zhou Linger, I have something else to do. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Talking nonsense to me? Zhou Linger's eyes became redder and redder, and she glared at Chen Nuo. Who was it that always pestered me and said that he loved me the most? Chen Nuo corrected, you remembered it wrong, I never said I like you. He was indeed very nice to Zhou Linger in the past and always looked for opportunities to get close to her, but he never really confessed his feelings to her. Correcting Zhou Linger's words in a timely manner is very rigorous and objective. But Zhou Linger got even angrier and pulled out an envelope from her pocket. Chen Nua, keep playing hard to get. I have plenty of suitors. This is a love letter from the squad leader. Chen Nua was not interested at all, but Zhou Linger seemed to be possessed and forced the love letter into his hands, as if to say he was not allowed to leave unless he read it. Chen Nua didn't want to continue to argue with her, so she quickly opened the envelope, picked up the love letter Li Hong wrote to her, and took a look at it. There is not much nutrition in it. The whole article is just a literature of youth pain. The last signature is the most outrageous. Hong Hong, who has been watching you silently. This. Chen Nua was so busy that he was about to dig out a villa with his toes, and was about to return the love letter to Zhou Linger. Chen Nua, you see clearly, don't regret it later if you continue to be so immature. Zhou Linger ran away after she finished speaking, wiping her eyes as she ran. It was as if her confession was rejected by Chen Nua. Neuropathy. Chen Nua was speechless and slapped his head. The kitten was taken to the playground by Lin Chengcheng and the others. It must be something bad. I have to go and check it out. In the woods next to the playground. Lin Chengcheng and two girls blocked Xin Xinmei, and Lin Chengcheng sneered. No one will disturb us now, Yazimiai, let's play slowly. Xin Xinmei buried her head, bent her waist, and did not dare to look at the three people. After lunch, she was reading in the classroom. Lin Chengcheng came over and told her that if she didn't go with them, she would throw her school bag from the third floor. And I would wait for her outside the school every day after school. Xin Xinmei actually encountered a lot of such things when she was in junior high school. Her parents had just passed away at that time, and her aunt divorced her uncle because of her. I don't know who spread the news to the school, and some people started saying that she was a disaster star, who killed her parents and caused her aunt to divorce. Whoever makes friends with her will be in trouble. It's not a big city, there's still a lot of rural atmosphere, and many people are feudal and superstitious. So her classmates began to distance themselves from her, and some even openly bullied her under the pretext of exorcising the evil spirit. Later, a vicious rumor spread, making Xin Xinmei's situation even more difficult. So she has experienced a lot of things that Lin Chengcheng and the other two have done to her. She was able to get through it back then, and now, she has met her classmate Chen Nua, so she has nothing to be afraid of. Xin Xinmei was trapped in the woods by three girls at this time, but she was thinking about the way Chen Nua touched her head, protected her on the bus, and was mean to her. So she couldn't help but smile. How dare you laugh? Lin Chengcheng was angry. You just do better than me on purpose every time to go against me, right? She said to the other two girls, catch her, I'll take her glasses off. Good. The two girls stepped forward immediately. Xin Xinmei panicked, lowered her head even lower, and protected her glasses with both hands. Are you scared now? Lin Chengcheng was proud. She ordered the two girls to grab Xin Xinmei's hands, while she herself grabbed Xin Xinmei's hair and tried to lift her head up. But before her hand touched Xin Xinmei, a boy's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Excuse me, are you Lin Chengcheng? Lin Chengcheng turned around, took a closer look, raised his finger and pointed at the boy. You are the school beauty's follower. Student Lin, I'm from class 4, and our class monitor asked me to deliver a letter to you. The monitor of class 4? Lin Chengcheng was startled, and Chen Nua reminded, Li Hong. I know Li Hong. Did he write to me? Class 45 was next door, so Lin Chengcheng naturally knew who Li Hong was. She took the envelope from Chen Nua, opened it, and was stunned. Love letter? The two girls also came over and exclaimed. Lin Chengcheng's face also turned red. Although she knew who Li Hong was, they had never had any dealings with each other. She never thought that Li Hong would actually write a love letter to her. Moreover, the whole article is extremely corny, even the signature at the end is, Hong Hong who has been watching you silently. Hong Hong? Why do you feel a bit disgusting? Lin Chengcheng felt complicated. She couldn't say she was shy, nor was she happy. She just felt like being hit on the head by a pancake while walking on the road. The pancake looks good, but I don't know where it was thrown from. It would be a pity not to eat it, but I'm afraid I'll get diarrhea if I eat it. Why didn't you write my name? Lin Chengcheng discovered that a small piece had been torn off the front of the love letter, and her name was not written in the entire letter. Chen Nua said, the squad leader was a little embarrassed and wrote your name at the head of the line, but then he thought it was too corny and tore it off. The beginning of this love letter was written with Dear Linger, so of course it couldn't be seen by Lin Chengcheng, so Chen Nua tore it up. His explanation sounded quite reasonable. Lin Chengcheng's cheeks turned red. This guy is sick. With Chen Nua here, she had no intention of continuing to bully Shin Shinmei, so she hurried away with the two girls. At this time, Shin Shinmei still held her head with both hands, but from under her arms one could see a pair of restless eyes secretly glancing at Chen Nua. Chen Nua walked towards her, and Shin Shinmei was so scared that she quickly covered her face with her hands. Chen Nua said unhappily, "Little kitten, put your hands down." Shin Shinmei put down her hand obediently. "Lift your head." Shin Shinmei raised her head timidly. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Chen Nua was so angry that he raised his hand to rub her hair. "Didn't I tell you? Throw one punch to open the door before 100. The weaker you are, the more aggressive others will be. I can help you today, but what if I'm not here tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Are you going to let them bully you like this?" "No." Shin Shinmei spoke weakly, looking up at Chen Nua, her hair slightly messy and her face as red as a peach. "If you're not here, I'll wait for you." Chapter 41, Should Good People Be Pointed at Guns? What did you say? Chen Nua was stunned and looked Shin Shinmei up and down. What does this guy mean? When Shin Shinmei saw him look like this, she immediately buried her head in her chest again. What I mean is that when you're not around, I won't be bullied by them." Chen Nua smiled, "Then wait until I'm here and you'll be bullied by them again? You're blackmailing me, right?" No, I. Shin Shinmei shook her head like a rattle, her cheeks flushed, but she didn't know how to explain. In the end, she could only look at Chen Nua aggrievely. Chen Nua couldn't stand seeing her like this, so he waved his hand and said, "I was just kidding you, come, I'll teach you how to fight." He is a boy, so naturally he cannot hit a girl, but Shin Shinmei is a girl, so she can fight back. Instead of helping her yourself every time, it is better to teach her how to protect herself. Shin Shinmei's eyes were clear, and he looked stupid. What? Come here." Chen Nua walked towards the small forest tree. Shin Shinmei was stunned and quickly followed him. The two came to a sand pit and said to Shin Shinmei, "I'll teach you a trick. If someone reaches out to you, grab her hand and hook her heel with your foot. This way you can make her fall. If a normal girl gets thrown like this, she won't be able to do anything but cry. You only need to learn this one move, it will definitely be enough to deal with Lin Chengcheng." Chen Nua learned this trick from watching TV. Once in junior high school, a gangster from outside the school harassed Joe Linger, and Chen Nua used this trick to knock the gangster down. Seeing Shin Shinmei still staring at him blankly, Chen Nua walked into the sand pit and waved to Shin Shinmei. "What are you still standing there for? Come here." Shin Shinmei said "Oh" and followed him into the sand pit. Chen Nua explained the simple wrestling moves to her again and said, "Now let's practice. I'll play the role of the one who bullies you, and you throw me down." Shin Shinmei waved her hands repeatedly, and Chen Nua asked, "Don't you dare?" Shin Shinmei shook her head, "You are a good person, I can't throw you." Chen Nua laughed, "With your current state, do you really think you can knock me down? Hurry up and practice a few more times." After saying that, he stretched out his hand towards Shin Shinmei and made an attacking gesture. Then Shin Shinmei grabbed his arm, and the world spun in front of his eyes and his body flipped over. He fell to the sand with a plop. Ouch! Shin Shinmei was startled, squatted beside Chen Nua, and said repeatedly, "Student Chen Nua, are you okay?" Chen Nua's eyes widened and he lay sprawled. After a long while, he spat out a mouthful of sand and pointed at Shin Shinmei in shock. "You can fight?" He taught Shin Shinmei a simple tripping move, but just now Shin Shinmei used an advanced over-the-shoulder throw to knock him down. This is quick and efficient. It would take 3 or 4 years of hard practice to achieve this result. Chen Nua couldn't believe that such a fragile little kitten could actually do this. "I learned it when I was a kid," Shin Shinmei whispered. Chen Nua climbed up from the sand and said depressedly, "If you can fight, why do you let others bully you?" Shin Shinmei squatted in front of Chen Nua, gently patted his legs with her small hands to brush off the sand on his pants, and looked up timidly. I don't dare." Chen Nua was depressed. "You don't dare to hit others, but you dare to hit me?" Shin Shinmei bit her lip. "You are a good person." "No." Chen Nua was speechless. Good people should be pointed at with guns? Shin Shinmei was still squatting, looking up at him weakly, like a kitten that had done something wrong and was lying in front of its owner. You're going to throw me too?" Chen Nua rolled his eyes. Why would I throw you? Shinmei, listen to me, if someone bullies you again in the future, you must fight back. Shinmei hugged her knees with both hands and buried her head. I don't dare. Chen Nua began to understand that Shinmei's problem was not physical, but mental. She had learned self-defense skills, but was still bullied by Lin Changchang, not because she couldn't fight, but because she didn't dare to fight. Just like she would go back to her hometown and commit suicide after the college entrance examination. These are all psychological problems. If they are not resolved, Shinmei's fate will not change. Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. Little kitten, stand up and look at me. Chen Nua's voice was very serious. Shinmei trembled, and she quickly stood up, looking up at him weakly. Next time someone bullies you, you must fight back. Otherwise, you don't want all the classmates in the school to know what you look like, right? He. Well, actually Chen Nua doesn't have much patience, he just uses this trick over and over again. No. Shen Xian's face turned pale with fear, and he said quickly, I promise you. Chen Nua smiled. The trick was a bit old, but it worked. He raised his hand and habitually touched the kitten's head. Shinmei narrowed her eyes and raised her toes slightly. Chen Nua suddenly remembered that there was a lot of sand on his hands and stopped immediately. Let's go back to the classroom. Oh. Shinmei opened her eyes, agreed, a hint of disappointment flashed across her face, and she quickly followed Chen Nua to the classroom. Next to the playground, Zhou Linger looked at the two people's backs from afar with a somewhat ugly expression on her face. Could the urgent matter Chen Nua was talking about be an eyebrow? She is so ugly, but Chen Nua actually ignored me for her. Is he blind? Boiler factory. Chen Guodong went to the lunch stall at the factory gate to help maintain order. He returned to the office only after all the lunch was sold out. As soon as he entered, he found Zhou Xianqing waiting at his desk. Chen Guodong walked up and asked, Lao Zhou, are you looking for me? Zhou Xianqing said calmly, Chen Guodong, where is the office supplies purchase form I asked you to hand in this morning? Chen Guodong was startled, and subconsciously changed his address, Minister Zhou, I have changed it. It's lunchtime now, and I'm going to work for you in the afternoon. Zhou Xianqing frowned, did I disturb your lunch break? But you didn't rest in the office during your lunch break. No one else in the office spoke. The boiler factory's lunch break is from noon to 2 p.m. It's just past 1 o'clock now, so it's naturally lunch break time. There is nothing wrong with what Chen Guodong said. But Zhou Xianqing is your leader, and there is nothing you can do if he wants to assign you work during lunch break. Moreover, Minister Zhou was obviously deliberately making things difficult for Chen Guodong today. Anyone who speaks at this time is a fool. That's not what I meant, Minister Zhou. I'll give it to you right away. Chen Guodong said nothing more. He printed out the form that he had revised before noon and handed it to Zhou Xianqing. Zhou Xianqing took it and said loudly to someone unknown. Pay attention, work hard during working hours. Don't think your boss will remember you just because he had dinner with you once. He may have forgotten you today. The atmosphere in the office was a little tense, and everyone knew who Zhou Xianqing was referring to. At this time, the factory director's assistant walked into the General Affairs Department's office and said to Chen Guodong, Teacher Chen, the factory director wants to see you. Chapter 42 Dad, your spring is coming. The office became quieter. Even Xiao Lu, who talked the most, chose to remain silent, covering his mouth and not daring to look at Zhou Xianqing. She was afraid that she would burst out laughing when she saw Minister Zhou's face. Because Minister Zhou's expression now is really strange. 3 parts of surprise, 3 parts of embarrassment, 3 parts of depression, and 1 part of anger, just like the color palette of a domineering president in a novel. So funny. Xiao Lu lay on the table, his stomach aching. The factory director's assistant knew that she was the deputy factory director's niece, so he walked in and said with a smile, Xiao Lu, what are you so happy about? Xiao Lu looked at Zhou Xianqing's increasingly colorful expression, covered his mouth with his hands, and shook his head repeatedly. The expressions of the others were equally depressed, and some even had twitching corners of their mouths. The factory manager's assistant smiled and said to Chen Guodong, Mr. Chen, the factory manager has a meeting this afternoon, let's hurry up. Well. Chen Guodong hurriedly followed the factory director's assistant. After Chen Guodong left, the atmosphere in the office was still somewhat stagnant. Zhou Xianqing didn't say anything else, walked straight into the minister's office and slammed the door. Puff. Xiaolu finally couldn't help it and burst out laughing. Oh my god, I'm suffocating. The others started laughing too, but after laughing twice they didn't dare to continue. Someone asked curiously, aren't Minister Zhou and Old Chen old neighbors? I heard that the children of the two families were childhood sweethearts. Why do they seem to be abnormal? Everyone else looked confused, but Xiaolu suddenly exclaimed, I know. Everyone looked at her. Xiaolu said mysteriously, Minister Zhou went to eat at the lunch stand opened by Teacher Chen's son yesterday. Teacher Chen took his money, so Minister Zhou was unhappy. Chen Guodong followed the factory director's assistant upstairs and arrived at the door of the factory director's office. He subconsciously tidied his hair and clothes. The assistant to the factory director knocked on the door, then pushed it open and walked in. Chen Guodong followed behind him and subconsciously looked inside. The factory director, Chen Weiman, had already waved at him. Old Chen, come on, sit down. Xiao Zhao, pour a cup of tea. It's okay, no need. Chen Guodong stood up again before he sat down. How could he dare to let the assistant director pour him tea? Teacher Chen, please sit down. The factory director's assistant quickly poured a cup of tea over. Thank you. Chen Guodong quickly stood up and took it. After the assistant factory director went out, he dared to sit down. The fingers of both hands were twisted together, and the palms were sweaty. This was the first time he faced the top leader of the boiler factory alone. Chen Weiman smiled and said, Old Chen, this is the case. We have discussed the matter of your son's small canteen. With so many people in the factory, only 8 dishes are definitely not enough. It would be better to have more dishes. Also, you see there are so many people lining up every day, and many employees can only eat after 1 o'clock. The efficiency is too low. I suggest adding a few more people, but since this is a factory cafeteria, we can't hire people from outside. It just so happens that our factory-run collective still has a few people who are unemployed. Old Chen, go back and discuss this with little Chen. If it works, we can move in and start trial operation in 2 days. By the way, the factory has a canteen space and facilities, but it hasn't been decorated yet. Xiao Chun, please bring a layout plan when you come next time. Chen Guodong was so nervous that sweat was pouring down his forehead. After listening to the factory director's words, he finally understood and said in astonishment. Director, do you mean to let Chen Nua and his team move their stall into the factory and turn it into a canteen? Chen Weiman was equally surprised. Of course, isn't that why you came to see me that day? Chen Guodong was stunned. That day he accompanied Chen Nua to see the factory director. It was Chen Nua and Chen Weiman who were chatting all the time, and he was just listening in. But he remembered that Chen Nua never said he wanted to move the stall into the factory? The factory manager never mentioned the canteen at all. Did I miss something? Chen Weiman looked at Chen Guodong's surprised expression and couldn't help laughing. Old Chen, just go back and tell him what I mean. Little Chen has my phone number. Okay, director, I'll be out first. Chen Guodong quickly stood up and prepared to go out. That's right. Chen Weiman stopped him and said, Old Chen, I heard that you graduated from university with a degree in boilers? Chen Guodong nodded, finally gaining some confidence. Director, I majored in thermal engineering at Zhengde University. Chen Weiman smiled and said, then it is relevant to our boiler factory. After so many years, you must have learned the same thing back then, right? Speaking of his major, Chen Guodong's voice became louder. Of course not, I often draw blueprints at home when I have nothing to do. Chen Weiman nodded, okay, it's okay. Chen Guodong said oh, feeling a little confused, and quickly left the office. Chen Weiman picked up the cup and took a sip of tea, then shook his head and laughed. Old Chen is so honest, how come he gave birth to such a cunning son? Chen Guodong went downstairs, thought about it, took out his cell phone and called Chen Nua. It was lunchtime and there were no classes at school. It took a while for the phone to get through. Little kitten, go back. I have a call. Hearing his son's voice coming from the other side, Chen Guodong asked curiously. Chen Nua, why are there cats in your school? Chen Nua said, no, I was just talking to my classmate. Chen Guodong didn't think much about it and repeated what Director Chen had just said. Fearing that he might have conveyed it incorrectly, he didn't change almost a word. Chen Nua suddenly laughed, you want to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. No wonder you can become the factory director. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone? Chen Guodong didn't understand. Chen Nua said, we have helped him solve the problem of employees' meals, and we can also provide employment for the factory's idle labor force. I will also help him design the soft furnishings for the cafeteria. Isn't this killing 3 birds with 1 stone? Chen Guodong said, then you are making money from the factory cafeteria for nothing. Chen Nua smiled, Dad, you really love the factory like your home. Okay, I'll call Director Chen tonight to give him a reply. Chen Guodong said quickly, the factory manager has gone off work tonight, it's not good to disturb him. Chen Nua smiled and said, Dad, believe it or not, if I don't reply to your factory director, he won't be able to sleep tonight. You're talking nonsense. Chen Guodong said, but then he felt as if his son was not talking nonsense, and suddenly he felt a little complicated. Oh, right. Chen Guodong asked, when did you and the factory director discuss moving the stall into the factory to set up a canteen? I didn't hear it. I haven't mentioned it. Chen Nua replied. Then why did the factory director take the initiative to talk about this today? Chen Guodong was puzzled. So he is the factory director. Chen Nua chuckled. Brat, what are you talking about? Chen Guodong was even more confused. Dad, you said the factory director suddenly asked you about your professional skills? Chen Nua asked. Yes. Chen Guodong nodded. Congratulations, Dad, your spring is coming. Chen Nua suddenly said with a smile. What are you talking about? Chen Guodong was puzzled, but Chen Nua had to go to class, so he hung up the phone. Chen Guodong walked back to the office of the General Affairs Department. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little agitated, so he looked at the various boiler design drawings that he had saved on the computer. At this time, a young man walked in and asked, I'm from the technical department. Is Chen Guodong here? Chen Guodong stood up, I am. The young man from the technical department came to Chen Guodong and handed him a drawing. Teacher Chen, this is what our director asked me to give you. The first machine factory ordered an ultra-high-pressure gas furnace, but the other party has been dissatisfied with the design. Chen Guodong was surprised, isn't this the business of your technical department? The technician spread his hands and said, I don't know either. Anyway, the leader said to give it to you. Please help to modify it. Chapter 43 Why is there such a big gap between people? Jiang County No. 2 Middle School. The bell for the last get out of class of the afternoon rang. Chen Nua immediately stood up and rushed out of the classroom like a flash. From a distance, he saw Xin Xinmei also walking out of the classroom. Seeing him come out, the kitten immediately turned around and walked forward. Chen Nua smiled. The little kitten was quite quick today and was the first one to come out of the class, just like himself. The two of them already have a tacit understanding and will definitely not walk together in school. They will only meet after leaving the school gate. Chen Nua was just thinking about blending into the crowd and following Xin Xinmei from a distance, just like he did a few days ago. Chen Nua, where are you going? Suddenly, Lao Li's voice sounded behind him, and Chen Nua turned around. Lao Li, I'm going home after school. Why go back home? Old Li walked over with his eyes wide open, the bald spot on his head shining. Didn't I tell you that the study progress group will study together for an hour every day at noon and after school? Chen Nua opened his eyes wide, you said that? Old Li stared at him, I didn't say that. Zhou Linger poked her head out from behind Old Li and said crisply. Teacher Li said this morning that the progress group should use the time after school at noon and in the afternoon for the good students to give extra lessons to the poor students. Chen Nua, you don't listen carefully in class. With someone testifying, Lao Li became even more confident. He pointed at Chen Nua and said, look, Zhou Linger heard it all. Chen Nua, can you be more careful? Go back now. After saying that, he pulled Chen Nua into the classroom. Hey, Lao Li, I have something to do, really something to do. Chen Nua looked back, only to see that Xin Xinmei had been pushed down the stairs by the crowd and hadn't noticed what was happening on his side at all. What could be more important than the college entrance examination? I've said it so many times, the college entrance examination is the only time in your life. The fairest chance to change your destiny. Chen Nua added helplessly. Now that you know this, why don't you cherish the opportunity to improve yourself? Old Li dragged Chen Nua back to the classroom and pressed him into the seat next to Zhou Linger. Then he moved a chair and sat at the door of the classroom, with his arms folded across his chest, as if to say, if you don't study hard, no one will be able to go home. Chen Nua felt helpless. He could actually ignore Lao Li and rush out of the classroom. But he knew that Lao Li did this for his own good. Mr. Li's daughter is taking the high school entrance exam this year, but he has to focus on his student studies, so most of the time it is his wife who stays at home to take care of the child. Because of these students, Mr. Li doesn't even have time to tutor his own daughter. 10 years later, it is difficult to find such a responsible and good teacher. So Chen Nuo still had to give face to Lao Li. Seeing Chen Nuo sitting down obediently, Zhou Linger smiled proudly. Chen Nuo, I am your teacher now, you have to listen to me. In fact, Zhou Linger was not so eager to help Chen Nuo improve his grades. But she really enjoyed the feeling that Chen Nuo obeyed her orders. In fact, Chen Nuo has always been like this. Whatever she says is what it is. If she got angry, Chen Nuo would be like an ant on a hot pan, wishing he could pick the stars from the sky and give them to her to make her happy. But I don't know when Chen Nuo started to change. He no longer listened to her or even paid attention to her. Zhou Linger couldn't stand this gap. Now, looking at Chen Nuo sitting obediently beside him, the feeling he once had seemed to come back again. Chen Nuo naturally didn't know what she was thinking, and said helplessly, Zhou Linger, I thought I had made it clear at noon that you are not good enough to be my teacher. Zhou Linger's almond-shaped eyes widened. Chen Nuo, don't think that you are amazing just because you can solve a few problems by chance. I am ranked 20th in my grade, and you are over 300th. Why am I not qualified to be your teacher? Chen Nuo really wanted to say that I have the future city's top scorer in the college entrance examination as my teacher, and you are really nothing in front of him. But in the end, she didn't say anything. The little kitten was so socially anxious, and the fact that she was a top student naturally couldn't let anyone know. Chen Nuo was a little amused. Why don't you carve the words I am the 20th in my grade on your face? Chen Nuo, you. Zhou Linger pointed at Chen Nuo, her cheeks flushed with anger. What's going on between you two? Old Li, who was sitting at the door, spoke up and glared at Chen Nuo. Chen Nuo, you can solve the difficult questions from the real exams of the past 10 years, which shows that you are not stupid, but the exam actually tests your basics. Your grades dropped because your basics are not solid enough. If you want to do well in the exam, you must not only be able to solve the difficult questions, but also not neglect the basic questions. After Old Li finished speaking, he asked Zhou Linger to take out a copy of number 53, turn to one of the pages, and give it to Chen Nuo. There are 10 questions on this page. If you can answer all of them correctly, you don't need to study. Chen Nuo glanced at Zhou Linger. It turned out that she was the one who went to Lao Li to tell on him. No wonder Lao Li was waiting for him at the door as soon as school was over. Zhou Linger snorted, very proud. Chen Nuo had no choice but to start doing the questions. In the end, Chen Nuo only got 6 out of the 10 questions right. In fact, what Lao Li said is right. Chen Nuo's foundation is indeed not good. These questions are of medium difficulty, but they contain a lot of knowledge points. There are many knowledge points that Chen Xinmei had not had time to help Chen Nuo code. After making so many mistakes, some people actually say they don't need tutoring. Zhou Linger was watching happily nearby, but Chen Nuo didn't bother to pay attention to her and said to Lao Li, Lao Li, I have already hired a tutor, please let me go. Old Li didn't believe it at all. Unless you rank in the top 100 in the second mock exam, you have to stay after school every afternoon to study. After saying that, he sat back at the classroom door and continued to supervise. Chen Nuo, did you hear what the teacher said? Zhou Linger raised her chin and said something serious. Your family still lives in the old house. Uncle Chen and Aunt Li work so hard for you. You are not a child anymore. Be more motivated and don't let Uncle and Aunt worry about you all day long. This sounded strangely familiar. Chen Nuo's PTSD almost came back. He said helplessly, Student Zhou, let's get started. Seeing Chen Nuo surrender, Zhou Linger became even more proud. She took out the books and test papers and began to explain them seriously. From time to time he would educate Chen Nuo like a teacher. Because she was so serious in teaching, Chen Nuo tried to listen for a while. Then I found that the codes on many knowledge points were becoming thicker and thicker. Chen Nuo was immediately shocked. My goodness, you are not here to give me extra lessons, you are here to give me extra pressure, right? Chen Nuo pretended to listen to the class carefully, quietly took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Chen Xinmei. Little kitten, I'm being kept for extra lessons. You should go home first. Judging from the situation, it will take at least another 30 or 40 minutes. It is impossible to let Chen Xinmei wait outside alone for that long. Chen Xinmei replied immediately. Doraemon, okay. Chen Nuo was relieved then. He listened to Zhou Linger's lecture seriously, and then filtered out what she said from his mind. The little kitten can help me code with just a few words, but you, the more you talk, the more garbled code I have. Why is there such a big gap between people? Chapter 44. I want to wait for you. An hour later. The hellish after-school tutoring is finally over. Chen Nua finally shook off the entire hour's mental pollution from his head, suddenly jumped up and ran out of the classroom. The tutoring session was over and Laoli left, with no one blocking the door. Chen Nua. Zhou Linger chased after him, and Chen Nua turned back helplessly. What happened again? Zhou Linger caught up, looked around, and said, I want to apply to Rongqing University. If you can also get into Rongqing University, I may consider you. But don't give up on yourself and go find someone like Yuzimiai to piss me off. That's too childish. I don't like it. Chen Nua looked at her with eyes wide open, and said with a smile, Shinmei is much better than you, right? He was too lazy to say anything more and just turned and left. Chen Nua. Zhou Linger shouted from behind, but Chen Nua had already run downstairs. Zhou Linger stamped her feet in anger. Shinmei is better than me? Chen Nua, when will you be more mature? Chen Nua left the school and sent a message to Shinmei on his phone. I just left school now. You and Sister Meng can have dinner first. You don't have to wait for me. Putting down the phone, Chen Nua suddenly felt something strange. Why did it feel like a husband working overtime sending a message to his wife staying at home? Oh, no, there's another Sister Meng. That's okay. Chen Nua was having a good time by himself. He walked out of the school gate, turned right, walked half the street, and passed by the familiar convenience store. After taking 2 steps, Chen Nua suddenly stopped and turned back. Little kitten? Shinmei squatted next to the store, hiding behind a tree, with only half of her body exposed, like a kitten abandoned by its owner. Didn't I ask you to go home first? Chen Nua stepped forward and looked down at her. Shinmei squatted behind the tree and looked up at him pitifully. I'm sorry, I wanted to wait for you. Chen Nua was stunned. He wanted to get angry but couldn't. He rubbed her head. You get up first. My feet are numb. Shinmei said weakly. Chen Nua looked at her evasive appearance and immediately understood. The canteen was where the two met after school every day. Shinmei wanted to wait for him here, but she would be too conspicuous standing here alone, and there would definitely be many passers-by staring at her. The little kitten is so socially anxious and has such low self-esteem that of course he doesn't dare to attract the attention of passers-by, so he hides behind a big tree. How could my legs not be numb after squatting behind a tree for over an hour? Chen Nua extended his hand toward her. Shinmei was startled. No need, I can get up by myself. She grabbed the bark with both hands and tried hard to stand up, but she had been squatting for too long and was unable to move halfway. At this time, she supported herself on the tree with her hands, her upper body was at 90 degrees to the tree, and her long legs were straighter than the tree, immediately revealing the exaggerated curves hidden in the loose school uniform. Chen Nua was stunned after taking a look. Shinmei was trying to adapt to the numbness in her legs. She didn't know how attractive she looked now. She said blankly, I'm sorry, I'll be right there. At this time, 2 men were buying things in the store and looking over here. Chen Nua immediately stood in front of Shinmei, blocking the 2 men's sight, then reached out and held Shinmei's arm and helped her up. Oops. Shinmei cried out, and her voice was soft and tender, really a bit like a kitten. Chen Nua stared at her. What's your name? My legs are numb if you scream anymore. Sorry. The little kitten apologized weakly as he grabbed her arm. 2 blushes appeared on her face, which then spread to her snow-white neck and went deeper into the collar of her school uniform. Chen Nua turned his head away from her, helped her walk a few steps forward, and asked, Still numb? Shinmei looked at her blankly and shook her head. Chen Nua immediately let go of her and said, Let's go. Oh. Shinmei nodded in agreement and followed him with her head down. Chen Nua looked back at her, not knowing what to say. The 2 of them just walked forward in silence, one after the other. When they were almost at the station, Chen Nua suddenly stopped and pulled Shinmei to hide behind a station sign. Shinmei was puzzled. Chen Nua pointed to a place not far ahead, where Li Hong was stopped by Lin Chengcheng. Lin Chengcheng raised the envelope in his hand and said to Li Hong, I'm sorry, you're not my type. Don't write me love letters anymore. Li Hong looked confused. Who are you? When did I ever write you a love letter? Lin Chengcheng sneered. When you get rejected, you say the love letter wasn't written by you? As expected, all boys are the same, cowards. Li Hong was angry. Student, please explain clearly, who is the coward? Lin Chengcheng said disdainfully, you want to chase girls when you're this cowardly? Ha, you're no better than the guy who helps you deliver love letters. Don't bother me anymore. After saying that, he turned and left. Li Hong looked depressed. You must be crazy. Then a puzzled look appeared on his face, and he said to himself, the envelope in her hand seems familiar? Shin Shinmei, who was hiding behind the bus stop and saw all this, was also confused. Student Chen Nua, that letter. At noon, she clearly saw Chen Nua helping their class monitor to hand the love letter to Lin Chengcheng. Why did the squad leader suddenly deny his mistake? Chen Nua whispered in her ear, that love letter was written by Li Hong to Zhou Linger. I tore off Zhou Linger's name. Shin Shinmei suddenly opened her eyes wide and opened her mouth. Chen Nua looked at her strangely. Why is your face red again? It is indeed surprising to know that the love letter was written by Li Hong to Zhou Linger, but there is no need to blush, right? Shin Shinmei buried her head in her chest again. No, nothing. Li Hong on the opposite side also left, and Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei then walked out and arrived at the bus stop. It was a little late today, it was rush hour after get off work, and the bus stop was crowded. Shin Shinmei was a little nervous and shrank behind Chen Nua. A thought suddenly flashed through Chen Nua's mind. If he wanted to change Shin Shinmei's fate of committing suicide after the college entrance examination, he had to change her personality first. Some people who are easily depressed are often too introverted, or even have low self-esteem and become autistic. Their most common symptom is fear of contact with people. Shin Shinmei is like this. If you want to change her personality, let her try to interact with more people. At this time, the bus came and Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei got on. There were many people on this bus, so Chen Nua and Shin Shinmei squeezed into the middle of the bus. Shin Shinmei was very nervous. She buried her head and didn't dare to look up. Chen Nua suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered. Little kitten, do you want to play a game? Shin Shinmei's crystal clear and round earlobes immediately turned pink. Before she could say anything, she heard Chen Nua continue. Take off your glasses, hold your head high and hold your chest out for 10 seconds, and I will promise you something. Chapter 45 Chen Nua, do you like Shinmei? Shin Shinmei was stunned. She looked up at Chen Nua, and suddenly realized that they were too close to each other. Her mouth almost touched Chen Nua's cheek. Shin Shinmei quickly lowered her head again. Chen Nua laughed, like a wolf grandmother tempting a child with candy. Little kitten, as long as you do it, you can ask for anything. Shin Shinmei, however, was not tempted at all. She buried her head and shook her head repeatedly. Chen Nua continued, just give it a try. You only need to hold on for 10 seconds. You won't suffer any loss or be fooled. Shin Shinmei still shook her head. Chen Nua was helpless. You can't just snatch her glasses away, right? Half an hour later, the bus arrived at the station. The two got out of the car, crossed Tongxing Street, and the villa area was in front of them. Shin Shinmei still buried her head and followed behind Chen Nua. Chen Nua said with a smile. Hey, we're going to your house, why am I following behind me? Shin Shinmei uttered, yes, I'm sorry. Then he quickened his steps, and with 2 quick steps, he jumped in front of Chen Nua with his long legs. Then he turned around and looked at Chen Nua with an expression that said, is this okay? It looks a bit funny. Chen Nua had no choice but to nod, let's go. The two of them changed the order of walking, but Shin Shinmei still kept her head down and walked silently. Chen Nua was behind her, looking at her long legs and slender waist, and suddenly sighed. Before her parents got into trouble, she must have been a youthful, bright, cheerful, and smiling girl, right? Little kitten, I want to ask you something. Chen Nua suddenly spoke, and Shin Shinmei immediately stopped, turned around to look at him, and waited obediently for him to ask questions. You seem to be nervous when you see many people at school or on the bus, but I saw you seemed quite relaxed when you went to the market to buy vegetables. Why is that? Shin Shinmei was startled, lowered her head slightly, and whispered, I am often alone at home. If I don't go shopping, I can't eat. Why don't you eat in a restaurant? Chen Nua felt stupid as soon as he asked the question. With that kind of personality, how could the little kitten dare to go out to eat alone? He shook his head. It seems that I was too impatient. Shin Shinmei has been so socially anxious that she has been dressing up as an ugly girl for 3 years just to avoid being noticed at school. It was indeed a bit sudden that I asked her to take off her glasses in front of so many people just now. It seems that we still need to proceed step by step. Student Chen Nuo, are you angry? Shin Shinmei looked at him cautiously and said weakly. Can I give you more money for your company today? Chen Nuo was speechless. Are you really going to throw money at me? Shin Shinmei said quickly, I'm sorry, don't you like money? Chen Nuo glared at her, and Shin Shinmei immediately shut her mouth, not daring to say anything more. The two walked forward and soon arrived at the villa area and entered the gate of the community. When they arrived at the door of Shin Shinmei's house, Chen Nuo suddenly stopped, and Shin Shinmei also stopped and looked at him blankly. Chen Nuo said, Little kitten, you don't look good wearing glasses. How about this, when you are at home, you take off your glasses? Since Shin Shinmei didn't dare to take off her glasses in crowded places, he tried to ask her to take off her glasses when she was at home and facing him. Let her adapt slowly. Then let her wipe off her straight eyebrows. Wait until she gradually gets used to revealing her true face in front of an outsider like me, and then guide her out to face more people. Even if a scumbag wants to deceive a little girl, he has to buy some small gifts. And he has to be more careful with a kitten who has psychological problems. Ugh. I am doing good deeds and accumulating virtue. Besides, I just want to make money now. Love affairs will only affect the speed at which I make money. Chen Nuo's expression kept changing. Shin Shinmei thought he was angry again. She bit her lip, and after a moment, she finally nodded. You agree? Chen Nuo smiled and said, Okay, then take off your glasses as soon as we get home. Oh. Shin Shinmei agreed in a low voice, took out the key and opened the door. The two went in, Chen Nuo closed the door, and looked at Shin Shinmei with burning eyes. The little kitten pinched the corner of his clothes, finally slowly raised his hand, turned his back to Chen Nuo, and took off his glasses. Shinmei, brother, you are back? Ha! Meng Xiaoran came down from upstairs and suddenly uttered a soft cry. Shinmei, you're not wearing glasses? It's no wonder that Meng Xiaoran was so surprised. Shin Shinmei has been wearing glasses when facing strangers since she was in high school. Unexpectedly, she took off her glasses in front of Chen Nuo. Meng Xiaoran couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Shin Shinmei was startled, cried out, and ran into the kitchen in panic. Shinmei, you haven't changed your shoes yet. Meng Xiaoran called out to her, and Shin Shinmei hurried out, not daring to look at Chen Nuo. She hurriedly changed into slippers and ran into the kitchen again. Meng Xiaoran opened her mouth and smiled helplessly at Chen Nuo. Let me find you another pair of shoes. Just now, Shin Shinmei hurriedly put on Chen Nuo's men's slippers and ran away. Now, under Chen Nuo's feet are Shin Shinmei's women's slippers. Meng Xiaoran found a pair of slippers for Chen Nuo from the shoe cabinet, looked at the kitchen, and whispered. That was the first time Shinmei took off her glasses in front of others. Brother, it has to be you. Meng Xiaoran seemed very pleased, and even a little ambiguous. Sister, I just think that classmate Shun looks good without glasses. Then he noticed Meng Xiaoran looking at him with a smile, and he waved his hand quickly. That's not what I meant, sis. Meng Xiaoran smiled more ambiguously. What do you mean? That's not what I meant anyway. Chen Nuo stood firm. Meng Xiaoran burst out laughing. Okay, go study now. Chen Nuo hurried into the study, sat down in a hurry, took out the books and test papers, took out a pen and started to do the questions. I had just written 2 words when I suddenly looked up. Oh no, why should I feel guilty? Shin Shinmei quickly prepared the meal, and the family of 3 sat around to eat. There were still 2 servings of meat on the table. One was the half-fat and half-lean meat that Meng Xiaoran liked, and the other was the lean meat that Chen Nuo liked. Chen Nuo and Meng Xiaoran were still chatting and laughing, while Shin Shinmei was eating in silence. After dinner, Shin Shinmei went to wash the dishes. When she entered the kitchen, Meng Xiaoran said to Chen Nuo, Brother, I have something to tell you. She took Chen Nuo upstairs and into a bedroom. Chen Nuo took a look and saw an artistic photo hanging on the wall. Meng Xiaoran was wearing a wedding dress, with most of her shoulders exposed and a small part of her beautiful curves showing. It can be seen that Shin Shinmei's family's appearance and figure are inherited. Chen Nuo looked away, thinking that this photo must not be seen by Zhang Yuan, otherwise this person would be ruined. The bedroom is elegantly furnished, with many books on the table and a large wardrobe next to it. Obviously the person living here is a typical intellectual beauty. Chen Nuo saw another suitcase next to him. He looked at Meng Xiaoran in astonishment. The woman in a loose long dress sat down, her body straight, her long legs elegantly crossed, and her expression suddenly became majestic, like a female principal examining her students. Chen Nuo, do you like Xin Mei? Chapter 46. It's time for you to practice with the new hero. Ah. Chen Nuo was startled and said quickly. Sister, don't get me wrong. I don't have any such intention towards Xianai, student Shen. Meng Xiaoran crossed his arms and legs, looking like a dignified principal interrogating a bad student. Chen Nuo, I have met too many students. You can't hide it from me. No. Shen Nuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sister, I just want to take the college entrance examination and make money now. I have no interest in anything else, really. Meng Xiaoran looked at him coldly, his expression becoming more serious. Shen Nuo had a clear conscience and looked her in the eye. Wasn't it enough that you were fooled by women in your previous life? Still in love after being reborn? I'm not that stupid. Phew. Meng Xiaoran suddenly laughed, and her beauty bloomed like a crabapple tree. She straightened her body and leaned lazily on the bed. Chen Nuo was a little confused, then he laughed. Sister, are you testing me? Meng Xiaoran laughed for a long time before sitting up again and said to Chen Nuo seriously. Brother, I have something I want to ask of you. Sister, you said that as long as I can do it, I will do my best. Chen Nuo also sat upright. He knew that what Meng Xiaoran wanted to talk about now was the serious matter. Meng Xiaoran was silent for a moment, and her bright and mature eyes looked deeply into Chen Nuo's eyes, and she said word by word. I want you to help Xinmei. Help her? Help with what? Chen Nuo was puzzled. Meng Xiaoran sighed. You should have noticed that Xinmei's personality is different from that of ordinary girls. Chen Nuo understood and whispered, I've heard about classmate Shen's parents. Meng Xiaoran was a little surprised, and she looked at Chen Nuo with more relief. So you care about Xinmei so much and even asked about her. I feel more relieved. No, sister, what do you want to say? Chen Nuo became more and more confused. Meng Xiaoran said, actually, Xinmei was not like this when she was a child. She loved to laugh and dress herself up beautifully. People around her said that she would definitely be a great beauty when she grew up. Of course, my sister is so beautiful, and my brother-in-law is also a handsome man, but unfortunately. Meng Xiaoran sighed slightly. When they got into trouble, Xinmei was just in the first grade of junior high school. She was too young to bear the blow. Later, something else happened. Many people in their school said she was a disaster. Some even spread rumors about her. Meng Xiaoran paused, as if his throat was a little blocked, and calmed down a little before continuing. Gradually, no one wanted to be friends with her, no one wanted to talk to her. So I transferred to another school with Xinmei, but her personality had changed. She even had to dress herself up like that when she went out. It was my fault. I should have taken her away from home earlier. Chen Nuo fell silent. He knew that the other thing Meng Xiaoran mentioned was that she had a conflict with her husband because of taking care of Xinmei, and finally divorced him. As for someone spreading rumors, Chen Nuo had never heard of it in his previous life. Judging from Meng Xiaoran's expression, she obviously didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't ask any further questions. Meng Xiaoran raised her head, her eyes burning, and said to Chen Nuo, but in all this time, you are the first outsider that Xinmei is willing to approach. She is even willing to take off her glasses in front of you. Meng Xiaoran was a little excited. Brother, you call me sister, then as a sister, can I ask you for one thing? Please help Xinmei walk out, hold your head high, speak loudly, and laugh loudly. Chen Nuo was stunned. Younger brother? Meng Xiaoran, a strong woman who was about to become a principal, was actually a little nervous. Chen Nuo suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh, I told you we were half-siblings. It turns out we have the same idea. Ah. In the end, this heart-to-heart conversation started with Chen Nuo's ah and ended with Meng Xiaoran's ah. When the two walked out of the bedroom side by side and went down the stairs, they were so affectionate that they just needed to put out fruits and incense burners, kneel down together and shout, I only hope to die on the same day of the same month of the same year. Xinmei had just finished washing the dishes and walked out of the kitchen when she saw the brother and sister coming down from the second floor arm in arm. Her mouth opened wide. No ah. Chen Nuo said immediately. Xinmei kept her mouth open, but the word ah never came out. Meng Xiaoran didn't blame Chen Nuo for being mean to Xinmei, since she knew that Chen Nuo wanted Xinmei to change her personality just like she did. Then he intentionally treated Xinmei like this, which was naturally part of the plan. Meng Xiaoran had tried many methods before, and even secretly consulted a psychologist, who also mentioned a stimulation therapy. But Meng Xiaoran didn't dare to try it, fearing that it would be too stimulating and make Shen Xinmei more introverted. This level of stimulation seems just right for Chen Nua right now. Meng Xiaoran smiled and said, Xinmei, I will be back to Jiangqing tomorrow. Brother, you and your classmates should come over to study every day, just as a way to help me take care of Xinmei. Aunt. Shen Xinmei showed reluctance on her face, but soon lowered her head. She knew that her aunt still had work to do and didn't want to delay her work because of herself. After all, because of her, my aunt's family broke up. Chen Nua smiled and said, Don't worry, sister. Give me 3 months and I'll give you a plump, white niece. Meng Xiaoran patted him on the back, You're talking nonsense again. At this time, the doorbell rang, and Chen Nua said, Zhang Yuan is here, I'll go open the door. Shen Xinmei quickly ran into the study, found her glasses and put them on. Chen Nua ran over and opened the door. The little fat boy was standing at the door, holding a big bag of fruit in his hand, and looking inside curiously. Zhang Yuan, what are you doing? Chen Nua handed a pair of slippers to Zhang Yuan and pointed to the fruit in his hand. Zhang Yuan chuckled and whispered, Where is that teacher? Look at what you have accomplished. Chen Nua took Zhang Yuan into the living room. At this time, Meng Xiaoran had returned to the bedroom to continue packing her luggage. Zhang Yuandong looked around, and Chen Nua said, My sister is upstairs. Zhang Yuan was a little disappointed. He looked down at the big bag of fruit and said to Chen Nua, Chen Nua, can you help me deliver it to the teacher? Chen Nua put his arm around Zhang Yuan's shoulder and said earnestly, Little fatty, remember, if you meet a girl you like in the future, you must never spend money on gifts. Zhang Yuan was puzzled, Why? Chen Nua laughed, Because a girl who likes you will tell you that buying gifts is a waste of money, and a girl who doesn't like you will just keep accepting your gifts. Zhang Yuan chewed for a moment and suddenly shook his head, Chen Nua, you are wrong. If you don't give a gift, how can you show your sincerity? If you like a girl, you have to give her everything. Chen Nua looked at Zhang Yuan, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, Yuan Air, I heard that the Chinese version will be updated soon. Stop being a hot sheep and practice being a hero. The Chinese server has been updated again? No, there is no hero called Fiangyang in League of Legends? Chapter 47 Young Lady Teacher, full of blood and magic. In the end, Chen Nua carried the bag of fruit into the kitchen. Then he took Zhang Yuan into the study. At this time, Shen Xinmei had put on her glasses again, and then continued to treat Zhang Yuan as heir according to what Chen Nua said yesterday, and she spoke more and more fluently and freely when explaining the questions. Chen Nua's learning effect is getting better and better. While listening to the little kitten explaining the questions, the garbled codes of knowledge points in his mind are being torn away. This feeling is even better than opening the package after Double 11. But tonight Zhang Yuan was a little absent-minded. He ran out to go to the bathroom 5 or 6 times in less than an hour. When Zhang Yuan went to the bathroom again, Shen Xinmei couldn't help but whisper to Chen Nua. Is Ersen feeling unwell? Chen Nua chuckled, he is not feeling unwell physically, but mentally. Shen Xinmei blinked in confusion, and Chen Nua stood up, Wait for me for a moment, I'll go and cure this guy's illness. Watching Chen Nua walk out of the study, Shen Xinmei looked confused. Can Chen Nua also cure diseases? Chen Nua walked into the living room and just saw Zhang Yuan coming out of the bathroom, looking upstairs curiously. What are you looking at, little fatty? Chen Nua burst out laughing, and Zhang Yuan was startled and his face turned red. No, nothing. Chen Nua said, You wait here. Zhang Yuan was puzzled, but saw that Chen Nua had already gone upstairs. Chen Nua walked to Meng Xiaoran's bedroom door and knocked gently, Sister, it's me. The door opened quickly, revealing Meng Xiaoran, who was wearing a loose long dress and had beads of sweat on her forehead. I'm packing my bags, what are you doing? Chen Nua looked downstairs and whispered, Sister, please do me a favor. Zhang Yuan was in the living room, watching Chen Nua walk up to the second floor. He was stunned for a moment, not knowing whether to stand or sit. Just when he was at a loss, footsteps suddenly sounded on the second floor. He looked up and was stunned. I saw the mature and beautiful young teacher walking down the stairs slowly. Zhang Yuan was stunned. Meng Xiaoran walked up to Zhang Yuan and said with a smile. My classmate, your name is Zhang Yuan, right? Hello, I'm a teacher at Rongqing University. Come on, I'll be waiting for you at Rongqing University. After saying that, he went to the kitchen to get a glass of water and went straight upstairs. After entering the bedroom, he said to Chen Nua in a chastising tone, "I did as you said." Chen Nua said repeatedly, "Thank you, sister, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda." Zhang Yuan had no motivation to study at first and failed to get into university. Later he went to northern Myanmar and was eventually beaten in the back by someone. Now if Meng Xiaoran can give Zhang Yuan the motivation to study and get into university, it would be considered as indirectly saving Zhang Yuan's life. Meng Xiaoran glared at him and said, "You are so frivolous. I still have to pack my luggage and go downstairs to study." "Okay, thank you, sister. I'll take you there tomorrow. My bus is at 10 a.m. Are you skipping class to come here? Well, I'll bless you in my heart then. Go." Chen Nua went downstairs with a smile on his face. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to meet him and dragged him to the study. "What are you doing, fatty?" Chen Nua was startled. Zhang Yuan dragged him into the study and bowed to Shen Xinmei. "Teacher Shen, I will study hard. Please help me get into Rongda University. Please." Shen Xinmei didn't even look at him, but looked at Chen Nua. Classmate Chen Nua asked her to treat this classmate as heir, but now the heir suddenly bowed to her. What should she do? Chen Nua was shocked. Wow, Sister Meng's words directly made Zhang Yuan full of health and magic? As expected of a young lady teacher, the effect is perfect. He waved his hand and said, "Stop talking nonsense and study." "Oh. Okay. 9 o'clock in the evening. Today's tutoring is over." Zhang Yuan stood up reluctantly. This was the first time in his life that he was reluctant to end his studies. He walked out of the living room and looked at the second floor, his face full of excitement. "Teacher Meng, I will definitely be admitted to Rongda University. Little kitten, I'm warning you, no more companionship fees today," Chen Nua said to Shen Xinmei in the study. "But, you said there would be a companion fee." Shen Xinmei had already taken out $800 bills and was ready to give them to Chen Nua. Chen Nua stared at her. "Then I say that starting from today, the companionship fee will be cancelled, do you understand?" Shen Xinmei uttered a weak "oh" and whispered, "Then, will you come tomorrow?" Chen Nua laughed, "Of course I have to come. Someone is giving me free tutoring. I'd be a fool not to come." Shen Xinmei suddenly became happy and nodded heavily, "Okay." Chen Nua was a little speechless. It was the first time he saw someone so happy about getting something for free. After leaving the living room, he shouted upstairs, "Sister, I'm leaving. I wish you a safe journey tomorrow." "Good." Meng Xiaoran's reply came from upstairs. It seemed that she was still busy packing her luggage. Chen Nua and Zhang Yuan left the villa area. Zhang Yuan was still memorizing words with an English book in his hand. Chen Nua took out his cell phone and called Chen Weiman. He deliberately did not reply to Chen Weiman immediately during the day, and waited until now to contact him. The boiler factory canteen is not such a simple matter. Chen Weiman is the factory director, so naturally he has to consider the interests of the boiler factory. If the two sides really want to reach an agreement, it will probably take several rounds of negotiation. However, the negotiation process actually started in the afternoon when Chen Weiman said those words to Chen Guodong. Chen Weiman added Chen Nua's phone number. Why didn't he talk to him directly? Because Chen Guodong is an employee of the boiler factory and is an honest person, many things are communicated through Chen Guodong, which can put invisible pressure on Chen Nua in the process. Even Chen Guodong might speak for the boiler factory. Chen Nua would be more likely to agree to some conditions out of fear of his father's authority. That's why Chen Weiman said those words: "Kill 3 birds with 1 stone" in the afternoon. The second condition is the most troublesome. The canteen should be occupied by a large group of people from the boiler factory. These people are idle personnel, and the boiler factory no longer has extra positions and funds to accommodate them. If they can be arranged in the cafeteria, it will not only solve the job problem, but also allow this external cafeteria to have its own people, making it easier to control any problems. Although Chen Weiman is a good factory manager who is dedicated to serving the people, he is not stupid and is more cunning than those unscrupulous businessmen. To him, people like Chen Nua are probably considered swindlers. Well, this was my first negotiation on my entrepreneurial journey. It was the first time for a small account to encounter a diamond player in the ranking. Chen Nua took a deep breath and waited for a moment before the other end answered. "Hello, who are you looking for?" Chen Weiman's voice was calm, but with a hint of impatience, as if he was harassed by a strange phone call. Chen Nua smiled. It was clearly you who took the initiative to add my number that day. I even saw that you had my name saved on your phone. Now you are pretending not to know me, right? The first thing you say when you get on the phone is to start exerting negotiation pressure? Chen Nua said, "Excuse me, is this Director Lu from the Yinxiao Welding Rod Factory?" "I'm Xiao Chen. I thought about what you said yesterday about the canteen." "Eh? Sorry, I called the wrong number." Chen Nua was halfway through his speech when he pretended to be embarrassed as if he had dialed the wrong number and immediately hung up. 10 seconds later, Chen Weiman called back. Chen Nua waited for a moment before the call was connected. Chen Weiman's friendly voice came from the other end. "Xiao Chen, I'm your Uncle Chen. Did your dad tell you about the cafeteria?" Chapter 48 My Uncle Factory Director. Yinxiao Welding Rod Factory and Boiler Factory are the only two large factories in Jiang County. Chen Nua's mother Li Qinghe works in the welding rod factory. Chen Nua is quite familiar with both factories. So he just casually said that the director of the welding rod factory was surnamed Lu. The businesses of the boiler factory and the welding rod factory had no overlap, but they were in the same county, so Chen Weiman naturally knew Director Lu. That's why he became anxious when he heard what Chen Nua said just now and called immediately. However, now both of them tacitly did not mention the fact that Chen Nua had made the wrong call just now. "Hello, Uncle Chen. My dad just told me about the cafeteria." "Sorry, I was just about to call you." Chen Nua spoke and naturally put the blame on old Chen. "It's okay. I just remembered and asked you casually." Chen Weiman lost in the first round, but remained calm. Chen Nua said, "Uncle Chen, my dad said that you think our small cafeteria doesn't have enough staff, right?" "Yes, there are a few people in our group who can come and help, so they can be considered as working for you." Chen Weiman laughed, the subtext of which was that Chen Nua should pay these people salaries. Chen Nua pretended not to understand and said happily, "That's great. I was also worried about where to recruit people." "Uncle Chen, you are really thoughtful. But since they come to help us, we can't just show our appreciation. How about this, we will cover their lunch every day." Chen Weiman was silent for a moment, then smiled gently. "Xiao Chun, what I mean is that you should let them sign an employment contract with you and you should pay them wages." Chen Nua was surprised, "Is that so? But Uncle Chen, do they have a chef's certificate? Do they have a hygiene certificate?" "They don't have to cook, they just help serve food at noon." Chen Weiman had a headache. "You're a stubborn guy, aren't you?" "Oh, Uncle Chen, this is what I think. After we move into the factory cafeteria, we will still follow the current buffet format. Employees can choose their own dishes and serve themselves without help from others. At most, we can put a few more pots of each dish, so there won't be long queues, and employees can finish their meals quickly without wasting their lunch break. In this case, we only need to put a few more large tables for vegetable bowls in the cafeteria, as well as tables and chairs for employees to eat, and install a few large ceiling fans. Of course, it would be best if we could install air conditioners, and then we'll be all set." "Uncle Chen, didn't you ask how to decorate the cafeteria? Just follow what I just said. You see, several problems have been solved at once." "How great! What a bullshit!" Chen Weiman almost cursed. "I just wanted to accommodate a few people from a large collective, but you actually wanted to take advantage of the factory's labor for free, and you wanted to trick me into buying tables and chairs for your cafeteria. You also wanted air conditioning? Do you want me to install a few projection screens for you so you can watch movies while eating?" Chen Weiman took a deep breath. As the factory director and an elder, he couldn't argue with a child. He continued with a smile. "Xiao Chun, you want to move into the cafeteria, but you also want the factory to solve all your problems. It's very difficult for Uncle Chen to handle this." Chen Nua also smiled. "How about this, Uncle Chen, don't the factory give those people from the big collective a basic salary every month? If they come to the canteen to help, then we will be responsible for giving them bonuses. As for the air conditioner, I am mainly considering the workers in the factory. If it really doesn't work, a large ceiling fan will also work." Chen Weiman was so angry that he almost laughed. "Good man, I sent someone to help you, and you want me to pay half of their salary?" Chen Nua spoke again, his voice extremely sincere. "Uncle Chen, my father has always admired you and said that you are a good factory director who is dedicated to the factory and the employees. I didn't believe it before, but after meeting you, I firmly believe it. Other factory managers only think about profits and political achievements, but you can't sleep well because you worry about the food problem of your employees. I am really touched. To be honest, the title of my composition in the Chinese language test yesterday was My Uncle Factory Director. I wrote your story in my composition. I want to tell more people that our Jiang County boiler factory has a good director who is dedicated to serving the people. When Chen Nuo finished speaking, his voice was choked with sobs. Chen Weiman knew that this guy was trying to fool him, but he couldn't help but be moved. Because Chen Nuo's words really touched his heart. What has been worrying him most recently is the issue of employees' meals, and he actually didn't sleep well for a few nights. This guy installed surveillance cameras in my house, right? After Chen Nuo's sincere confession, the uncle and nephew quickly reached a consensus. The big group arranged 5 people to come and help. They were not responsible for the kitchen, they only did odd jobs. The factory is responsible for their basic salary, and Chen Nuo is responsible for their bonuses. As for purchasing tables and chairs for the cafeteria, the factory paid for them, but they are considered the factory's assets, so even if Chen Nuo removes these things in the future, he cannot take them away. If it is damaged during use, you will have to pay for it. Xiao Chun, come over tomorrow at noon to sign the contract and set up the factory cafeteria as soon as possible. Finally, Chen Weiman, who was somewhat exhausted, said to Chen Nuo. Okay, Uncle Chen, we will work hard so that our employees can have a hot and delicious lunch as soon as possible and so that you don't have to worry anymore. Chen Nuo gave another affectionate reassurance before hanging up the phone. Vomit. Shit, I almost made myself vomit. This is because I had been a bootlicker for so many years in my previous life, and I had made all kinds of affectionate confessions countless times. I have long since trained myself to have a thicker skin than a city wall. Otherwise, I really couldn't have said what I just said. Zhang Yuan beside him hadn't memorized any words yet, and stared at Chen Nuo in amazement. Chen Nuo, can you show me the composition you wrote? What composition? My uncle, the factory director. I was so moved by what I just heard. Chen Nuo took out his cell phone and called Wang Jian, telling him that he had reached an agreement with the boiler factory and that he should bring all his documents with him to sign the agreement with the boiler factory tomorrow. Wang Jian was extremely excited, and Su Ru was also very happy, repeatedly expressing her desire to thank Chen Nuo very much. Even Wang Yuan, who was doing her homework, came over to talk, and her first words were sweet. Brother Chen Nuo. Hey, Xiao Yuan, did you miss me? Chen Nuo was very happy. Wang Yuan was a cute, well-behaved and likable girl. Brother Chen Nuo, is Fatty here? Then the little girl asked in a baby voice. Chen Nuo was stunned, threw the phone to Zhang Yuan, and said unhappily, Xiao Yuan is looking for you. Looking for me? Zhang Yuan was very happy. He immediately grabbed the phone and started chatting with Wang Yuan. It's no wonder that Zhang Yuan and the little girl got along quite well and they had a great time chatting. It was not until Chen Nuo and Zhang Yuan got on the bus and sat for several stops that Xiao Yuan reluctantly said goodbye to Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan was very proud. Chen Nuo, look, I am still more attractive, right? Even little girls like me more. Chen Nuo pointed outside expressionlessly, it seems you missed your stop. Chen Nuo, why didn't you remind me? I see you're having so much fun chatting, I can't bear to interrupt you. Grass. Chapter 49, Old Chen talks about his youthful enthusiasm. Dad, I'm back. Chen Nuo walked into the house and called Chen Guodong enthusiastically. Li Qinghe came out of the kitchen holding a plate of cut fruits and glared at Chen Nuo. Why are you howling? Don't disturb your dad. Chen Nuo was surprised, what happened to my dad? Normally at this time, Chen Guodong would sit on the sofa holding a tissue, waiting for the queen to watch the melodrama. What happened today? The queen mother didn't even bother watching TV dramas and was actually cutting fruits herself. It looked like she was going to send them to Chen Guodong. Chen Nuo looked at his parents' bedroom with the door closed. It was obvious that Chen Guodong was inside. He looked at Li Qinghe nervously. Mom, did your first love come to see you and was caught by my dad? Chen Nuo, you're itching for trouble, right? Your dad is my first love. Li Qinghe glared at Chen Nuo and whispered, today the factory asked your father to get a boiler design. Your father came back and has been studying it without even having dinner. As Li Qinghe spoke, there was a hint of joy on her face. She knew what Chen Guodong was thinking. He was a top student in thermal engineering at Jiangnan University. He had the highest academic qualifications in the boiler factory and his professional knowledge was also good. Just because I am not sociable and don't know how to please others, I have missed a lot of opportunities. He is now in his 40s. Among those who entered the factory at the same time as him, the lowest rank is deputy director, while he is still an ordinary employee. He couldn't even stay in the technical department and had to command the security. Chen Guodong rarely mentioned it, but every time he went back to Li Qinghe's house during the Spring Festival, the relatives from her mother's side would talk about their careers intentionally or unintentionally, and each of them had achieved success. Only Chen Guodong, who has the highest academic qualifications, is doing the worst. So every time Chen Guodong went back to Li Qinghe's house, he would get drunk. Li Qinghe knew that he was unwilling, but at his age, what else could he do? Just live happily. But now, an opportunity to display his professional abilities suddenly arises, which is like someone who has been in a small dark room for a long time suddenly seeing a ray of light. I must catch it at all costs. When he returned home today, Mr. Chen, who is in his 40s, looked like a young man in his 20s, with a rosy face. He went straight into the bedroom, studying the drawings, and didn't even have dinner. Li Qinghe didn't say much. She ate by herself, washed the dishes, and didn't even turn on the TV. At around 9 o'clock, I was worried that my husband wouldn't be able to hold out if he didn't eat anything, so I cut a plate of fruit and prepared to bring it in. After hearing Li Qinghe's words, Chen Nuo immediately understood. He thought for a moment and said to Li Qinghe, "Mom, let me bring it in for Dad." Li Qinghe nodded, "Okay, you also contributed to this." She heard from her husband that if it weren't for the lunch stall run by Chen Nuo, Chen Guodong might not have been able to talk to the factory director, and the factory director probably wouldn't have remembered that there was such a has-been top student like him. Chen Nuo carried the plate to his parents' bedroom, looked down, and couldn't help laughing. My mother even arranged the fruit plate into a shape, which makes it look better than the fruit plates in KTV. I knocked on the door and walked in with the love fruit plate. I saw Chen Guodong sitting at the table beside the bed with his upper body almost leaning on the table. He didn't notice Chen Nuo coming in. When Chen Nuo walked over, he saw Chen Guodong drawing on a drawing with a pen and ruler. There are also professional books on thermal engineering, ultra-high pressure boilers, etc. placed next to it. Chen Nuo had seen these books at home before, but he hadn't seen Chen Guodong take them out for many years. Chen Nuo put the fruit plate aside and suddenly heard Chen Guodong slap the table. "It's done." Chen Guodong stood up and stretched, with satisfaction and joy on his face. Chen Nuo couldn't help but sigh. This is what a technical person is like. He said with a smile, "Dad, I cut a fruit plate for you, eat it while it's hot." Chen Guodong looked sideways and was immediately speechless. How can you be so skilled with a knife? Chen Nuo chuckled, "You are worthy of being my father. I can hide anything from you. This was made for you by the queen herself." Chen Guodong smiled and picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. "It's so sweet." Chen Nuo also reached out to take it, but Chen Guodong immediately blocked him. "This was cut for me by your mother." Chen Nuo was shocked. "Dad, I am your most beloved son. Get out of the way." Chen Guodong protected the exquisite fruit plate and took a photo with his mobile phone, looking very proud. "Show it to Lao Zhang and the others tomorrow and make them envious." Chen Nuo was speechless. That's why I hate people who show off their affection everywhere. However, since he had something to ask Chen Guodong, he naturally agreed. "Yes, in this family, Dad, you are the absolute backbone. Mom and I follow your lead." It's okay." Chen Guodong nodded lightly and picked up another piece of fruit and put it in his mouth. Chen Nuo saw that it was almost done, and stepped forward and whispered, "By the way, Dad, there is something. I can't give you this fruit," Chen Guodong said alertly. Chen Nuo rolled his eyes, looked back at the bedroom door, and whispered, "Please give my class teacher a call. I need to ask for leave at noon tomorrow." "Are you taking a leave at noon?" Chen Guodong was puzzled. "Don't you have a lunch break?" Chen Nuo told Chen Guodong about the study progress group. "Dad, I have to go to your factory to sign a contract tomorrow. I'm afraid Laoli won't let me go. Just call and tell him that we have something to do at home tomorrow." Chen Guodong immediately shook his head. "No, let your mother beat the teacher." Chen Nuo's mock exam scores dropped so much. Li Qinghe now attaches great importance to Chen Nuo's studies. If he dares to ask for leave for Chen Nuo, he will definitely be in trouble. "Dad, if I can't go tomorrow, the contract can't be signed. If the contract can't be signed, the factory cafeteria can't be set up. If the canteen can't be built, your factory director must be in a bad mood. If the factory director is in a bad mood, he might not give this task to you." Chen Nuo pointed to the boiler drawing on the table. Chen Guodong was furious. How dare you threaten me? Chen Nuo waved his hand. Forget it, I'm going out. Come back here. Chen Guodong looked serious and picked up his phone. Help me keep watch. Chen Nuo understood and ran to the bedroom door. He put his ear to the door and listened for a moment, then made an okay gesture to Chen Guodong. Chen Guodong nodded and quickly called Laoli, saying that something had to happen at home tomorrow at noon and asked for leave for Chen Nuo. Mr. Li was still a little reluctant, but since the parents had called to ask for leave, he had no choice but to agree. Putting down the phone, Chen Guodong breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Nuo laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Comrade Chen Guodong, congratulations, you have once again completed the organization's mission. The people will never forget you. Roll. Chen Nuo walked out of the bedroom with a smile on her face, told Li Qinghe that her husband was still doing research, and then went into her own bedroom. Dad is designing the boiler blueprint, and he also has something he needs to design. How to save kittens step by step. Chapter 50, Turning Fireworks into Sunshine. In fact, for Chen Nuo, what concerned him most today was not the negotiation with Chen Weiman, but it was a conversation with Meng Xiaoran. When Meng Xiaoran talked about Chen Xinmei's experience in junior high school, there was an unconcealable heartache and helplessness in his eyes, as well as a hint of anger. One can imagine what Chen Xinmei had experienced, which caused such a young and beautiful girl to become what she is now. When listening to Meng Xiaoran's story, Chen Nuo had an indescribable feeling in his heart. Sad, regretful, and thankful. The pain came from having experienced dramatic family changes in my previous life, and I could relate to the situation. It's a pity because Chen Xinmei could have been a perfect girl, but she ended her life at the most brilliant age. As for being thankful, it was naturally because he was a reborn person, knew the direction of the future, and had the opportunity to change the girl's tragic fate. However, this is not an easy task. Chen Nuo even felt that changing Chen Xinmei's fate was more difficult than changing the fate of Wang Jian's family, Zhang Yuan, and himself combined. Because they all have the motivation to improve, but Chen Xinmei has given up on life from the bottom of her heart. In her previous life, she became the top scorer in the college entrance examination, probably to fulfill the wish of her deceased parents. It is also the last thing she wants to do in this world. After it was done, she had no motivation to live anymore. This is also why in her previous life, Chen Xinmei revealed her true appearance at the school celebration meeting after the college entrance examination. Because she will commit suicide after the college entrance examination. A person who is about to die naturally won't care about anything. She revealed her true face at the college entrance examination celebration meeting and amazed the whole school. This was the last firework of her life. Extremely gorgeous, but also extremely short-lived. But in this life, Chen Nuo wants to change all this. He wanted Chen Xinmei to step onto the podium at the college entrance examination celebration meeting 3 months later, with hope and courage for the future. This time, she will still shine the most brilliantly. But it is no longer short-lived. Chen Nuo wants to turn the fleeting fireworks into eternally bright sunshine. But to achieve this goal, we still have to take it step by step. Today, Chen Nuo tried to take the first step and asked Chen Xinmei to take off her glasses in front of outsiders. As a result, we were half successful. Chen Xinmei didn't dare take off her glasses on the bus, but after returning home she took them off in front of a stranger. A small step for a kitten is a big step to change its destiny. Take your time, the next step is to let her wipe off her unibrow in front of her. Wait until she gets used to showing her true face in front of an outsider like me, then let her face more people. It wasn't until the school celebration meeting 3 months later that she strode onto the stage with the most beautiful smile and amazed everyone. By then, the trajectory of fate may be changed. The first step is to let the little kitten take off his glasses in front of me. Completed. The second step is to take off your glasses in front of more people. Step 3. Take off your glasses and wipe off your unibrow in front of me. The fourth step is to ride the bus, go to the market, and go to public places other than school in your original form. The fifth step is to go to the school celebration meeting with your most beautiful appearance and the most confident smile. Chen Nuo looked at the goals he had just written down in the notebook and couldn't help but smile. Come on, Chen Nuo. Come on, little kitten. New city area. Lijing Garden. Zhou family. Zhou Xianqing sat on the sofa, holding the remote control in his hand, and the TV screen kept flashing. After taking a shower, his wife Gui Yan came out of the bathroom and said, "Lao Zhou, go take a shower, Lao Zhou." Guo Yan walked over helplessly and took the remote control from Zhou Xianqing. Why have you been fighting with the TV these past 2 days? Zhou Xianqing didn't look very happy inside. Guo Yan asked him what was wrong. Zhou Xianqing told her that Chen Guodong was called by the factory director for a private talk today, and then the technical department sent him the design drawings. Do you think Chen Guodong gave a gift to the factory director? The more Zhou Xianqing talked, the more confused he became, and in the end he could only come up with this answer. Guo Yan asked curiously, didn't you always say that Director Chen was honest and fair, and a good director who appointed people based on their merits? Zhou Xianqing was stunned for a moment, and said depressedly, people will change, maybe Chen Guodong gave enough gifts? Guo Yan shook her head helplessly, old Zhou, do you think Chen Guodong is someone who would give gifts to leaders? If he really knew how to do that, he wouldn't be like this now. Ha, that's not necessarily the case. Chen Guodong has only some professional knowledge, but his business ability is not good enough. Zhou Xianqing immediately refuted. Guo Yan looked at her husband's expression, sighed silently, and changed the subject. You know what? Linger is tutoring Chen Nuo. What? Zhou Xianqing's eyes widened. No, why should my daughter help Chen Nuo with his lessons? Guo Yan glanced at him and said, it was arranged by Teacher Li's students help each other, but Chen Nuo doesn't seem to be willing to do so. Chen Nuo is still arrogant? Zhou Xianqing couldn't believe it. Linger said that Chen Nuo would rather find a female classmate whose grades and looks are not as good as hers than study with her. Didn't you see that? My daughter didn't even eat a few bites of food at night. Guo Yan's words immediately made Zhou Xianqing furious. This kid is really ungrateful. Humph, it's okay this way, people are divided into groups, and Chen Nuo is not worthy of my daughter. Keep your voice down. Guo Yan said helplessly, don't say that about others. Maybe that female classmate is also very good. Linger and Chen Nuo grew up together. There's no need for them to be so awkward. Zhou Xianqing was silent for a while, and suddenly said, wife, do you think Chen Nuo did it on purpose? He found a female classmate who was inferior to Linger in every way, just to attract Linger's attention. In the bedroom. Zhou Linger is sulking. She had planned to do 2 sets of papers today, but the image of Chen Nuo and Yazimi together during the day kept appearing in her mind. The two were too close. Chen Nuo even let that Yazimi throw him into the sandpit. So accommodating, so doting, even the previous Chen Nuo had never treated her like this. Zhou Linger refused to accept. How is Yazimi better than me? Zhou Linger was upset. She picked up her phone and subconsciously turned to Chen Nuo's WeChat. In the chat box between her and Chen Nuo, the last chat record was sent to Chen Nuo on her birthday, asking him where her birthday cake was. But Chen Nuo did not reply. Looking back further, the situation was the opposite. Almost all the messages were from Chen Nuo, but he rarely responded. Good morning in the morning. Good night. Every day without interruption. But now, Chen Nuo never sent her good morning or good night messages again. Zhou Linger bit her lip and threw the phone away. Who cares? Villa area. In a bedroom. The girl in a white nightgown was sitting at the desk, writing down Xiaozhuan's words in her diary. A lot of things happened today. Chen Nuo saved me again. He said I should fight back, but I only dared to hit him, not others. My classmate Chen Nuo asked me to take off my glasses on the bus. I was scared, but later when he was alone, I wasn't scared anymore. My aunt is leaving tomorrow, and I will be alone again. Fortunately, my classmate Chen Nuo comes to study with me every day. Oh, classmate Chen Nuo touched my head again today, once in the morning, once in the playground at noon, and once in the canteen after school in the afternoon. It felt a little itchy, but also a little comfortable. By the way, I have to say goodnight to him tonight. Xin Xinmei closed her notebook, got on the bed, pulled the quilt over her head, and took out her cell phone from under the pillow. She let out a breath, logged into WeChat, and immediately found Chen Nuo. Entering the chat box, he typed, "Good night, classmate Chen Nuo." I typed it but didn't send it out. The girl held the phone in her arms and closed her eyes. That's it, yeah,